shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you.
Two World Championship organizations trending in different directions here. And this week's Saturday Showdown, it's T1 versus D+. Welcome to the space, everyone, for the pre-show. It's your boy D-Gon here alongside Wolf and Wadid, the two W's to break it down. Which one of these teams will get two of those? Welcome, guys.
Yeah, you know, if you try to type GG on your keyboard in Korean, but you accidentally had it in English, it's WW. That's us. GG.
Thanks, Wolf.
I mean, yeah, technically, but no one means that in Korea. If you see two W's in solo queue, you're doomed. But anyways, you gotta do something. You know, if you're DK, it's against T1, who made their losing streak at the beginning. So it's time to revenge.
That's right. Both these squads were on the road shows last weekend and are looking in different directions. It's a 5-game losing streak for D+, whereas T1 on a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah, and D+ is the first time they've ever lost 5 in a row.
Really?
Period.
History.
Since they promoted into the LCK as Damwon Gaming so long ago, they've never lost 5 games in a row. And that's pretty insane to think about because they've been a middle-of-the-pack team at worst and have basically gone to every international. But to never lose 5 in a row is pretty insane. And if they lose today, which most expect, it'll go to 6. And that streak continues.
Yeah, for T1, everything is working out. They're finally fitting up their performances right now with Doran and Guma on the bot lane. So it's like, I don't know, it's really expected T1 to win the game, but you gotta do something as a DK.
Yeah, well, it has been a slightly easier strength of schedule for T1 after their loss to the Bros. But on the opposite side here for DK, it has been so painful. 3-10 game score in their last several matches, in their last 5 matches.
Yeah, you could see that it started with a loss to T1, and now it may continue with another loss to T1. I feel, though, of these 5 losses in a row, the closest match and the most powerful D+ we saw, like the cleanest, was actually against T1. It got worse from there. Sure, they took the first game over Hanwha, and we started to see that trend where you win game 1, lose the next 2, but there were some serious mistakes in those series, and then against KT, it just looked like they weren't even really there. They weren't even half of the form we saw for them in LCK Cup.
I mean, their matchup was pretty rough. Like, they were playing against most of the top teams in LCK, but the last match they played against KT was brutal. Like, I think they should have won that, at least a single game, but it was even like worse performance that they showed. So it's kind of like sad to see they're playing right now.
Yeah, this run of form had a chronicler wishing for better times there on our graphic. Speaking of better times, T1, 3-game winning streak. They've looked pretty dang good on it and starting to solve some of the issues we've seen earlier in the split.
So earlier in the split, we saw so many games where T1 were losing lane. They were losing bottom lane, they were losing mid lane especially, and then we're out team fighting later on and still taking the win. You take a look at some of the gold differences here now over the last 2 patches, right? So from 0.08 to 0.09 that we're on now, they actually have still generated a gold lead at 8, and they've been able to snowball that and keep it pretty stable moving up to 25 minutes. On average, still almost 1,800 gold ahead. And it's the team fighting of T1, which you're going to see in a lot of these clips, where they have just outclassed so many top teams. And even in rough situations like the one you're seeing on your screen here with KT, they stay calm. And their experience that 4 of these players have together, because they played together for so long, just really shines through when it comes to objectives.
Yeah, I just want to point that out. The new Rift also really fits on early game prior, because when you think about the Noxus Rift, then it's all about trading 6 grubs with 2 drakes, right? So if one team gets 2 drakes, you get the 6 grubs if you're other team. But right now, it's only about first Drake into Grubs. You cannot really trade Grubs with Drake. So that means that if you have the early game priority, early game pressure in the lane, that means you can easily snowball the game from that point.
Yeah, and T1 is super good at objective control even from behind. Let's talk about the other side of things though, where we hate to say it, but it's been some pretty weak performances from Showmaker overall here. You see in terms of their gold graphs here over the last few patches on that 5-game losing streak, they are pretty low in terms of the gold. You can see it doesn't really get extreme. It's not like they're going, sub 1500, for example, at 25, but just have not been able to get early leads, and their team fighting has been indecisive at best. And it's both Showmaker who's struggling, but also Barrel making some really aggressive decisions, getting caught alone oftentimes, trying to clear vision, trying to play like his team is ahead when they're behind, that have really cost this team big. And even in moments like this where it feels like, oh, maybe this is starting okay for D+, Gen.G just outplayed them.
Ninth, guys. Ninth is just kind of the thing that jumps out at me here. Again, strength of schedule a little different. Had to play Gen.G twice over the last couple of weeks, but still not what we're used to from the star player in Showmaker. And Barrel as well having a tough go at it with some of his engages. And so it gets us asking the question here, Wadid, what can D+ do to try and stem the bleeding? What are some solutions that they can have, and kind of identifying some of the problems that they had with their team at this point?
All right, so I'm a big fan of DK2. I really like their playstyle when they were Diamond Gaming, and also when they were really good on. But so I was thinking about their solution. Yeah, what if I was gonna do if I'm coach for them? So the thing is, there's nothing much actually. So
What?
Yeah, I mean,
Feels hopeless?
yeah. Let's just talk about it. So maybe you can change the roster.
Roster swap, yeah.
Yeah, it's like other teams doing right now. I think you can try other rosters, but their Challengers League team is in 10th place, which means it's last place. You cannot really pick up the players from there.
Thanatos is gone.
Saint's
Saint is
gone.
over.
Yeah.
Also in LTA. Shiwu's already in.
Hell's gone long ago.
All right. Yeah, and also when you think about the star player, Showmaker, and right now this meta, it's really important to get the priorities mid, like Talia, Azir, Victor. I think he really cannot perform well on that champion, and I think that's really critical for them. And the team direction as well. I think normally you think about veteran players lead the rookie players who has not enough experience, but you know, like Showmaker, Varial, both are struggling in their plays, so they cannot really set them up for rookie players. So yeah, I mean, all they need to do is get a single win to make all the momentum back. So from my experience, I had like 7 games losing streak into
7 games?
into 6 games winning streak. So what I did back then was not thinking about the game, go out and chill out and go for a room escape and looking for some team bonding stuff. You know, I really did that, and after that I actually had the 6-game winning streak. So maybe they gotta find out the way outside of the game.
Yeah. Let's talk about the top lane a little bit, because I do think that this is a lane that D+ can play through. When you're looking at some of the individual performances of Doran and how good Shiyu has looked in general right now, maybe this is the angle you play through, because even though Shiyu hasn't showcased a massive champion pool right now, I do think the champs he's playing incredibly well. I think he might be our best Ambessa in the league. So if you look for an aggressive matchup topside, you put him on the Rumble, you put him on the Jace, maybe this is the angle here. And for, D+, like obviously Showmaker, he cooked a lot, right? And we talked earlier this week and earlier last week about how just because you played a champion doesn't mean it's in your champion pool, doesn't mean you have that mastery. He's struggling on now the standard picks. He's not cooking as much. So maybe just put Shiyu in that position to carry, make him the main character.
Yeah, but it's always going to be tough when you're playing against one of my MVP candidates of the league in Owner, who's been so good over the last several years, but more specifically this year in 2025, whereas the team has changed. The makeup of the team has changed. Some of the players have struggled as well, but Owner has been good every single game except the one Skarner game he played against the Bros. Other than that,
Yeah.
he has carried this team.
Yeah, whenever the T1 is on a bad situation, it's always Owner who makes the things correct. So everything that he made in this LCK season was perfect. I especially really liked his Xin Zhao and Pantheon.
Look at this Lilia play
Yeah,
too.
and also Lilia as well.
This was a game-winning play against
Yeah,
D
that's
Plus that
true.
started their streak, right? Like this is what began the loss streak of D Plus is this moment right here. I do think that he's playing a lot of Xin Zhao, Pantheon, and the Fury right now. All three of those champions have inherent safety, right? With the ability to become undamageable, untargetable. But he actually turns that into a playmaking tool, not a safety tool. He is so insane on these carry picks. Look at his Xin Zhao, 5-0. Pantheon, 3-0 on this pick. Looking less good when he's the facilitator on the Sejuani, you know? That's when his teammates can't pick up the slack.
So I think that's a good point, actually. Maybe this is one of the great chances for Lucid as well, because he doesn't want to play a tank champion anyway. So maybe this time around, I think it's a good chance for Lucid to fight back with aggressive picks.
I do think those picks are going to be super important in the draft. Like these picks that you see at the top of your screen that are highlighted there are going to be so high prio.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, Vi. I expect Vi to be perm banned because both teams don't want the opposing jungler to pick that one up. We've compared a lot of different lanes. Time to go to the bot lane now and take a peek at what these two players have been playing, because Gumayushi's champion pool has been subject to criticism. It was the whole reason why this substitution was made. But Wadid has a contrasting angle here.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the Zeri, Kaisa, whatever, but in BO3, I think Guma is one of the best AD carry in LCK right now. All you need from your bot lane is getting an early lane priority, and I think Guma is one of the best AD carry when it comes to the early game pressure right there.
All right, Wadid, the best AD carry? That's a stretch.
Yo, bro,
I mean,
I think he's really good on Jhin and Varus and all those kind of early game priority AD carry, man.
Historically, he has looked really good in prio lanes, right? Carry Aguma was the best
really good at laning,
dual kill lane for a really long time. Double marksman.
Yeah.
He isn't playing Zeri, but he never played Zeri, right? He never really played the Ezreal. He still won 2 back-to-back world championships. I think the Aguma champion pool issue, even though I've been very critical in the past, they've played around it. They've drafted around it so well right now. His Jhin is phenomenal. That I think that it doesn't necessarily matter, especially with right now mid-jungle being so incredibly important.
I mean, if it's BO5, maybe that matters, but it's BO3 and regular split. I think Guma is perfect fit for them.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here between these two AD carries that both teams are known to be able to play through. And one way to do that is to see what the coaches think. What's the strategy going into this series? As we have Bengi and Koma's comments here, there are times when our team overextends during our turn, so we plan to be more mindful of that. We're determined to win and turn the momentum around. Whereas Koma saying, Doran has always been a solid player, and I can feel his form improving recently, so I'm looking forward to him today. Will win today's match to keep the streak going and carry that good energy
I think
forward.
Bengi has a really good read here, though, because in the loss against T1, there were some overextensions. In the loss against Gen.G, which they actually pushed Gen.G to the brink, right? They really overextended. They hung around fights way too long. Showmaker's teleport in, for example, was very heavily criticized, where he came in so late that he just was an extra kill given over to Gen.G. I think the fact that they're aware that they have this problem when they have a lead, they push it too far, is really important.
Yeah, and maybe get some chocolate after the game 1, so you can keep up the momentum after winning game 1. So maybe you can break that up, you know, the DK sequence, you know.
To me, it's kind of interesting that Koma is not singling out, but just focusing on Doran here as someone who is, over the last several weeks, played good, but had a couple of those oopsie mistakes where we're like, oh, that's that Doran. Chasing the Jhin under the tower as Rumble, I think it was, last game in DRX. Those kind of moments could lose you a game, but they haven't yet. And outside of that, Doran's been solid.
Yeah, I do think that Doran has improved a lot. I think Faker has improved a lot. Faker's laning phases were really, really weak before they started to go on this tear. Now, he's popping off. He got a pentakill.
All right, prediction time, y'all. Let's take a look at what everyone put. 5-game losing streaks, historically bad losing streaks, very difficult to break, especially when you're up against a T1 squad who are on the upward momentum.
I think T1 is one of the best team fighting teams in the LCK. I think they're the kind of the gatekeepers. They're the bar. They're the bouncer. So if you can't beat us, you don't have any chance against Hanwha and Gen.G. I think T1 are a solid third-place team right now, and I favor them.
Yeah, I talked about the Guma a lot, but the main reason why I picked T1 for this is because Faker is being Faker right now. I think he's on form right now, and everything that he makes is like making so easier for a T1 right now.
Yeah, you know, it feels pretty difficult to pick D+ given the form that Showmaker and Barrel are in, but What's that?
Ox?
We have a
Ox?
dissenting Ox? Who would have guessed?
Look.
Oh, okay,
I
he's
can
here.
explain.
You got some explaining to do,
I
SA.
explain.
Come on.
So, if you look at the matches, the D+, the first 4 matches of the loss streak, a lot of the teams they played against were good teams. HLE, Gen G, Nongshim T1, there were some hard matchups. Then they lost to KT, and I want to make it clear, I made the prediction before they played KT. I didn't, how was I supposed to know they would lose to KT? I thought it was the time for that. I thought they'd win against KT, and then they'd be in, upward trajectory against T1. Look, I'm stuck there. That's all I got.
Goodbye, Ox. Thank you so much for that. We'll enjoy the cast with you and Atlas today, part of the AA broadcast there. The only dissenter that we had here on the global broadcast. I think it's a tough sell here.
Yeah.
D+.
I'm sad to say that, but I think the game 1 winner will win every single thing. So that's my point. I think it's great chance.
I also think, considering that all these Preds were made before KT, if you want to take a look at the KR Preds, it's a little bit more split there. I think on the global side, we're pretty heavily in favor of T1, but on the Korean side, Pony and Prince thought D+ might have the better read. They were so close to beating T1 last time
They're
around.
gambling, I would say.
Little gamble, little trying to catch up in the Pred standings, maybe.
Or fall further behind and catching up with Wolf here on the global side, at least. All right, y'all. We've set the table for you. D+ versus T1. Always a great time. It was a heck of a match the first time they did it. Let's see how we go here in the Saturday showdown of Week 6.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been near the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
수원에서 진행된 LCK 로드쇼 11번째 북발 실패 제제 T1 아는 그 고점으로 향하는 2라운드 첫걸음 한 걸음 제대로 내딛습니다.
이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. 정말 처절한 서로 한치의 양보 없는 강팀들끼리 대결이 중요하겠죠.
플러스비아 화이팅!
플러스비아 화이팅!
테리아 화이팅! 정말 Yushi, Honor, T1, fighting!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown here at LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, as Digon introduced us as the AA broadcast. I don't know whether we'd give the predictions an A or the defense of the predictions, Orcs, because there was an incredibly easy option staring you right in the face.
Yep.
And that was blue side wins. You just say that. It's won so far. In this head-to-head between these two squads, it was blue, blue, blue. 3-game series last time. Now if it goes blue, 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 it's a DK win.
I kind of blew it then.
You blew it 100%. Let's have a look at the standings. At least I hope we can have a look at the standings. Here we are having a look to see whether DK can make their way a little bit further up. And making it to 4th place is going to be a little bit of a difficulty here, as they will still have that extra loss in the column. They're going to be hoping that Nongshim also lose their next round as well. They have another way to leapfrog even further ahead. But T1 really looking like that those gatekeepers, as Wolf coined them as.
Yeah, and I think, you know, D+ were kind of in this position where they're still probably in a decent chance of making it into the Legend group, but it's not set in stone. And I think there is teams on their tail. If they don't start getting some wins under their belt, they risk dropping lower in the standings.
Yeah, having a look here, we tend to go the distance between both T1 and D+. And most of the time, outside of the LCK Cup group battle, where D+ were looking absolutely incredible, we were even saying things like the best team in the league at that point in time. Oh, wow. It's just memories are weird. Now, not necessarily looking so much the case, and T1 looking way, way better up against D+ this time around, as 0-4 streak for D+. This is that opposite momentum that we often talk about here in the LCK, and it's certainly working out for T1.
And the thing is, if you look at the teams they lost to, they're forgivable losses. A lot of them stronger teams until the KT. That is the one where you're like, okay,
yeah,
real problems here. And I was just going to highlight as well that T1 series, that first loss, was a pretty close one. HLE and Gen G, fantastic teams. But they, longest loss streak since joining the LCK. It's not a good look.
It isn't. That being said, they have been very, very good since joining the LCK, so there could be worse stats to have. Jin Green Wings, for example, making it through an entire split without getting a win.
DNF currently?
Yes, I didn't want to say DNF currently. 80% of you think that T1 are going to take the victory here today. An understandable situation here, as we do have the team walkouts. You may see that there are some omissions. Owner and Carrier not feeling so well, so they are going to skip the walking out part, but they will, of course, be playing. They'll just pop out, give a bow, and then sit down at their chairs. So I'm not entirely sure, like Lucid just, the double fist bump. That's actually very cute. Picking up the fist bump slack is a very important thing to show your dominance in the walkout.
Yeah, really important, and hopefully Owner and Carrier start to feel better. Really unfortunate, obviously. You know, even though recent record D+ have been struggling, we're still hoping for a close matchup, and it's really unfortunate when some of the players aren't feeling well, so hopefully they do feel better soon.
And yep, see, out there for the bows, so Carrier and Ono, hopefully they are going to be feeling better, and everything is going to be okay. You can see, I'm feeling some positivity from Faker here, which is a little bit of a worry, as we are, and this might be a little bit distressing to some people, but we are going to compare these two players here, as Lucid versus Ona is going to be the matchup, and it's not looking great for Lucid.
Yeah, I mean, Ona is just being on another level. I feel like, you know, as much as Peanut and Canyon have been playing fantastic, the teams have been playing fantastic, Ona has been doing so much work for T1, really ensuring that they get so many of the recent victories. Lucid, I think, honestly, has still been playing well. I don't think he's been the core issue for D+. But the thing is, he's got such a tall task ahead of him today. He needs to match up well into Ona, and the rest of his team needs to pick up the slack if they're going to win today.
Yep, this is Lucid up against the best jungler in the LCK at the moment, and that is very, very scary. Last time around, though, Lucid did have that random, like, 8-0-11 Viego game. He does need to mind control Ona into playing Sejuani, which is his worst performing jungler at the moment. If they can do that, maybe there's going to be an opportunity, but I think a lot of eyes are going to be on this man right here. Showmaker, the shows that he's been making look post-Riders Strike, let's just say that. It has not been very good.
And it's just so weird considering how refreshed and the resurgence he really had in the LCK Cup. it looked like he was playing all these different picks, all these different sort of styling on the enemy teams, really thriving in the Fearless environment. And we were saying, D+ in the LCK Cup, we're like, this is the Fearless team. This is the team you're going to be afraid of. This is the one where it looks like they have so much depth to the champion pools, and we are so far away from that right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because I'm still reading the names out and thinking, man, this D+ roster could go a long way. But from what we've seen, especially in that KT loss where DK kind of just looked lifeless, it was a bit of a problem. But the thing is with this team, and I'm a little bit worried that you're going to be the one with the last laugh here, is that DK, as soon as you, it's the KT situation all over again, and as soon as you think that they're down and out, they just come in and win. As soon as everyone's saying Beryl is the worst support in the entire league, he just hard carries games. Like, it is so frustrating being a fan of this team because you never know what is going to happen, or maybe that's exciting. You never necessarily know.
Something with Beryl, obviously two-time world champion.
Yep.
His ability to lock in.
It's second to none. Also, Escoffier has been out for about a week now, and so he's probably finished with the initial patch of the new round in Genshin. So it might be that everything is going to be a little bit more okay because he's back to the league, back to playing some video games with his teammates. Maybe that's going to be a part of it. Obviously speculation, and here we are into the pick and ban for game number 1 of this Saturday showdown.
Some heavy jungle bans already with the Vi and the Xin Zhao taken away from Lucid here. So the Poppy denied on the other side, and then Kalista taken away from Guma. I think Guma carry obviously not a duo you want to play against when they have a pick like Kalista or the Varus, really try to hamper the early impact that bot lane duo can have.
Yep.
No top lane is really bad. We've seen a lot more of the trading of the top laners and a lot less of the banning of the top laners in our recent matches. So we'll see if that kind of stays. You know, Azir is still open and available. Talia is open and available. The Talia ban really indicates you kind of have to prioritize that Azir. Otherwise, Faker will snap it up. It looks like instead they're looking towards jungle. So this is an Azir 4T1 in return, 100%. And then I think T1 can just go Azir Pantheon in this situation. I think a lot of people have been happy with the Pantheon matchup into the Neferi. Ona undefeated on Pantheon so far. It seems pretty straightforward. That being said, you could leave the Pantheon till 3rd, and you could look to prioritize the top laner instead if you want to prioritize maybe like the Jace or the Gwen.
Yeah, I feel like, Pantheon Azir is almost definitely going to be coming out here. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. And so I guess D+ knew that was going to happen. They're very happy to go towards the Neferi Ahri lane. But I don't even know whether that's stronger. I just feel like Neferi first pick, I want to see the stats on just like games where you pick Neferi first. Because I feel like even before the nerfs, that was losing over and over again. This has not been a tried and true strategy. And maybe there's been something in scrims that's been going a little bit better, but it's certainly not something that's filling me with, I reckon Orcs is probably going to be happy about how the predictions are going to look at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think top lane going to come through here, looking at the Rumble for Shiwu.
Yep, I like that one. I think as far as the carry top lane is concerned, this is Doran's best. So picking that one away from him makes a lot of sense.
And the question here is, do you go for something like the Aurora or the Galio, like these hard counters to the Rumble, or do you just take like a Jace, who is arguably the strongest top laner right now? We'll see what they opt to go for in this situation. I feel like if they do go for something like the Galio, they're definitely going to put a more focus towards the bot side of the map. They do have counter pick, potentially for carrier here, so...
Yeah, I think,
instead of opting for the Jhin, I guess in this situation, you know, I just listed off 3 picks that they could play into the Rumble. If you have that many options, you're not really too concerned about going into the next phase of bans. And after D+, they can maybe target with the top lane if there's something concerned about there. And Ezreal going to be taken away from aiming.
That does make a lot of sense. Aiming a self-proclaimed best Ezreal, so not going to let him have that one. They can just protect this bottom lane matchup as much as they would like. Aiming, of course, with plenty of options, though, so it might just be an Alistar ban to come through unless they want to be R4ing that one. Nico going to be taken away from carrier.
Yeah, trying to limit some of the range support options. Obviously, don't feel good playing into them when T1 does have that counter pick option available. Nico being very popular because she serves as that engage support while also having that range harass in lane.
Yeah.
And then Rakan coming out, so denying the potential to go for that Zyra-Rakan combination. And Alistar, we often see that on red side, that 4th pick Alistair come through, so not letting that happen. I think in this situation though, T1 probably just secure the top laner for Doran and then leave kind of pick 4 carry, give him as many options as possible.
And the Scion was something that I was kind of thinking they might go towards. Gwen, not necessarily as powerful on this patch and has always had a rough matchup into the Rumble. This is going to be a difficult lane for Doran.
Yep.
But still, Gwen is very, very powerful as she gets into skirmishes, and in the 1v1 later on in the game will be very difficult for Xiu to be able to stand up to the Scissors Lady.
I think maybe D+ could just go something like the MF Rel here. Eamon's been really a big fan of the MF, but instead actually looking towards his Kai'Sa, which, you know, it's a pick that he's very comfortable on. But playing into like Jhin and counterpick support as a Kai'Sa, this is a little worrying.
Yeah, this looks difficult. There's not a massive amount of setup for it either, but instead it will be paired alongside the Leona to try and at least get something there.
I think one thing to be said is that because it's a Jhin, you don't really expect a Braum to come through, so they feel more confident to take the Leona in the situation. And you can see T1 are not interested in taking the Braum at all, looking at options for an engaged spot. So it looks like the counterpick's not really going to be utilized in a way that punishes so much this Kai'Sa Leona. Yes, the Jhin will have a pressure advantage in the early laning phase, but this is definitely a playable lane for D+. And I think overall, considering T1 started off with a fantastic Azir Pantheon, I think D+ kind of happy with how things have shaken out. They got a comfort pick for aiming. The comp is very cohesive with these dive threats coming through. The matchup top lane is good for them. So I think they navigate things pretty okay, all things considered.
Yeah, I would actually say that as far as how it shook out in the end, it is actually kind of working. I think the lack of CC is going to be a difficulty here. I think you're like, as far as the top side is concerned, it's like charm, and you can slow people down with a harpoon. But like, otherwise, there's not too much to fit in with all of the skirmishing. So Beryl's going to have to be all around the map.
100%. I think as soon as they can free Beryl up to move, really going to have a big advantage. The problem is you're playing into a Jhin who does have that early pressure advantage. So maybe like an early gank bot lane or some way to kind of free up some pressure and allow Beryl to move will make a big difference for them.
I think it's going to be a big one. T1 certainly coming out of the gate strong though, and we've said so many times, mid jungle is so extremely important. And that's exactly what T1 locked in immediately. Pantheon for Ona, he has been so incredibly good. We need not say it again. Faker, fresh off his second pentakill ever, is on his Azir, the most iconic champion in his repertoire. And there's a lot of iconic ones, but it's just probably the one up the very top. So that's a very scary thing. We'll see whether T1 can put their money where their mouth is as we dive onto the rift for our Saturday Showdown Game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Okay, now that we're deafened by the T1 roar, let us dive into game number 1, and I have got a very important thing to talk about first.
Oh.
Is that Neferi skin a pickle dog? Because he's green. Or she's green. Lucid's green.
I need to inspect it a little bit closer.
It was a pickle dog, man. It was definitely a pickle dog. I don't even know whether that's a thing, but
concerning.
I'm saying that now, like, they've just, it's all been misplaced. You know, sometimes you put, do you put pickles in hot dogs? I don't think you do. Is that a normal thing?
We need Brendan here. You know, he's an expert in hot dogs.
Yeah, he's the New Yorker.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. Chronicler would say that it's also a Netherlands thing.
Which it is.
I would imagine. But he's not here. He's not even here to defend
Dutch, they probably call it like a hoot doog.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You speak Dutch. I know you live just above Chronicler, so maybe it's rubbed off on you.
Whenever he speaks Dutch, I can genuinely understand the vibes of what he's saying, so yeah, I'd say yes.
Generally understand the vibes. There it is. So there's the pickle dog. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's a pickle dog?
It does look like a pickle dog.
That's 100% pickle dog for me. As Ona is, speaking of the pickle dog, going to come on over and have a look. As Lucid's going to find him, dives on in on top. And in fact, Ona getting the worst end of this trade. The bleed ticking down as well. As Lucid will push him away. The flash forward? I don't know about that one, but he should be able to follow with that front flip. And Ona is going to read it and flashes over the wall. So flash for flash here between the two junglers. And Lucid saying, get off my lawn.
Yeah, the big thing being at a level 2 Neferi, a lot more power in the kit compared to a level 2 Pantheon. Ona's going to get forced off even harder. This is great for Lucid.
Yep. And Ona does walk his way out, does manage to secure that. I'm pretty sure. As even some caster minions getting involved. Absolutely crazy. But Lucid will be able to turn this into a red steel. And this was Ona going for the invade, so he'd already invested the extra time to get over there and is not going to be able to find too much for it. As speaking of not finding things, no Harpoon joy there for Xiu on this top side. And Lucid will be able to finish this one off. So Lucid coming out of the gates real strong here on this Nefiri.
Yeah, gonna move down to try and cover his red side. I think he's concerned that maybe if Ona led the charge, if you look at the bot lane priority that T1 has, which we expected, I think he'd be a little concerned his camps could get challenged by Ona fresh from a reset, so we'll move through to secure those. Yep. It's a pretty big advantage gain. That ward that was in the river, spotting Ona, making a big difference, and Lucid having an initial jump on the play, and really, you know, Pantheon is such a level 3 champion, having all 3 abilities in your kit, whereas for the Nefiri, level 2, having your flip and your Q more than enough for you to fight with.
Yep. Lucid not too worried about the untargetability when all you want to do is hit your opposition. And so that's working out very, very well. Bouncing on over, taking down some of these Krogs, and we'll head over towards this red buff, just maximizing the amount of red buff time. I do like that one a lot.
So in a situation like this, we see Ona moving over to secure both scuttles, so it's not like he's having too bad of a time, all things considered.
Yep.
But you have to be really concerned as a laner for the side of D+, because when a jungler doesn't have camps to take, when a jungler doesn't have much to do with his time, he'll gank.
Yep.
So you have to be a little bit concerned about that. Azir and Jhin, 2-win streak for T1, but a big loss streak for everyone else.
Yep, no one else seems to be able to make this work, but T1 with Gumyushi and Faker are pretty good at making Azir and Jhin work. I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist to figure out why that is the case. As Beryl and Aiming trying to fight back here against Keria and Gumyushi, and we're getting a demonstration as to why this Jhin has been working out. As he's just having a pretty good time down here in this bottom lane, even though Aiming is keeping up. And I think if the Kai'Sa is keeping up in this lane, you're probably not too upset about it. We know that Aiming is known to pop off later on in the game on these Kai'Sa picks if he gets his hands on it.
Yeah, definitely a pick where you're just trying to invest in Aiming later in the game. We've seen so often as him being the Gold King.
Yep.
I'd say kind of look at the jungle with how things have panned out. The prio from T1 really working hard to secure the Skull Crabs means Ona isn't really behind, but I think you really have to examine it from the lens of if that invade had been successful and he had the prio in his lanes, Lucid would be out the game. Oh man.
Orin has just been obliterated by Xiu here, gets the scrap shield, flash forward and lands the Harpoon. There's a solo kill, and that is first blood. Man, I'm so used to it being Gwen doing that, but it's Xiu this time.
Rumble matchup is a bit of a risky one, you know. You want to be up close to your target as Gwen, and you can just get cooked by the Rumble. Xiu planning a bit of big advantage there. Oh, nice dodge on the stun there from Lucid.
Yeah. Going to be landing a few of these daggers as well as Lucid, thinking that his prize is going to be this blue buff, and that is due to the fact that Showmaker has all of that priority in this mid lane, but bot side priority is also there for T1. So a little bit of an honest engage here as Keria dives forward. They get on top of Lucid. He's lit on fire. Faker free hitting now with these Sand Soldiers, but it's Keria that's the one in trouble. And with that Spirit Rush, Showmaker is able to take him down. Beryl now looking for Faker as Lucid in amongst it. Gumyushi the target, but Ona goes down first. And that's another kill, this time going over to Aiming. It's a disaster for T1. That's even feats of warfare already completed for DK.
Some great value there from the Ahri coming through. We're going to get a replay of that topside play first. She was close to overheating. Doran goes in to try and clear the wave. And just gets beaten down. See Xiu calling it already. Follows with the flash, gets a Harpoon. Just beautifully played. Pings the flash as well.
And that must sound pretty good as a teammate, right? You've got your top laner that says, oh, my opponent has no flash. And then you kill Fate just as and now he's dead.
And here, so I think a big thing was they focused initially on a Lucid, but Lucid is such a hard target to pin down. Faker's not going to go for the shuffle as a result. He's just trying to get some damage in, but Showmaker using that triple value to take out Keria, so much power from the level 6 Ahri. And then as soon as Aiming turns up, you know you aren't winning this fight 4v3. They have to dip out of there. Guma has to burn his flash, and a great early start for D+.
Yeah, this is looking much better. A revitalized D+. Perhaps, you know, you could say that they weren't quite as focused on the KT matchup, and maybe they were doing a lot of preparation for T1.
Yes, exactly. That's
definitely what it was.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nice work, Ox. You knew, even though so many others didn't. That being said, they're not out of the woods just yet, and DK have had plenty of good starts and they are extremely capable of throwing it all away and for it to mean nothing.
I think that's the thing, is that T1, you know, as much as they've had a lot of early leads recently, there have been times where they've fallen behind and just clutched it when it comes to those team fights.
Yep.
I say recently, they do that so often over the past few years.
There's a reason why they're back-to-back world champions.
Yeah, I think I think there is. So even though it's a good lead now, it's a good start to the game, definitely positive, especially for picks like Nefaria, like Ari, who very much feel like momentum picks. Still need to keep focused in this game.
Yeah, I think you need to keep your foot on the pedal, 100%. That will give T1 some opportunities to answer back, right? Because DK needs to take risks, they need to do things. And Lucid going to start by taking down these grubs as they spawn. It's going to be the first feed of the objectives to come on through here for DK. They can upgrade their shoes relatively quickly, but they need to get another one of these if they do want to lock that one down. And Doran fighting against Xiu. Grand Starfall does come down. Let's see whether the Rumble will survive, and the answer is absolutely he will not. As Lucid just wanting to get that final grub, and he does manage to secure it. So T1 not able to deny the feat. They will be able to deny triple grubs from DK. So T1 on the board now with that kill under Xiu, certainly good news.
Yeah, great moves there from Ona. You know, you saw Xiu finding an angle to get a solo kill, which isn't, you know, that common that we see those, but just an instant response here with the lack of flash. Xiu was trying to get the wave pushed in. Immediately the angles found. Doran and Ona working together beautifully here.
Yeah.
And that looked so easy to pick up, and then does secure them that one grub. Obviously, as you said, the feat contribution does go towards D+, but I think T1 happy to get a little bit gold back in their favor.
Yeah, and I think getting the Gwen out of the hole is going to be an important one as Beryl comes over and says hi to Faker. Hey man, how you doing? And Faker says, I wanted to go home. Please stop annoying me.
Oh, and also puts the passive on the minions, so
Yeah.
it just kills them with the beautiful... Oh, Carrier?
All right, Carrier could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Something they chase.
Yep, still going to be able to get out. As once again, Beryl with another Zenith Blade. Charm going to connect there as well, as Faker could be in a little bit of trouble. Orbit Deception comes down. I don't think Faker's dying here. And remember, he really wanted to go home.
Yeah.
And so it's really not going to do all that much. He will miss out on this wave, though, because the timing's not necessarily the greatest. Good Charm from Showmaker, just barely unable to connect.
Or some good trades. And again, Faker's going to recall, but he doesn't have TP. And with him off the map, and Showmaker having not committed ult in that play, D+ very confident to pick up this dragon.
Yep.
Second objective of the game.
Deadly Flourish. A bit of an attempt there from Gumayushi. And I was going to say, oh, that's optimistic, but it's Gumayushi. This guy steals things all the time. And so you could actually be a little bit worried. Of course, Piercing Arrow does do a lot more damage than Deadly Flourish. So there's that. But still, I get a little bit worried whenever he's throwing a skill shot towards a objective pit. As Lucid...
It's 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly. And Guma hits a large percentage of the shots that he does take. And so you combine that, and it's a little bit of a worrisome situation here for D+, potentially. Beryl just wanting to go in. This guy is like keeping Zenith Blade on cooldown as Carrier. Now without the Aftershock, does take a fair bit of damage there from aiming, but otherwise I think it's just Beryl taking damage more than anything else. Baker's roaming down. This could be a little bit of a dangerous one here, as DK wanted to go up to meet him. Carrier comes over. And then Nefaria in the river as well, so Carrier not going to be able to clear this ward, and in fact, he needs to just get himself out of there. Crash down going to be important in order to make that one happen, as has T1 been able to get any of their blue buffs yet?
Well, they did get that one earlier. I believe it was Ona who smite secured.
Oh, he did,
But
okay.
they lost the fight as a result.
Oh, so he hasn't had blue buff for very long.
Yeah, oh, Guma.
Okay, Solar Flare is going to miss the stun, but he's still dead. Lucid comes on over, grabs the kill. Beryl able to tank up the turret just well enough. And Ona will be able to get a blue buff, I think, because the opponent's one is coming up relatively soon. Equalizer goes down towards that top side of Xiu. Not exactly having the greatest of times. Bit of a swapsies of position is very cute there between Showmaker and Faker, but Showmaker does use the ultimate just to avoid a potential shuffle.
I think it's just interesting to see how both D+'s solo laners very much get the memo. This is our weak side of the map right now. You need to just respect the pressure. Xiu ults the wave so you can back away.
Yep.
Showmaker instantly respects the threat of Faker going in and doesn't hesitate to use his ult to play safe, so they know they've got an advantage bot lane. We don't need to do anything in the solo lanes. Just make sure we don't die. Pretty respectful play from D+.
I was going to say, like, intelligent, respectful, map-aware play from my D+ this week. What the heck? Another Zenith blade. This time it goes wide there, as Beryl is unable to find it onto Faker, who does have the ultimate, so he was never really in too much danger there. But we know Beryl just likes pressing the button. Only going to be taking his Gromp here towards the bottom side. Still a bit of a muted performance by him so far. It has, of course, contributed to the only kill T1 has put on the map just yet. Doran getting some plates here towards his bottom side. Still about 1 minute and 10 seconds left on those plates, so able to get that extra money. Certainly going to be good. Lucid just flipped over the wall, so doesn't have that ability at this point in time. Avoids the deadly flourish, though, as he flashes over the wall. Ona goes in, but Beryl is right there already. The curtains are going to get called, as now Lucid still trying to escape. I don't know whether Beryl is going to be quite as lucky, though, as he realizes he has to stick around, and that will spell his death. So a little bit of an overextension, and this is something that they were talking about on the space. The fact that DK sometimes just try to take more than they have the right to take.
Yeah, and Beryl dies for the sins of Lucid. Flash down on the Neferi, and you know, when it's a Neferi who's a character who's so slippery, so hard to pin down, and you still have to sacrifice someone to get away, that's when you know you are really overextended.
Yeah, that's definitely a bridge too far. As T1 now with so much vision here towards the top side of the map as well. Rift Herald going to be up in 1 minute and 15. And that could really help slingshot T1 into a better position in this game. So we're going to check it out one more time. And yeah, it was just Lucid a little bit too far forward. Has to use everything and the kitchen sink in order to escape. The curtain call, so difficult to get out of the way from.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe Beryl could have found an angle to flash, but I think he would have just died anyway, so saves the summoner.
Yep.
You know, a lot of that recently from Beryl, just like, okay, I'm going to go down, no point using the summoner, and I think sometimes we have players who are like willing to throw down and try everything to live, and I think can often be a bit of a mistake, so still have that summoner available for
I think
them.
Beryl sees deaths as a positive. That means I'm doing things.
Yeah, you know, he has been a little bit known to do that.
Yep. And also, there was a Herald fight coming up in a minute's time, and so having the flash available so you can get on top of, you know, Faker or even Doran or Ona or anyone like that with a flash and the Shield of Daybreak, that could be a pretty good.
It's 100% the right call to save it and have that ready and available. But all flash is available across the board for everyone, so I mean, the fact we have the Dragon and the Herald, big time to set up some potential fights. You know, there is still a gold lead for D+, but we look at where the gold lead is in terms of items. Everyone has their one-item spike. The only person who doesn't really is Beryl, as Carrier rushed that Locket instead of finishing his boots, so maybe a bit of an advantage there, but you know, even when you have like an extra pickaxe for aiming, it's not really going to make that much of a difference compared to completed items, so I think both teams on roughly even footing going into this one.
I would say so. And aiming as well, going for a more physical build this time around, does make a little bit of sense. Means that I'd like to sort of change my assessment of the composition a little bit more, because I just don't like AD Kai'Sa that much. Especially in a composition like this where he's up against a lot of champions you do not want to be in melee range of.
I will say though, when you're playing with double AP solo laners, I think it does make sense.
Oh, you have to do it, right? But it just means that the Kai'Sa value isn't going to be as high because you don't have the poke value from it. Things like this as you move later into the game.
I think it's one of those things where the item spikes come in a bit later. You know, we're talking more like 3 items, whereas normally Kai'Sa's really strong on 2. But at that point, like late in the game, she's really going to shred.
And anything with percentage health damage is just going to do a lot. You have a lot of attack speed and can just burn through targets. Not necessarily some true tanks, but that won't matter as aiming still going to go in, even though it is relatively early. And the Voidseeker also going to be able to help out there, winning out in the trade. Bit of a cannon off here in this mid lane, but it's aiming that just secures his. Carrier moves over, finds Beryl, but they're just breaking each other's stuff, so it's going to be fine. And things have slowed down here a little bit. As I say that, they speed back up again. Beryl getting engaged on here. Good crash down as he's just looking to try and escape, and maybe this is why the flash was left off cooldown, as Lucid really wanted to secure his Raptors. He does do so. And T1, they just get a flash out of Leona. And we'll move over now towards this Dragon. A lot of vision available here. Showmaker on that top side of the map with teleport in hand. Doran going back home now. And Lucid well aware of what's going on here, but I just don't know whether DK is going to have a way in. As I say that, Lucid just blast cones his way into the pit, and Ona is going to be able to stun him. The front flip gets him over, but that means that the Dragon definitely goes into the hands of T1. Equalizer goes down, not really doing too much. So an evening out of the Drakes. Another Earth, Wind, and Fire. We had one yesterday, and we have another one here today. Brilliant. You love to see it.
It's like both teams doing a lot of poking and prodding, trying to find little advantages and translate them into more. And that chunk onto Beryl and the flash being burnt was pretty big. Allowed T1 to get the Dragon, but then D+ kind of force them away so they can at least get the Heralds as a consolation prize. And the mid tower, thanks to the pressure Showmaker had earlier on, is low enough where Herald with a bit of damage would be able to take it down.
Yeah, it's a big one. Now Faker actually able to put on a lot of pressure here towards his bottom side, but Showmaker is going to answer that. Spidey sense is tingling there as Faker is going to be able to back away.
This gives some pressure towards the top side. You can see little concern that someone might turn up so they do back away. But I think one of the things with a play like that from Showmaker is when you're moving towards Faker in the bot lane, you know they're going to have vision in the river because they just took the Dragon there. So, you know, maybe a little bit ambitious for that, but he will find his place in the bot lane and just hold that wave.
Yep. Kind of interesting. Our Gold King is Gold Kinging. I just feel like aiming hasn't really done all that much this game, but he is like almost 20 CS up. Has that extra kill, of course, from the previous skirmish, but he's 750 gold in the lead. So they've been funneling good old aiming as they have done in the past. Let's see whether it's actually going to work out for them. I think this Kaiser is going to be really important later and later into the game.
I mean, especially since this was a game where we had a pretty late first Dragon. Both teams have a Dragon apiece. I could see it going to the later stages of the game, right? The goal's pretty even as well, so
I think every one of these Mountain Drakes is going to be so important as well. I mean, T1 has a Jhin. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to cut through if there's a triple stack of mountains on DK. So we could have a lot more action in this game, and I like that.
And I think it's just going to have time for aiming to get stronger and stronger. The 2-item spike coming in soon is big, but 3 is really where he's going to take off. And now looking to Herald the mid tower. This won't kill it, but they should be able to finish it off with some mortars. Yeah.
Beautifully done. Faker is going to try and return the favor, heading down towards his bottom side. No feats of strength, of course, but first turret blood going over to DK going to be an important one there.
I have to TP out.
Yeah, Faker will set up a turret of his own, and will look to take down this wave. And I think maybe he's just dead. He's lost the ability to do the old...
nice.
Okay, gets over the wall. That's very cute. Malignant's on the floor, and they just have to back away.
It was slick from Lucid to dodge on the divide, but Faker is slicker. Manages to outplay that one.
And I think DK were just really scared that the cavalry was coming in. They've ganked Faker too many times to know that if you don't insta-kill him, it could really be a bad time. And she is on top of a ward here as well, so T1 know exactly what they're up against. Aiming, pushing out this mid-wave once more. And Solarflare going to connect onto Owner. Zenith Blade to try and chain this CC, but the Magnus Storm is good from Carrier. Untargetable is Lucid, but he has to use everything to try and get out, and it does not work. Oh dear. Sometimes Zenith Blade in, and it is just not the right call, as now the Otacon going to get taken, and T1 really getting out to a fantastic lead off the back of just Faker's phenomenal moves in the bottom lane and an overextension again from DK.
It's a very weird play for D+ to go for in that situation. You know, Showmaker's TP wasn't quite available, Faker's was, and very unforced. You know, I think this was a great outplay by Faker, and that's completely fine. But it's the play afterwards that I'm really wondering about, because this was so unforced. They know T1 were around the top side. They know they have vision. Maybe we're hoping the recalls had already come through.
Yeah.
But it just looks so silly from our perspective. And again, Showmaker just recalled, doesn't have TP yet. Faker does. There was no way they were winning in that fight. It just feels very unforced. And now T1 able to pick up the Atacam buff and found themselves a 1,000 gold lead.
That's a big one. And so now T1, it's not even... So they have a slight gold lead, but it feels even more than that now with Otacon layered on top of it. Showmaker going to be eating some honey fruit. And a setup for this Dragon is going to be the next fight. I think DK not out of this game by any means. They have to make some better decisions. Maybe just channel what they were doing earlier in the game, where they were making a lot of reserve choices and just, you know, suffocating T1 as best they could. That was working. Let's go back to that, perhaps.
They're finding angle to get some tower damage here. Oh, she was struggling now.
Yep, Doran in a much better spot as he flashes in and returns the favor. The turret will do a fair bit of damage there, as in fact, yeah, Doran does indeed die. But now we've got another fight breaking out. Beryl, once again, just gonna be dead. Solar Flare looking a little celebratory as it hits absolutely nothing. And T1 They get the better end of it, even though it was a 1-for-1 as far as the top laners were concerned. Losing Beryl going to be a big deal because that should spell this Dragon going on over to T1 without DK being able to do anything about it.
Starting to feel pretty rough for D+, considering how good this game started as well. Starting to fall behind and potentially losing a game like this feels so bad with how good it started. And here, Doran finds an angle on a Shiwu, doesn't have the cooldowns available to fight, and ultimately Doran just destroys the Rumble so quickly. That flash to follow as well, really well played.
Yep, and then walks up and so therefore dies to the turret. You can go right.
I did not
just
see that.
Just letting him know. But that's fine. Beryl could also have just not died in that circumstance.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, hindsight is 20/20.
That play, that solo kill was pretty hype, and then I didn't see that he.
All right, Beryl's in again. Lucid is there watching again, and Beryl's dead again.
This is just a never change game, I feel like, for Doran and Beryl.
Yeah.
Where Beryl is just playing like a psycho, racking up the most deaths in the game, and Doran, so like, he finds this play.
That is like the epitome of an unforced error. You know?
Yes.
That did not have to happen. I think he expected that minion was actually going to take a turret shot or two, but unfortunately does not happen. Grand Starfall goes down as Shiu is just going to get swept back, and will do a fair bit of damage here to Ona on the outset, as now Gumayusi also in a little bit of trouble. Good cleanse from aiming, but it's not going to be enough. Carrier just being a defender, as Lucid realizing that perhaps he's also overextended, and Beryl's out of the gate once again. Okay, it's time to die once more. As these health bars, these health bars are so incredibly low. If Beryl can actually get in there, Solar Flare is back up again, and he throws it down. Not going to find anything, but he's holding them in position. The Eclipse wears off. Beryl is certainly killable, but so are T1 as Doran's teleported in, and oh my goodness, this Gwen is so scary. 15 seconds until Shiu's back up again. And it's a 4v5. In goes Carrier, but doesn't really find the angle, and now Showmaker with all that mobility, looking to see what he can get done. Untargetability good there from Lucid, but Gumayusi, he lands the bullets. Faker goes golden, and DK melts like butter in the microwave. T1 just destroy them.
Beautiful team fight from T1, baiting out D+, you know, Carrier going in, not committing abilities, just trying to force out the aggression from D+ and Faker at the end with that Seeker's Arm Guard getting so much value. T1 just playing with the food there.
Yep, T1, like, that recoup was just so incredibly impressive. You get around Doran, who has that full health bar, and DK, they could smell blood in the water. But it just wasn't T1's. It was, in fact, theirs. As this starts it all off, and
I think Shiwu might be a little bit sick of seeing the Pantheon ult come down.
Yeah.
And then here, this one's pretty cool, because Carrier looks to try and threaten Showmaker, forces the ult, doesn't actually connect. I think he was going for the flip, actually. I thought he was just baiting him out, but doesn't find it. But then the Jhin ult gets so much value here, and Faker, the Seeker's Arm Guard at the end. So much value.
Yeah, hits every single bullet. And T1 lose absolutely no one for it. And so DK well and truly on the back foot now. They augment this Infernal Drake with the first of the mountains. And everything coming up T1 here in this game number 1. And it looks like the woes of DK have not ended just yet. It felt like things were going to be all right.
No.
And it's since not necessarily been the case.
I feel like a game like this almost feels worse because...
Yeah. Because you're on blue side.
Well, not just that, but it started so well.
Yeah.
It started in a really good position, you know. If this is the sort of game where if you go to game 2 and you fall behind, you're instantly going to be thinking the series is doomed. The fact that you had this advantage in this one, you were playing it well, and then just a couple of fumbles, and now you're like 5,000 gold down.
Shiu's like really had a bit of a rough mid to late game, right? But he started it off with a solo kill.
Yep.
Like everything, like you say, was doing well. We had Lucid chasing Ona out of his jungle, winning out in that early game situation, and it has meant absolutely nothing. As we can see here, the siege is continuing. The Baron getting to work here. As Equalizer goes down, Flash in from Beryl, gets the cleanse out from Gumayushi as Carrier going down lower and lower. The Magnastorm not going to save him there. There's some untargetability from Lucid, will not save him here either, as it's a 1-for-1 in the end. And now Doran is rotating over. The needlework is so scary as once again he's under the turret. Once again he's dead under the turret, as aiming not going to be able to stick around though. So with the health bar advantages, Ona? Okay.
That's a little deep.
Okay, that's a choice. You can't go through that base gate, but that's okay. He's able to wait things out, and the rest of T1 will join. So
that's just aura, you know?
That was a lot of aura, and I think Showmaker could feel it, as the inhibitor going to be the next to fall here, as T1, they're pretty good at this, closing out these games.
Ult, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's ticking down. They see the orb fly across their heads. Let's see what she can actually get done here. Bullet comes on through. Everyone's slowed down apart from Faker, but I don't think she is going to be able to find too much more there. Voidseeker going to connect, but there is no killer instinct. So no more teleports, no more silly stuff.
Could that be enough to get them Dragon, though? You know, very late recalls coming out from T1. Maybe a window to sneak in, but it looks like Lucid taking the red here, a little bit concerned. Oh, they find Carrier.
Yeah, Carrier just crashes down over the wall.
He is rather tanky.
He is indeed.
I think they've missed the window. I'm not sure if there was a window. It was a very small window, but they've definitely missed it.
Yeah. They didn't go through the window. They did manage to secure their red buff, so there is at least that. And T1 going to come on over and look for Soul Point. DK, I mean, they could theoretically fight for it, but I just don't even think that's going to be a worthwhile opportunity. 3 items like you were talking about, a thing to watch out for on aiming, but I feel like it's too little and it's probably too late.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, there's 3 items across the board for T1.
I'm going to connect there onto Doran, and then Showmaker has to try and find a way out as, the deadly flourish! That was beautiful! From Gumayushi, has to now walk off the red carpet as Beryl looking for Doran. The Magnastorm's gorgeous! Carrier sacrifices himself for it though, and now they're looking for even more. Over the wall they go. Doran is so low, Guma's so low, but it doesn't matter because they get a clean ace, only losing Carrier for it. And T1 will now look to finish the game.
D+ going for an attempt there, you know, they managed to find a kill onto the support, but nothing more. They don't have to follow through with Showmaker dead, and with this much of a deficit, it was a tall order anyway. T1 managing to hold strong after, you know, some troubles, a little bit of troubles in the early game. A very convincing finish out for this game.
Absolutely beautifully done by T1, and it was just the fact that they held it together, right? It looked like things were snowballing out of control, then one overextension around the Krug camp. It seared into my brain. Lucid just a little bit too far up. Beryl gets that first death out of his system, gets the taste for it, and then it's all downhill from there.
I think, you know, it's a combination of T1 being ruthless when punishing these errors, but there were definitely a couple of unforced errors. There was definitely a couple of moments where D+ were aggressive when they didn't need to be and instantly paid for it. So I think T1, zero hesitation coming out of that early game.
Yeah.
Didn't ever feel like they were in a position where they were nervous and really started for the mid-game onwards to set that pace.
And now I think it'll come down to whether DK can actually bounce back. And this is a huge test for this team because they haven't necessarily been known for it, especially when things aren't looking good in the DK camp, right? It's getting those spirits back up again that's going to be so important here. She did still do a fair bit of damage, but look at this. The damage spread is so incredibly close, you know, for T1.
Damage isn't everything, but I think the damage difference between the mid and jungle and how important mid and jungle is at the moment, I think it kind of tells a bit of a story. The Pantheon Azir that came out for Faker and Ona getting a lot of value.
Yeah, and giving over those 2 champions was a risk and one that did not pay off for DK. Thankfully, it's a best of 3. They have another opportunity. We'll see whether they can pick up a win as we go to a short break. And then the space is going to break down game number 1. We'll have game number 2 of our Saturday Showdown.
할만해.
돌릴만 할 것 같아. 나 공하면 돌릴만 할 것 같아.
할만해.
3렙공이야 나.
도현이 다 밀어내면 컷.
왜 아리?
공 있어.
나 맞추긴 했거든.
다 되어요.
아리 잡았다.
여기 나쁘지 않은데. 테레토 와다 맞아 앞에. 이거 좋다 좋다. 앞라인 앞라인. 좋다 잘 걸었다. 럼블 파이사 가져야 돼 파이사. 좋아 끝나겠다 이거. 나이스. 나 탑으로 그냥 금방 올게. 탑으로 올게.
There were many times in the mid lane where things looked a little shaky for Faker. Showmaker was trying to make some plays, but in the end, the amount of, I guess, attention that he absorbed ended up being the way that T1 got tempo back in the game and got the win here in game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid to break down that last one here, and it was a good start here for D+, but just weren't able to convert it.
And I think a lot of people will say D+ threw this game or made some big, huge errors that tossed it away, but I think it was just T1 playing the map better in general. I think T1 playing team fights well, but obviously having control over the map, the strong side laning champion like the Azir, is going to do wonders for you. And I just feel like T1, there was some rocky starts at the beginning of the season, but now they're playing as a 5-man unit incredibly well together. They're the better team in game 1.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I really like the draft as well. I can see the direction they really wanted to put. And also, their early game was really great. I think it's just only T1 being T1 and Faker being Faker. So it's not really like DK played bad. It's just T1 getting better and better.
Well, you know, it's really easy for the common eye like myself to watch the game and say, this was a play that didn't quite work out. However, we have a former pro, a former champion, still a champion in our hearts, Wadid to break down tempo here that T1 were able to take.
So yeah, DK is trying to use the header to break the mid turret here, but I just want to show how T1 used this tempo. So Faker already knew that they're going to lose the mid turret because of the header. So he's trying to get the tempo back with his side lane pressure, which is really smart because you cannot really defend the turret on the mid lane because they're using the header. So DK is trying to attack the Azir, but the reason why Faker went to the bot lane is because that he already knew that he can actually survive this gank. So he's kind of absorbing the pressure from the DK. Meanwhile, T1's jungle and support is getting the full vision control on the top side for his Gwen on the top side. So Rumble is now isolated and turret is gonna like automatically fall. I mean, he used the equalizer to defend the minion wave, but he's gonna lose the turret eventually, right? And then, so they use the tempo of the bot lane, DK, so they cannot really get the vision back. But Beryl really wanted to defend their play on the top side, but it's not gonna work out because you're not Fury and Ari was bot lane. So they already had the full information on the top side, T1, because of the Faker, man. Faker absorbing a lot of ganks on the bot lane, that meant a lot, and this play is not gonna work because all the information that T1 has on the top lane is massive, and this is not gonna work whenever you're mid lane and when you don't have the tempo, when you have no vision control on the top side. It's not gonna work. It's
critically
never gonna work.
Showmaker doesn't have teleport for this play. Faker did. They should have been able to track that. Faker wasn't the main character of the actual play itself. Like, they wouldn't have won it even if Faker didn't have teleport, but you have to keep all these things in mind. Bengi talking about some of the overextensions as well end up being kind of a thing here as well, where they try to collapse onto a Pantheon. And it's just this kind of macro play and reads where yeah, sure, you got the mid turret, you got Herald, but you lost everywhere else. You ended up losing 2 turrets in side lanes and then tried to force a fight and failed.
And Atlas and Ox did a great job explaining the game's not over yet, but it's these types of moments that D+ have been putting themselves in. They get themselves a decent early lead, and then they just throw it away. They throw it away, not into a losing point, but into a state where the other team can come back, and in this case, T1 did so.
So this fight looks like it might be promising, right, for D+. Carry has already used his ultimate. Everyone's super low on health. Even Faker has taken a bunch of damage. But look at how challenging it is to actually chase this as D+. So if you just watch with the Observer client, you watch when you're sitting at home, it looks like, oh man, this should be really easy. Watch what happens when they try to chase here. Lucid and Aiming are like, ooh, they're going to go full away, so let's try to cut them off. So you see Lucid goes up here and tries to wrap all the way around, whereas because T1 know there's no wave here for D+, and there's no vision, they can actually consolidate as 5 here and start picking the D+ players apart. I think D+ had to try to make something happen here. I think they had to chase. Without information, without vision here, the engage is super lackluster. They're very split. Lucid and Aiming and Showmaker trying to chase there on the top side meant that D+ actually don't collapse the way they want to. Doran gets the TP with the extra time that's bought here, and T1 just runs circles around them and outplay them. Great use of vision, great use of the fact that they had the wave completely controlled there on the bottom side. And still, it's a playable fight here, it looks like, for D+. They have to force this. But again, T1 rather, better set up. And the Zonia's here from Faker as well. Fantastic.
think that was great breakdown, and I think especially from Beryl, he didn't need to rush the play. They already knew that they're in a position where they cannot escape. So if Beryl just hold his skills and just wait for Naafiri and Ari to come, and I think they had the better chance. But we could clearly see that why Beryl and DK is struggling, because they're not really synced up for the fight whenever the skill needed to set it up for them.
Yeah, the toughest part about all that was Chiwu, who died at the beginning of that play, had teleport. If you wait 5 more seconds and the coordination's there, he can come back in. You now have an opportunity to really turn that fight.
So all I want to say is that it's like a playing chess. You cannot really think about, oh, Faker is going bot, so we can attack Faker. You gotta think about the next situation. If we go bot side, we're gonna lose top turret. So oh yeah, we cannot go bot side. Let's give up bot turret and then defend the top lane. It's like playing chess, right?
I really want to see D+ try to target Faker and draft. I mean, that's my real final thoughts here. I think that's your best way to maybe get ahead in this series, bring it to a game 3.
Love it here. Wolf's Gambit, Wadid's Gambit here. Let's see if D+ are able to find a Gambit to get themselves back in this series and stop this slide before its 6-game losing streak, or will T1 extend theirs to 4 games 1? Let's send it over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you so much, T-Gon. Yes, I am worried about Beryl's Gambit. That's the real Gambit that I'm thinking about, because he really did start falling over quite a few times later and later into that game. And I loved Wadid's breakdown, because you really got to see everything from the tools that DK had, and they had a complete lack of vision. It was entirely a guess from DK. You saw them back away from Faker. It was 2 versus 1. He had his Sun Disc set up, yeah, but they expect Owner and Carrier to be on the bottom side of the map. They had no idea Carrier was there until he Magnet Stormed out of that brush. And I think it's guesses like this that puts DK in really rough situations, because if you have the vision control, if you have the information, you can make a calculated decision instead of just yeah, they're probably there.
Maybe it was a calculated decision, but man, they are bad at math.
They might have been doing math on stream. That's dangerous.
Oh god, that's the mistake.
Yeah, it's a rough one to do. This isn't, though. This is Wolf getting it right here with the approach for D+. They're going to take away the Victor, certainly an important one, and the Lilia to be removed from Owner. Yes, it was Owner's Lilia that really destroyed DK in that game number 3 last time these two teams met, and I think it makes a lot of sense to be taking that one away. Xin Zhao and Vi, the obligatory bans. Let's see what the final one is going to be here. Maybe a Jace, just get rid of that so she cannot pop off.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is if you ban the Jace, maybe he feels more inclined to pick up the Ambessa, and he's had fantastic games on that. True. So they do end up banning the Jace. I think Talia being open is obviously a big priority. Varus also available as well. A lot of options right now. And no matter what you take for the side of D+, T1 are going to have something good in return. Looks like they will go for that Varus. I think T1 should take the Talia when it moves over to them.
Yeah, I think Talia is almost higher priority than this champion right here. We'll see what T1 does decide to do. There's no Talia Pantheon available this time that we saw have some fantastic success yesterday. But the Varus certainly going to be high priority. Denying that one from Gumayushi, also a very important one. But let's see what T1's response is going to be. And the problem is, I don't know whether they've banned quite enough here. As you mentioned, the Talia, that's an obvious one. But now where does Owner go alongside it? Maybe we're just gifted an Owner Lease in-game. Imagine that. Oh, this is good news for D+ fans.
The 4 loss streak, Owner's like, I'm going to break it. I'm going to break it. Yeah, if you're a D+ fan, this is what you were hoping to come through. And also decent setup with the CC, but not like the strongest, most intimidating pairing. Talia Pantheon sounds a lot scarier than Talia Sejuani.
Yeah.
And now for D+, looking at the Rise for Showmaker here as a solid mid option.
Yep, Blind Rise is something that we have been worried about in the past, but it's not blind, it's into Talia, and so this makes a little bit more sense. No dashes on a Rise, so you don't need to worry about the rocks. It's kind of
cool. And wondering what we'll see for Lucid here. I would assume a jungle pick comes through. There's things like the Poppy's open, the Viego, the Wukong. All picks I could imagine them picking up in this situation.
I do like the Wukong. Wukong angle is kind of fun. Does mean that Xiu's pick is going to go a little bit wide, but they're listening to us, Orcs. They are thinking that the Wukong could certainly be a choice. Wukong into Sejuani is a tale as old as time. We've seen it in the LCK many, many times. Sort of the understandable answer, but Lucid, like during his utterly dominant streak in Challenger, Wukong was at the height of his popularity, and so utilized it a lot to get a lot of victories.
Yep. And here you have choices. You can either pick something for Doran, or you can pick an AD carry to match for Guma. They end up looking towards the Camille. We've seen this rise up a bit in priority, and also, you know, a good matchup into the Ambessa. We often saw when Ambessa first came out, Camille was a pick that was being used as an answer into it, and obviously Ambessa's a bit weaker than when she came out.
Yep.
So kind of twofold. One, you're securing a pick that pairs well to Sejuani, it works well for T1, but two, also making that Ambessa pick feel uncomfortable, and immediately going to start banning away top laners with that Jax taken off the cards. Now for D+, I think you start to target the AD carry pool. Xayah going to be taken away from Guma immediately.
Yeah, this is, it feels like a bit of a gambit. I think picking up Guma Yushi's pick would have been the safest option there for T1, but this is kind of cool, you know? Picking the Camille and then protecting it as best you can. Of course, Poppy, kind of difficult matchup there as well, as you can Steadfast Presence the hookshot, and it is pretty telegraphed. The Jax, we understand this one. This has been the classic matchup. Now it's like Xiu can go towards Fiora if you want to get into that sort of territory, but it looks like Camille's going to be pretty safe there towards the top side as the Alistar immediate lock-in.
That R4 Alistar is so common that we end up seeing that come through. Interestingly, they opted to ban the Lucian instead and left that one available. And the thing is, you're never going to have too much fun on the side of D+ playing into T1's composition if you're playing an engaged support, specifically because of that Talia. Makes a lot of champions' lives hell, or no, I do not like the Rakan here.
The good old Rakan into Talia. Happens a lot.
K'Sante did get buffed slightly. Not sure it's enough really to feel positive about. And also, K'Sante, I feel like even when K'Sante was really strong, Talia was one of those champions who actually held him accountable. Talia and Camille, you actually take damage on this champion when you're playing into those two, so a little concerning. And I really hope it's... I mean, Wukong Rakan is a cool combo, but into Talia, into Camille, you only get exploded if you pick Rakan here, so please, I'm hoping it is not the Rakan.
It depends what Beryl's goals are, but the Braum is going to come in, so his goals may not be die over and over again, because if that was his goal, then the Rakan would have been locked in. The MF just going to be picked face up into a Braum. Doesn't necessarily feel fantastic, but the ways this composition can flank on T1's side means that the door value, even if you are just picking MF straight up into it, is still not going to be that high.
Yeah. I mean, also what often happens in pro play is that the Braum is a little bit under-leveled compared to like solo queue. Also, we see a lot of Braums not putting points in their shield. Very important. So if you end up, you know, let's say you have Camille ult aiming and Beryl jumps in front to block, he will just die.
Yes.
He will just die. Because as much as the wall does a lot to stop it, if you're behind, if you're down on levels, which, you know, supports in pro play are, you will go down. So I think T1, I think what they got for the top side was fantastic. The Alistar, really strong pick as well. I think D+ were in danger of really hamstringing themselves. I think they didn't do that, but, you know, I still think there's some question marks. Playing into Talia, which has been such a valuable pick on this patch as well. And K'Sante, I'm really not sold on. I don't think the buff was enough.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the whole K'Sante situation, especially when if the rocks are down and you press your all-out button and go through a wall and you can just like eat all of the rocks and then die in the 1v1 on the other side of the fight, it can feel a little bit bad. But we'll have to trust Xiu that he knows what he's doing in this matchup. It just really felt like T1 had taken away a lot of the tools used to try and keep this Camille down. So Doran actually, I feel, is going to be a bit of a main character moving into this game number 2 as T1 poised for a 2-0 over DK here in our Saturday Showdown. See whether they can do it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, T1 fans in full voice here in LoL Park, but you could feel some of the desperation on the DK side at the same time. We'll see whether that is going to pay off as we get into it. Faker on his Talia, a pick that he has found a lot of success on in the past. Not necessarily in his like top 10 most iconic picks, but those ones are, you know, champions he's been playing a whole lot of times for a very, very long time. So still going to be a good one. And I think this season as well, his Talia has looked good.
Did just land a full threaded volley on the Showmaker, who kind of stopped moving after that.
Yeah.
Seemed like I could see Rise sigh. He didn't, but it felt like I could see him sigh.
I could kind of feel him flex. He's like, I can take it. You know, that's what I felt.
That's a positive way to look at it.
Yeah.
I feel like Beryl would definitely do that.
Yeah. He did. He did that over and over again in the last game, and then they lost. It's kind of how that one went. And that is not a criticism, because of course I do not actually understand what makes Beryl the way he is. Maybe these deaths in some of these games are why he's a 2-time world champion. As headbutt out, Gumayushi's still going to be taking a bit of damage here as Beryl does find that first Winter's Bite. And the second one as well, this time eaten by the cow. As Aiming and Beryl still needing to deal with this wave, Gumayushi doing a good job, just focusing that one down, trying to get to that level 2 as quickly as possible.
You've got to be a little bit cautious in this matchup as T1's bot lane, because playing into Braum typically in extended fights, you do lose out because of the passive stacking. But particularly MF Alistair into Varus Braum, the longer the trade goes, the longer the fight goes, the worse you lose it. You know, you have the passive for that initial burst from Guma. Short trades, poke trades like that, perfect. That's exactly how you wanted to go. If it turns into an all-in, it does get a bit messy. I will say, Ignite for Carrier versus Heal for Beryl does give a bit of advantage in the all-in, but I don't think it's really going to be enough unless it's a big misplay from D+'s bot lane.
Huh. So 2025 has not been a good year for the Cassante.
Yeah. I mean, he's been nerfed so many times, and the buff he got in return, which I believe was like his W damage.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like it does.
I don't think it's enough to really change the game. And especially, you know, maybe there's a scenario where Cassante is really good and you're like, okay, this feels phenomenal, but into Camille, I think Camille's going to have a fine time, particularly into this composition with Talia, who just, the Unraveled Earth just really chokes out what Cassante wants to do, which is dash all the time, and also she actually can cut through him.
Yeah.
Often with her building like Leandri's.
I can clarify what the buff was. It was 5 base damage to Pathmaker, which is W.
Wow.
And so, doesn't really do all that much. As Ona looking to grab himself a scuttle. Things have been quiet in the jungle, as we've seen thus far. And even though there are some difficulties towards that top side, I do think that this Wukong is going to be incredibly important in this game for DK. I think the team fighting for them as well is going to be very, very strong. And there's not a massive amount of range on T1's side, right? So this could be a possibility. We have to remember that as well, like with the Cassante, there is the fact that you can drag the Camille out of a Hextech ultimatum with your ulti, and that can help cancel it. So the setup isn't quite as good if it is just onto this top laner. So there is that. There's the understandable reason as to why I picked it. It's just not sure whether it's exactly the greatest. There's good flash there from Aiming. As Beryl also able to get out of the way and puts up the door in a really good spot. And they're even able to turn this. A lot of value from that piercing arrow, but both flashes now on cooldown, and Gumayushi holds on to his. Good news for T1.
There could not be a clearer indicator that they didn't know Ona was there than when Beryl jumped in.
Wait, no, but this is the thing. Is that an indicator of that?
Any other player, I'd say yes.
Exactly, because you watched him in the last game.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's all right, Lucid. Coming on over, seeing whether he has an avenue in. It looks like the answer is going to be no. And Aiming, you can see with the lethal tempo as well, so going for more of that on-hit version of the Varus. Over a ward goes Lucid once again, so bottom lane understanding that they can continue to push forward for T1. This first Drake is going to spawn. It's going to be an Ocean, meaning that our Soul could be a good one. And she back up here towards the top side. Pulverize is going to connect there onto Aiming. He's taking a lot of damage. Remember, no flash. Has to cleanse. As Carrier throws down the late Ignite.
Yeah, Beryl actually out of mana, which is kind of hard to do in a Braum, if I'm being real. Definitely a lot of Winter's Bite spam. Now the Hex Flash coming in.
Yeah, over the wall goes Carrier. And he's out of turret range. Finds a double Pulverize. Maker Rain comes down as Gumayushi comes on over. The door is set up at first blood. Still goes over to the Misfortune. And Beryl, like you say, didn't have a whole lot of the blue stuff, but is now going to have to deal with another wave as Carrier finds yet another Pulverize. He will die, and Beryl is fine. And Gumayushi decided that he did not want to kill him.
All in Beryl's plan. He's the carry.
Showmaker is coming down towards his bottom side as well. As he realm warps in, he's got a flash.
Kill. He's got cleanse.
Yeah. So Showmaker's still going to flash for it. Throws a Q, doesn't quite do enough damage. And so is going to trade his flash for a cleanse, which I would say in my little little book of conversions, that's not worth it.
Look, this is an assumption, and I'm not saying it's true. But I think it'd be very funny if he realm warps in, and he's like, what sums does BMF have? Barrel's like, no sums, no summoners at all.
Yeah.
Flashes, cleanses.
And immediately tilts.
Grumbles a little bit.
Yeah.
Not saying that was the case, but it would be very, very... That happens all the time in solo queue when you jungler's like, what sums does bot lane have?
Yeah, no sums, quick. You need to come, you need to come, you need to come.
Go for the flash play in, and then they just flash out, and everyone dies. I was like, oh, no, they still had, they still had that one.
Awkward, it must have just come up, haha.
Yeah, the lack of mana for Barrel means he saves his mana for his E, but doesn't have mana to Q as well. Guma flashes through the wall to kill, and it's just... This is just bad lane management from the side of D+. The fact that you have a scenario where Barrel's out of mana and aiming's that low shouldn't really be happening.
Yeah. Still, we have to really point out that T1 did get the much better end of that trade. They not only get first blood, but they also keep Gumayushi around as aiming died, so isn't able to pick up experience and gold and all that sort of stuff. And so as you can see, 400 gold lead for the MF going to be far more important than Beryl having a 140 ahead of Carrier. As DK thinking about going for a contest, but I don't know about it. As Seismic Shove going wide. Carrier comes in, gets a pulverize onto Lucid, who does get the decoy off. And now Doran just says, nope, you do not have a jungler. They also take down the dragon on the back end as aiming. He is just going to get evicted from this area. No flash, no chance. And Gumayushi even able to walk on over, give him a love tap, take him down. Shu on this top side of the map is at least trying to get something back, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to make that play worthwhile.
Great moves from Doran to come down there. As soon as they saw the 5th member, D+ knew they were cooked, but no summoners on that bot lane meant they were never going to be able to get out of that situation. And just, again, it just feels a little bit messy from D+, a little bit misguided. The deficit isn't that big so far in this game, but T1 looking a lot cleaner so far.
Yeah. And Gumayushi looking great on this Misfortune as well. So we're going to have a look at it one more time.
It's like they're setting up for this fight. T1 are grouped together and Showmaker's at a complete distance. And also just, you know, question mark pings coming out on the top lane. Like, oh, where's Doran? Oh, there he is. Yeah, and because they don't have flashes on Barrel or aiming, they just all die.
And yes, you see, aiming having the difficulty of not being able to walk very fast to get out of Seismic Shoves. So Faker able to pull him back in, get another kill for Gumayushi to make that lane even more difficult for this Varus. As T1 looking to take down these grubs at the same time. They will be one objective away from picking up feats of strength in this game if that does in fact come in. Showmaker looking to try and defend as Gumayushi Carrier are set up. Owner is taking the grubs. They're just taking all sorts of things all the time. And T1's lead, I think, is only going to extend from this point on as Lucid looking to try and at least get a crab, consolation crab there for the Wukong. She looking to go a little bit aggressive. Even has time to go back and get the cannon. You like to see that. And Carrier, I feel like he's everywhere this game. As the Cyclone comes in, can Carrier actually get in there to headbutt Lucid under the turret? And he does, in fact, do so. He flashes away. Realm Warp going to come on through. That gets through to Beryl. So Beryl lives, and Lucid is very dead.
Feels desperate. You know, great move there from Carrier, hiding in the brush in between. Been able to spot Lucid moving around, but it just feels like these plays they're going for desperation, really. Wasn't in position for follow-up to come through onto Guma. And Lucid does go down. It seems like D+'s woes are just getting more and more dear.
Yes. It's not looking great. As she does get the knockback. That was a cute little play. Looks for the all-out angle, but Doran just able to use the ult, gets back behind him, and Shu doesn't have that angle anymore. Still going to be able to get the ult out for basically free here. And so the Cassante looking pretty good at this point in time, at least.
See Owner hanging around for cover, but he has gone now.
As let's see how greedy Doran is going to be. As let's see the replay instead.
Yeah, so
Carrier's perspective.
I think it was an ambitious play, even if Carrier wasn't there. But Carrier being there just meant there was no chance of it working. You know, Showmaker's not able to get into range, into position to follow up.
Yeah, it was beautifully done. Owner also over the wall with the Glacial Prison towards the end there, just to put the icing on the cake. Worked out very, very well as Lucid on top of a ward once again. They've been tracking this Wukong so effectively. It feels like T1, no surprises on the map for them whatsoever, whereas DK are doing a lot of guesswork, and they have not been guessing correctly.
Oh no, they have not.
As Doran now, Trinity Force in hand. Gumiushi looking to lock down this bottom outer turret. And DK, I don't know whether they'll be able to get in, as Shiu's going to move down. Faker's in position though. Shiu desperately trying to get towards this turret. He takes a fair bit of damage, but he is pretty tanky. And he gets over to the other side of the wall. Lucid going in. And Shiu clears out the wave. Yeah, now that he's here, Shiu's like, how do I get down? You know, it's like doing that mountain climbing where you climb up and you're like, wait a second. How am I supposed to figure out my way back? Showmaker teleports in, and maybe that is the way he did it. Just asks his teammate to bring a ladder.
Just save him, just keep top lane. Oh.
Okay, Chains of Corruption going down. Remember, Doran doesn't have the ulti as they get the stun down onto Doran, but he's just quite tanky enough. And DK not going to be able to get the kill. Still, they get the flash, and that is important.
Really, the difference here is Aiming not having that first time completed. If he had that Blade of the Rune King, I think Doran would have just been dead. But the deficits, the gold deficit, showing that, you know, even plays that make sense start to fail when you're lacking that extra bit of damage.
Well, speaking of an extra bit of damage, I think Faker certainly has it. As the threaded volley is coming down, we're going to stop watching that one as Lucid comes in, and the hook shot is so good from Doran. Bullet time comes down as well. Beryl almost just dead from that one, but they do manage to get the Camille, but at what cost? The answer is everything.
Easy cleanup from the side of T1. You know, G+ go for that initial play onto Doran when he steps forward, but here, you've waited too much time. T1 have reset, they found a position where they can all collapse in, and it feels like D+ just blindly grabbing at whatever they can, and T1 slapping the hand away.
Yep. Yeah, slapping the hand away, and then the hand hits them in the head.
Yes.
Is kind of how it goes. As, yes, they do manage to kill Doran, but Beryl unable to stop Doran from being able to hookshot his way out. Gumiushi unanswered on the bullet time, and then just comes on over and auto-attacks them down. T1 just rotating more crisply, right? And you've got Shiu, yeah, he's in the mid lane, he's able to get like a plate or two or something like that, but a Cassante being 180 gold ahead just doesn't really mean anything at all.
Yeah.
I think the MF being 1.6k ahead at 13.5 minutes into the game is probably the more important thing.
It's looking pretty scary. It's looking pretty bad. And also, you know, you have a Braum on your team. You're kind of relying on like the Wukong to be engaging, and Lucid is falling further and further behind. Like, look at the health bar of the Wukong compared to Sejuani.
Yeah.
You dive in as this Wukong, you're probably just dead immediately.
Well, Lucid is going to dive in and just flashes away and dies. Wow. Like, why? Still, Showmaker and Shiu, they're going to come on over. All Out is going to be used to separate Owner from this fight, but he just gets back towards this collapse onto Showmaker. And Gumiushi, he comes down yet again. They've set the table for it, and they're now looking to grab these kills. Glacial Prison comes on through once more, but Shiu, pretty tanky, so isn't going to be dying just yet. In the meantime, Faker on that top side of the map is looking to take down this turret. Should be able to do so. Remember, first turret blood still on the cards. No feats of strength taken just yet. It is just one objective away here for T1. As 3,000 gold is still the lead. Faker still up here. Should be able to get this.
This is kind of what I was worried about after game one. Because game one, D+ had a lead, they had an advantage, managed to push it a little bit, and then they started to flounder and T1 pulled back. This is a game, though, where T1 are the ones who led the charge, who have the advantage, and it just doesn't even look remotely close.
Nope. I feel like the floundering is where we started.
Yeah.
Instead of what we got to.
He takes so much damage before the red even goes down. Like, maybe the thought process is, hey, we can collapse on them. Then commit to the fight. You know, you're dying for a red buff, and then you're opting into a 2v2 when you're behind, and then Guma turns up as well. It's just... I think even D+, if the players were looking at this play, which undoubtedly they'll review, they won't have any justification. They'll be like, yeah, I don't know what we're doing either. It just really feels like they're a little bit lost right now.
It's looking like that. It's sort of been the tale of the week, to be perfectly honest. The loss against KT is not something many of us were expecting.
Week like EA or week like EE?
Both.
Yeah, I
Pick
think so.
one. Or just, yeah, do both.
Just
I
both.
think it's fine. Showmaker and Lucid going to see whether they can kill Faker. And Faker just skates away.
Yep.
Could be something to transition into some sort of Artican play, as I say. Let's
punish Faker in the side lane. That's never failed before. That's always a solid strategy against T1. I'm sure he's all by himself and doesn't have the entirety of the Avengers ready to assemble the second something goes wrong.
The old Avengers or the new ones?
Both of them together.
Oh, all of them?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Rift Herald is just going to be secured here by T1. And Showmaker's standing on a ward. That could be scary. Blast Cone here. It's an Infernal Soul, so we'll have a few extra Blast Cones. Sorry, Valdez. As, yes, T1 just trying to get even more control just to make sure that Faker can very safely take this turret on this top side. As I've seen fights in this area happen before, as Beryl throws out an ulti for fun.
Yes, so engage form still not working too hotly.
Yeah. He did hit 2 people with it. So there's that.
So you're saying it's not his fault?
No, I'm saying he should have probably not done it because no one was there to do anything about it. Because even though the thing that he wanted to happen happened, there was no actual result.
Yeah, it wasn't a skill issue, it was a decision issue.
Yes, it was certainly one of those. It's okay, Lucid just clearing things out. And let's see where T1 are going to strike next. Just feels already like it's a circling of the drain. It's a 4,000 gold lead, and that is pretty considerable here for 17.5 minutes. And look at that, linear gold graph. If you were Tom or Coma, you'd be sitting backstage, you're like, yes, that is right, boys. That's how we want to snowball a lead.
Yep. And this could end up being a win of the Sejuani for Ona, breaking that loss streak.
Yeah, this is the important thing on T1's side. What was it, 0-4?
Yep,
that seems crazy. As headbutt pole onto Beryl. Ona swings a flail at him. Is okay. Aiming going to start this one up. He's already down very low. There's the flash forward. Can they actually kill Guma? Is the question. The answer so far is no. They take down Beryl finally. They overextend far enough to kill the Misfortune, but now the rest of them are likely to go down. Doran just executes aiming underneath the turret. And Shiu trying to escape. That blast cone direction was looking a little dicey, but he gives them the good old thumbs up as he exits. But they didn't need to kill Shiu to feel really good about how this fight goes, as Lucid is just running for the hills. And he will get out, but at what cost?
I'm not sure why Lucid didn't flash. I actually think, like, don't get me wrong, they probably would have lost that fight anyway. But if you're going to go for that play, and Guma flashes your Cyclone, you have to flash after. I find that so... Did he not have the flash available at the time? I want to see the replay and check, because...
Yeah, it might have just been coming up or something like that, because I was kind of waiting for that angle as well, as Faker will find Shiu. He dashes over some rocks, but is otherwise going to be okay. Let's have a look at it one more time and check.
Oh,
yeah, flash like not quite up.
Wasn't quite available, because if you look here, he goes for Guma, and then I expected a flash now to come in.
Yep.
So he could follow up and get the knockup, and then Guma just dies, and yes, it's still a hard fight, but a lot more playable. And as you can see, his flash only coming up in a few seconds, so really unfortunate. The problem is, you may think, oh, well, why didn't he just wait for his flash? But moments like those, timings like those, when you're this far behind, you don't get a pick and choose.
Nope.
They come, and you either try and take it, or you don't. They try to take it, it backfired, and now things are looking even more dire.
And man, aiming is looking, yeah, like he doesn't really have very much in this game. 1-4-1 on this Varus. And still just looking for some scraps to try and put together his second item, that Rage Blade. Looking full of rage, but not a lot of blade at this point in time. And 2 items already done here. Gumushi does have his Lord Doms as well as that Bloodthirster already done. This MF is just very, very powerful. 11 out of 12 as far as kill participation is concerned as well. Highest in the game. Really nicely done. Beryl, cute sidestep there from Ona, but still not going to be able to find anything from this play. Is DK going to need a bit of a miracle to try and get back into this one. And it feels like T1, they don't give the opportunities, right? Because they're not overextending into vision that they don't have, as the bullet time is so good. Beryl's door does pretty much nothing, and aiming is just shredded. Down goes the Wukong as well, as there is an all-out, so they kill Gumushi one more time. As Showmaker also might be able to get a kill onto Carrier. There is that one. Shiu gets himself out of there, but I don't know whether Showmaker wins this 1v1 against Ona, and he does not. Down goes the Cassante as well, as T1 complete the ace with only the sacrifice of their bottom lane, and you can see Shiu just head in hands,
Showmaker not really sure of what to do, and this is looking like a bit of a glum DK at this point in time.
Yep, all they're really achieving is just hampering away at Guma's KDA. In terms of the game state, it's just getting worse and worse. Every time they take down the MF, feels like they pay for it fivefold. And here, just walking up, they're on a ward, this engage comes out from Carrier. The shield's a little late from Beryl, and even then, I think, I was wondering, did he put points to Z? I think I got my answer just from seeing that play.
Yeah.
Redded.
Did he use his E, is what I was trying to consider. And then I did see that it was there.
It reduces the damage by a lot less when it's just a rank 1 ability, so, you know.
Yeah, not fantastic.
I know you haven't heard me talk about this too much before.
No, I haven't.
The skill ordering on the Braum.
Especially not in games that T1 are in.
Yeah.
I've never heard of before, ever.
A lot more damage reduction when you put more points into it. So
where are we going? Carrier just deciding that...
Well, fortunately, it does still charge, even if you goof it like that.
Yeah.
So if they do get it to the tower, it will do the charge again. Why they goofed it like that?
Maybe Carrier was thinking about, like, he used it as a way to face check safely. And there was no one there, so he didn't need to worry about it, but maybe they didn't have that level of information.
Okay, I thought it was... I think maybe it was... The patch note said, if you, like, charge into something and it doesn't, like, hit a tower, it will do the charge anyway. But maybe...
Yeah.
So far away from a tower? I don't know. But,
didn't look great. Still looked like it was a bit of a problematic scenario as you've got Showmaker moving down towards the bottom side with teleport in hand to get rid of that minion wave. T1 getting to work on the Otacon, and DK have no real right to move up even into their topside jungle. And so this will just be T1's, not a whole lot of answer. As Lucid wanting to trade for an Infernal Drake.
I don't think he gets to make that trade.
Well, I mean, we know that there are a couple towards the top side, but it looks like DK may not have full information. Showmaker coming on over. There's a teleport in from Doran. DK going to have to be swift about this one if they want to lock this down, as they do manage to secure it, get some bounty gold as the Cyclone comes in. Lucid looking for Faker there, but Faker moves out of the way of the Cyclone. Very nicely done. Hextech Ultimatum onto aiming in the back line. What's this Varus ever supposed to do this game? And it is get shoved and then bullet timed to death as Lucid, that was a bit tricky, gets himself over the wall as Shiu trying to get into that backline, goes all out and pulls Doran over, but he's so incredibly low. Gumayushi is looking for that kill, and he should be able to get it. Still, actually, Shiu doing some work, but Gumayushi's a raid boss. He is massive. That's another ace for T1, and I don't know whether they'll need that many more of those in order to win this game.
No, they won't quite end it right now, but the game is over. Even if the Nexus isn't going to get destroyed. So we see they try and make an engage onto Guma, but he opts to walk away from both the Sante and the Realm Wolf threat. Splashes over the wall, and then this engage, Aiming just doesn't get to play the game at all.
And I thought that he was going to die from the shove, so he survived a little bit longer than I was expecting, but still didn't really auto-attack or do very much of anything at all. And here Shiu does manage to at least kill Doran. But a sacrifice of Doran for the greater good is something that every Doran team is very, very good at utilizing.
Yep.
You can see in this game, Doran is actually quite fed, even though he is still a bit behind in farm.
And with 211 Heartsteel stacks, it's so rare we see that many.
Yeah, that's some value.
The LCK game.
It's also quite rare that we see Lucid sitting at 0-6. This has been a pretty, pretty bad week.
I actually didn't want to look at that, so...
All right. Well, you don't have to.
I don't really appreciate you pointing out to me.
That's why I said it, so that you don't have to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Beryl still getting into the jungle here, still trying to make something happen, but unfortunately it feels like the only things that DK can really make happen this game are, 1 for 5 trades, which isn't necessarily in their favor. Zona looking for another avenue in. Not going to be able to find Beryl with the Winter's Wrath, but I don't know whether that will matter. Baron going to be next on the cards, being up for 22 seconds. All right, Realm War play. They want to kill Gumayushi one more time as the seismic shove is so perfectly placed. Showmaker goes gold and Shiu into that backline. They might be able to kill Gumayushi, but I guarantee they are all dead after that as Ona takes down the Rise. Doran getting on in there. Man, he's doing so much damage. Shiu dashing around, doing cool stuff, but you know what? He's dead. And there is not a whole lot to be said other than that. T1, even though they don't have their AD carry, they will be able to pick up a Baron. And that is going to be yet another 1-for-5 trade.
Max, do you remember, I think it was an MSI game, and it was on Faker's birthday, and I think he was playing against a Turkish representative, and they went 5-man mid and killed him level 1.
Yeah, that was, and Dumbledore got the kill.
Yes, and then from then on, SKT blasted them.
Yeah.
This kind of feels similar energy, where it's no longer about the outcome of the game, it's about killing Guma. I don't know why, I don't know what he did, but D+ have one goal, and that is to ruin that man's KDA. The game is done, but they've achieved killing Guma a few times now.
I mean, I think sometimes when you realize that something's too hard, you just lower the expectation. You know? Just like, we're probably not going to win a team fight, but guys, we can kill Guma.
Yeah.
And you know what? They achieved it, and it's about finding...
They achieved it 3 times.
It's about looking at the positives. Which, like, the biggest positive is probably Ona and the turnaround that he's had on his Sejuani for this season. Because, of course, his Sejuani was fantastic in previous seasons. Just hasn't been able to find the same level of success with it. And Doran now with 3 items, GA completed. I don't think he's dying again.
Something that was talked about a lot on Space in the pre-show was the fact that one of the things with the Sejuani is you'll less have to carry yourself, and T1 has been so owner-reliant, so it's a good omen seeing them win them on the Sejuani.
She is taking a lot of damage as Doran trying to chase him down. Aiming is going to push him away, but it's not going to stop this inhibitor from going down. DK, it is feeling circular in motion. They are just slowly but surely going down the drain. As Shu does get his health bar back. Weave as well just to block off Lucid from this fight. Seismic Shove does not connect, but the Hextech Ultimatum goes in. There's another gorgeous bullet time as Gumayushi cuts them down. Kill credit going over to Doran. Sitting on 10 now this game. What a monster. Seismic Shove's gorgeous there from the GOAT. And I think T1 may have just done it far more swiftly than the last time, as Carrier does what he likes to do at the end of games, which is die to the Fountain Laser, and that's going to mean that it isn't the classic for this particular game, which is 1-for-5 trades. The Nexus still going to go down, though, and T1 looking clean with it here today.
Yeah, and obviously we talked about at the start of the day, Carrier and Ona unfortunately didn't do walkouts because they weren't feeling well. I was a little bit worried, maybe that's going to affect that play. It did not.
Or maybe it did, and that's why these games were fast.
Well, regardless, hopefully they feel better soon. That play was on form. T1 making a very convincing win, and yes, last time they faced D+, they beat them, but it was far closer than this. D+, it feels like in this downward spiral, T1 really feels like everything is coming together well.
Yeah.
Pretty convincing performance on the day.
And the thing that's really rough is that I think a lot of us really knew that this is likely going to be what happens after what we saw KT do to D+.
Yeah.
Because weekly turnaround for this team has just never really been their thing. They often have a bad week and then need to do something to try and turn it around. And sometimes it doesn't even happen.
And I think we can agree that, you know, if you were to make predictions prior to the KT series, you might have predicted a little differently than after the KT series.
No, because I think all of us predicted prior to the
actually, Pony and Prince were on my side, so you know.
Oh, right, yes. No, they also made a silly choice.
Well, you know, hindsight is 20/20.
It is. And this was definitely, like you say, I think there are plenty of moments throughout this season where you'd say DK certainly going to be a forerunner. We were talking about T1 as a team that weren't quite able to figure themselves out, that couldn't work out where the pieces of the puzzle fit in. But now that they've kind of found that, it is certainly working a whole lot better. That guy walking past right now, Doran having a great day here today. The blind Camille on R3 protected by taking away things like Poppy and Jax. The answers just weren't there. This Cassante pick that you were talking about, Orcs, like really felt muted. And T1 not only drafting really well, which has been a point of criticism for this team in the past, but also playing things out well, understanding where to be on the map, and getting all of the information so they can make intelligent decisions. This is the T1 that we've seen win Worlds the last 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like the decision-making was so crisp, so clean. I feel like D+ just win enough for them, win a good match. I'm genuinely really keen to see the rematch of T1 against Gen.G against HLE.
Yeah.
See how they handle those, because right now, if they're going to take those two teams down, this is the form they need to be displaying.
Yep, and there is something to be said for strength of schedule, right? And there are certain teams that have had a rough run of it and certain teams that have had an easier run. DK's run gets a lot easier from now on, right? They've got HLE and Nongshim. Outside of that, it is everyone else, which are going to be, you know, easier matchups than this. But we kind of thought the KT was on that list, right? We kind of thought that DK would be able to punch down, which is something that they've been very good at in the past. They're certainly not punching down in this series, and they certainly weren't up against a powered-up BDD. Just feels like they're giving their power to all of these other teams. I wouldn't be surprised if KT looked a whole lot better moving into the next week of play as well.
Yeah, and seeing some clips from the game. Again, just those attempts on Guma's life.
Yep. And it was 5 for 1s every single time. It's like Guma dies eventually, but all of DK are the trade.
This double bounce house here was so well played. And the block finals.
Guma calling for the Penta, and he's like, how did Doran take 2 of my kills while my ult was running? This is rude. So Guma still didn't even know that Doran took 2 of his kills. And Owner definitely does look like he's struggling with something. Looks a little bit sick in his tummy. And so glad that he got through this one as quickly as possible. Had a phenomenal performance. I don't think he died once on his Sejuani, and looked real good while doing it. Doubling the damage as a tank versus this Wukong pick from Lucid doesn't really feel great, but honestly, like, there is not a lot that feels great here on the side of DK.
I mean, it's rough to say, because Lucid was such a shining light for this roster. But this was a gigantic jungle gap.
And look, I want to try and mitigate the shade to Lucid just for a second. Owner has kind of made everyone look like that.
Yeah.
Outside of, you know, Peanut and Canyon.
And I'm hyped to see that matchup again.
Yeah, no, me too. I don't know whether, like, I personally think Canyon and Peanut aren't performing to the same level as Owner at this point in time, and I don't even know whether it's close. But there's the Chovy factor and the Zeus factor and things like this that are pushing them over the line at the moment. Let's have a look at the player of the match, and obviously it's Owner. This guy he only died once this whole series. The jungle gap absolutely massive, and he is just, as Digon said, his sort of forerunner for MVP. I think all of us have been saying exactly the same thing. It's Chovy, Zeus, and Owner, and we'll just see who has the better performances as we move towards the end of the season.
100%. I mean, I think even when other players are playing well, I think Owner's just contributing so much. He's bringing up the rest of his teams. Currently 3rd. Honestly, it feels kind of low considering how much of an impact he's had, but I feel like he's going to keep rising up the ranks. He's having just such a run so far in round 1 and 2.
He really is, and I think, you know, part of the reason why he's a little bit lower there is, like, Faker's been getting pentakills and stuff like that, so it's hard not to vote for the GOAT when he picks up all 5, you know, things like this. So there have been some great performances outside of just Owner on this team. But he is the linchpin, and he has been just performing so well. Even in that first game where things weren't going as well in the beginning, he was still able to then just get straight back on the horse, double scuttles his way back into gold parity, and then ganks the top lane, sorts out that Gwen matchup beautifully, and from there, it was just everything in line. So beautifully done, absolutely beautifully done. And Doran will also be doing... Doran's going to be doing the POM interview this time around because Owner is not feeling well. You saw, like, he had his hand on his tummy. It was not exactly great.
You know what that is?
Doran going to be stepping in.
That's a good teammate.
That is a good teammate.
That was a good teammate.
It also might have been Doran. They had the same first name as well, which is very, very cute. But Doran also may have said, I'm obviously second on the list for POM, and so I should be going in to pick that up. That is 100% just a guess, and I don't think that would have been the case. But it is actually great to have a conversation with Doran as well, because Koma already, in his coach's comment, was talking about Doran and the fact that Doran was the guy that he was going to be watching here today. His Camille game was fantastic.
Yeah, and as much as there was some goofy moments in the Gwen game, the solo death, and then the dying to the tower, that's just Doran, you know?
Yeah.
You take a couple of those goofy moments. Overall, it's a really good performance.
Yep, and we know that his team fighting, the way he coordinates with his teammates in those 5v5 moments are always so incredibly good. And we can see that T1 is actually able to leverage that now. That is the best thing about watching Doran play on T1 now versus earlier on in the year, was that he still had all of these skills. They just didn't have many of the ways to utilize them. Now it's going to be time to hear from Doran, so let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the PRM interview translation. We are here with Doran. On behalf of owner who actually got the POM, but due to health issues, the other Hyunjun, Doran, will be here from the side of T1. Congratulations! You took D plus Gia down and secured your 4th consecutive win. So if you can get into owner's spirit, let's do this interview. How do you feel? You know, it was a 2-0 victory. Makes me really happy. And owner was the Hyunjun owner was feeling pretty sick, so the other Hyunjun, I am here on behalf of him. Yeah, we heard owner and carrier are both sick, so a lot of fans are concerned about them. How are they feeling? A few of our players are feeling sick, but despite not feeling well, they played so well, so I'm really grateful for them, and I hope that they feel better soon. In game 1, the early game was a bit rough, so what was the game plan to come back? Yeah, there were a lot of moments where we were behind and a lot of dangerous moments, but I think all of our players were trying to come up with the best plays that we can do, and I think just being in that right mindset allowed us to come back in the game. And in game 2, T1 took Camille, Sejuani, and Talia topside very quickly. So how did you navigate through the game with this comp? The topside 3 champions were drafted because there were really high damage dealers, and I think those were the ones that I think we were just trying to focus on getting picks on the top side, and that was really our main goal. And before the match today, head coach Goma said that he's looking forward to you the most, that you have always been a solid player and that he can feel your form improving recently. So anything you would like to say to your head coach? You know, every time that my head coach actually encourages me, it gives me more energy to play better. So I hope that I can always repay all the anticipation that he has for me and play better in the future. And in the 2509 Ionia patch, there are many changes implemented to the Rift. So, as a top laner, what is the change that you can feel firsthand? I think the elimination of the lane swap. And I think after lane swap has been eliminated, I think there are a lot of different champions that I have to contemplate on playing. And I guess it's just the draft that has changed the most. And your next opponent will be OK Savings Pick Brayon. You will get to have a chance at revenge from round 1. And so how do you feel about round 2? I think round 2 will go a lot better than before, and I hope that we play well. And what are your goals for the match against OK Savings Bank Brayon? Yeah, back in round 1, we lost against OK Savings Bank Brayon, which made me really upset, but we want to make sure that we prepare even harder to ensure that we win this time around. And last time on this interview stage, owner did the 3 hearts. So since you are here on behalf of owner, are you able to show us the 3 hearts? To commemorate today's victory, let's go ahead and show us the hearts. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And please give it up for Doran. And that's the end of the interview with Doran, and back to the space. Thank you.
thank you to our goats, both translator Dear Ayaya and Yeji the goat, just being like, you're doing the thing, Doran. You weren't even supposed to be in this interview, and now 1, 2, 3, boom.
Oh, wow. I was actually
it.
just going to ask you to do it, but then you just did it right then and there. I was like, Digon needs to do it.
Yeah,
but,
I did it.
He already did it.
It's
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was great to hear from Doran talk about our POM owner. Let's take a look at the POM votes here that came across, because it was a close vote.
Yeah,
it was very close.
I actually voted for support, and I was with the KRS cast on that one. I had to recast my vote as a tiebreaker between jungle and mid, and I recast as jungle. So it was actually me who decided this time around. I feel pretty good about it. I think Faker had a fantastic series. I think Keria obviously was my initial vote. He had a really good Rel game, had a great Alistar game in game 2, but owner died one time, and he's just insane.
Yeah, and also we already talked about the champions that he's really good on. Like, I think no one is doubting about his like AD damage champions, but he also performed well on Sejuani this time around and synergizing really well. The Camille, I think that helped for a T1 in the future when you think about the draft against like good teams.
Let's get to the comments here, because it has been a great day if you're a T1 fan, and I'm sure we'll have some great T1 comments. Yeah, there we go.
So I went for this basic holy cow for Keria in the Keria vote. I don't know if my owner one's going to come. Okay, it is going to come up. So for owner, somebody give owner a shoulder massage for another big carry. This time, though, on the Sejuani, broke the losing streak and facilitated his teammates. I mean, Ox pointed out in the cast, it's a good sign that now he plays a facilitating champion, his team can actually still win, that T1 have improved and grown a lot.
Perfect call out here, because Ox's comment was, the Sejuani curse is broken, get well soon. Obviously had the tummy ache, but still was able to power through it and be such an impactful part of the win. What'd you have?
Yeah, I mean, I already did the breakdown for the Faker's play, so I really like to learn something about Faker, and I think that's impossible about like learning about the Faker's game knowledge, right? So all I can do is just buy a chipset of Faker's game knowledge and just put it in into my brain. I think one day it will happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna fit on a micro SD card.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest like hard disk into my brain. Like, it's gonna pop off through my brain, actually.
All right, well, while Wadid continues to figure out how to live through the Matrix, let's see what was said on the other side of the broadcast. Here's Pony with a Bleach reference. Shout out, Weebs. So slow, DK. Even this opening move eludes you. Yeah. Kronny's not here to enjoy it as much as Wolf.
I mean, he is here, but he's just not here on the desk. Even while being sick, that was an incredible performance. I think everybody would agree with that. And owner just looking like he wasn't sick, actually. I mean, you could see on the player cam he was.
Was he?
If I didn't have the player cam on, I wouldn't have known. If they didn't tell me, I would have had no idea.
I don't know. I think we could have all told, like, yo, that Pantheon ult into the base, be like, let's get this game done with in game number 1. And then finally the last one here by Keria. Bot laners, if you know, you know. You got it, go, as a KR Master Elo ADC player should. Wadid, you got it, right? You know.
Not really, but I think he's meaning that he like whenever you have carry as support, man, you gotta be glad, you know, as an AD carry. I think that's what he meant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I assume. I mean, you're a
Did he
Masters
mean
Elo
by this? Every bot laner knows.
All right, let's take a look at the one highlight here that we wanted to kind of bring up. And by we wanted to.
Yeah, take it away, Digon.
I got it.
Take it away, Digon.
Can we just pause and show Showmaker?
Where is he?
Yeah, just put camera on this one and just play. Just play the clip here.
Follow Showmaker.
Just focus on Showmaker.
Yeah.
Follow the Showmaker.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm really sad to show this.
One.
But this is just so sad.
Fight's over.
A little sad.
It's just so sad. What is
my teammate
happening?
Died. Oh. Yeah. Barrel's dead. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dead.
This is just
This fight was pretty rough.
I got the CS though.
Yeah, well, this fight was really rough for D+, and they definitely didn't have the setup. They should not have been fighting that. But I think most of this series, to me, was, yeah, there were some issues in shot calling, but T1 just were the better team fighting team. They had the better macro, they had the better map reads, and this is a completely different T1, I think, than the T1 we saw earlier this season that people were kind of already writing the obituary for. They've really improved a lot and gotten it together.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Showmaker played horrible in that situation. So if Rise is in that position without ulti or TP, you cannot step up.
Can't fight, yeah.
You cannot fight for the Drake. Just let Showmaker push the side lane like just Faker did in game 1, right? So you get the tempo on the side lane, so you look for the next play, but they're not really communicating each other. That shows that DK is just lost as a team.
It is, which is why, again, a lot of the time we get to hear from coaches and they don't really say a lot of stuff that necessarily intends on what is currently happening with the team. But Bengi was spot on with his comments earlier in the day that they need to worry about the early game decision making. There are times where our team overextends during our turn, so we plan to be more mindful of that. And they did in game 1 up until the time that they didn't, and then in game 2 I feel like they just didn't. And so Bengi's on point. They know what's wrong, but this D+ roster that is star-studded, that has a lot of pieces to play through, has to figure this thing out.
I like the Gasante in the draft for what it does for the draft and what they're playing into, but it felt like a waste to put Chio on that champion, unfortunately. I do think the drafting here for D+ is definitely causing some issues, but there's a lot of other things that need to be solved, like individual performances from Showmaker and Barrel, and it's going to be tough. Like, I feel like we thought, especially after LCK Cup, D+ is almost shoo-in for the Legend group. Now it's starting to feel like they got to get it together. They might be in Rise.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think they need some cooldown on their players. I don't think like any kind of feedback is going to fix this issue at this point. So maybe this is the time where you gotta give a rest for the players so you can find out another room for the next games.
We are in week 6, and as we approach even closer towards the end of the split, we have to look at it. I mean, if the standings were done right now, D+ and KT in the Rise group at 6 and 7, or 6th place and 7th place, D+ would make the road to MSI playoffs here for rounds 1 and 2, but that is just not where you would expect those teams to be, and they're running out of games to fix it. Well, for BNK FearX, who are currently in that 5th place spot, they have an opportunity to do that, but they are up against one of the best teams in the world in Gen G. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that series for you in just a little bit.
Welcome everyone. This is Secret Newsroom Agent, codename Cartographer, checking in. It's again time to shake things up with some intense overseas action, so let's jump right in. First, it's time for some LCP intel. Two Japanese teams in the LCP, SoftBank Hawks Gaming and Detonation Focus Me, went head-to-head in a thrilling showdown. With Guwon, a former T1 Academy jungler and Korean import Arya on the roster, and DFM also happens to be the old stomping ground of Evi, this truly is an Evi history lesson. Let's take a look at this Japanese clash on the LCP stage. After a fierce back and forth, the series is now up to Game 3, and here is where the match turned. Marble's Zeri went for Cocoon's Jin, instantly popping her ult, and DFM then tried to counter aggressively. The Courageous Skarner with a two-man Impale, followed up by Fate's ultimate, secured a dominant teamfight for SHG.
Maybe it's just all Marble! It always has been and always will as he gets two!
After securing Baron and looking to pressure top lane, SoftBank Hawks found themselves under fire. DFM engaged with a numbers advantage, but as they kited back, Zeri flashes in with a huge lightning crash, shredding the enemy backline and taking down Rumble for a quadra kill, and then finishing off Silas for the pentakill. Marble's outstanding performance stole the spotlight. Could he be the next undisputed king of Japanese bot lane? Next, for some LTA intel. Here's a question for those of you watching at home. Who do you think is the top 80 carry in the Americas? Well, C9's Sven recently tackled this very topic. Let's check it out.
From tier list is like whatever you feel makes sense.
Okay, let's just start somewhere.
Let's start.
Let's put myself in S tier.
S tier.
I mean, I actually agree.
Sven confidently puts himself in the S tier, alongside Team Liquid's Yon and FlyQuest's Masu.
I kind of have a high opinion of Henna based on like scrims, but I think he should be B tier still. But I don't think he's playing that well on stage.
That's Sven's opinion. We've got our own LTA 80 carry expert Prince here though. Let's hear his take.
그러니까 본인을 S티어에 놓는다는 것 자체가 이고나 자신감적으로 원딜이라면 필수 교양 중 하나인데 독이 될 때도 있거든요. 뭐 과학적으로 보면은 사실상 불치병 같은 게 아닌가.
Sven C9 is currently 2-0 in the group stage. Could he live up to the S tier title? The question now is whether they can make it all the way to MSI and an international tier list. And now for some LPL intel. Can you believe a team that started 0-6 now stands at 5 wins and 7 losses? And at the heart of that comeback, Korean 80 carry Taeyoon. What exactly happened with Team WE? On May 3rd, they faced off against NIP in a pivotal match. WE sets up a surround, engaging the fight. Vampire's Alistair lands a brilliant combo. Then Taeyoon's Ezreal finishes off Leave. Are Taeyoon's Mystic Shots auto-targeted or what? And that wasn't the end of his heroic moments. On May 5th against FPX, with Team WE's Nexus towers falling, it was Taeyoon's Ezreal who came through in the clutch to save the Nexus at the last moment.
Can FPX do it? Nexus, it's so low! The Steric shot and Team WE! Right back. Monkey on the signature trundle, hitting onto them, landing the final blow.
Taeyoon has adapted perfectly to the LPL. Following in the footsteps of Ruler and Deft, another LCK-raised Korean import is making waves. Next up, some news on The Shy. For the first time since his LPL debut, The Shy has pulled off a pentakill, a major milestone in his storied career. Let's see how it happened and what it meant for his team. Let's take a look at Game 1 from their May 6th battle against Thundertalk Gaming. IG starting the Arakan, and The Shy uses his ult to get into the backline. With the aggro drawn, IG quickly secures the Arakan and begins the fight. Rookie falls first, putting IG at an instant disadvantage. But then, The Shy flashes in. Is this a flashback to his iconic Aatrox days? He solo kills Kai'Sa and Rumble, takes down Rakan for the triple, and then Pantheon for the quadra. Gala wisely backs off, and The Shy finishes off Rise for the pentakill.
Guess what it is? A Shy pentakill!
After a long career, this is The Shy's first official pentakill. It also broke IG's 4-game losing streak. Could this be the start of their comeback? We'll be watching closely to see how far IG can go. And that's all the intel we've gathered for today. We'll be back next week with more exciting reports, but for now, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas once again. Stick around soon. We'll see you then.
Sunshine and rainbows, girl.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the stronger.
BFX 화이팅!
지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK 2025. It's time for our final match of the evening. This one being Genji versus BNK. And look, I know you might be thinking, oh, it's just another one of these matches that Genji wins. Unfortunately, the reality is they have not lost a single match yet, and now we need to look a little bit deeper to find some of the opportunities, and I've found it.
Okay.
They've lost 3 games so far this season. One of those games was against BNK the last time they met.
It was, absolutely. So, you know, all things considered, they had a HLE didn't have as close of a series against Genji than BFX did last time, BNK FearX. So, you know, in terms of how close teams got to taking down Genji, T1 was the closest, BNK FearX are in the top 3.
Exactly, and that means that they're probably the 3rd best team in the league based on that logic. Okay, Genji, as you can see, still up in 1st place, plus 19 points. That could have been 22, but with those 3 games that we mentioned before, one of which being a loss against BNK FearX, that's an opportunity. However, BNK really kind of has fallen off the train a little bit more recently, and as you can see here, down to -3. They were sort of challenging for the Legend Group. It's a little bit of a different story here as... Okay, well, we didn't really... Do we need to start with this?
Well, they got 4 games, you know.
They did get 4 games. That's more games than any other team, like than the combined teams have got against Genji this season.
Here's my defense, right? A lot of teams, when you match them up against Genji, look like this. A lot of teams do.
Yeah.
You know, you remember at summer finals last year when HLE took down Genji and we showed the stats before?
Yeah.
Didn't even look good for them.
They were due.
Yeah, there was...
Wait, so hang on, Orcs. We need to use your logic, because you were the only one that understood that Genji were fellable in that instance.
Yes.
Is it now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, we'll see.
Okay. Well, we needed to try and get there. This, if they are going to win, it's going to be via this guy, though. Diablo has been looking great. Of course, Ruler has been a role model for most of the 80 carries of the league, just because he's been around for so long. But we'll see whether Diablo can overcome what is a difficulty, because of course he's got a new and improved Kellen alongside him who knows a lot of Ruler's tendencies.
I think that's the thing, is that BNK FearX, you know, as a whole, there's been ups and downs so far this season. They had that hot streak where they really looked good, but I think the thing everyone can agree on is that Diablo has been a rising star.
Oh yeah,
for this team and for the LCK. So excited to see what he can do today. It's a tough battle, you know. There's a lot of strong components on this Genji roster you have to battle against, not just Ruler.
Oh yeah,
but he'll do his best.
In fact, I would say Ruler is about the 4th rung of the things you have to deal with against this team, which is no shade to Ruler. It's just that they have really, really, really good players.
Like Chovy's probably like a whole ladder himself.
Yeah. That was 4th under all of the Chovies. That's what I was alluding to. as they take a bow. I think, yeah, this guy here is an absolute raid boss. I was having a bit of a peep at what he's been doing in solo queue recently. He's played so much arena, it's really hard to know what he's been playing in solo queue. But his second last solo queue game was his Diana mid.
Look, can I, you know, I just need to say something. I know we have this graph to compare junglers, but a lot of the pros have been playing arena. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna be real. As someone who enjoyed ARAMs a ton, arena is peak. Right?
Yep.
And the Shy once said that ARAMs are a great way to practice mechanics, right? You go in an arena, you're playing against a Morgana with 200 extra ability haste on a Q, you're practicing your mechanics, I tell you that. You have to dodge that Q, and if you get hit by one, she just Qs you again and again and again and again. It's not a fun experience to play into that, but you know, a lot of these pros are playing arena, and it seems like it's working.
It is. I think the one thing it doesn't teach you is timings on abilities, because abilities do tend to come out like a machine gun.
That's true.
But outside of that, I think you're exactly right. Just getting those raw mechanics in line. As we did see the comparison between Canyon and Raptor, and it is a little bit of a Canyon. So that is a little bit of a difficulty.
So apparently there's the Peanut Challenge
in arena at the moment.
Which is to win with Peanut on your team. So, you know, some of the players really solid in arena. I can imagine having Chovy on your team is kind of a cheat code.
Yep.
Peanut is the real... How would Chovy and Peanut as a team?
It's not as much of a cerebral game, is it? A little bit here. As Peanut
there's limited
catching strays. There's
not
limited
even pathing options when there's a Scion with 30,000 HP walking towards you.
Yeah.
The size of like half of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah. The pathing there is try and go through. And we'll see whether that works. This is not going to be arena, though. This is real life, okay? And this is BNK FearX seeing whether on red side they can come up with a victory against Gen G. Thankfully for them, game 2, they won't have to be on red side, so there is at least that. There is the, you know, the slight difficulty edge. But we've seen teams make it work on red side. We've seen teams choose red side and not make it work. There's been plenty of things to say that the side selection isn't necessarily be-all and end-all.
I think there was more emphasis on blue side in the LCK Cup. We saw the win rate be really strong there. I feel like it's kind of balanced out a bit more during rounds 1 and 2 of the LCK. Yes, blue side is still the priority. Teams will pick it when they get the opportunity for the most part. But as you said, we've seen some people opting in the other direction.
Yep.
And it feels like it's not as brutal as it was before.
I think you can use counterpick pretty effectively, especially if you have expansive champion pools. Like some of our players in this game do definitely have. Let's have a look at how it goes, though, as we dive into Champion Select for our first game of the series. And it feels like Xin Zhao has hit permaban status at this point. It feels like it's now Vi Xin. The Kalista ban, not quite as necessary. The Gwen ban, not quite as necessary.
I think
really has moved up.
As players have gotten better as Xin Zhao, he's just got so much skirmishing power while also maintaining team fight power, because his ult just gives you so much space. You get so much healing off the Sundered Sky. Vi is also, you know, another champion with a lot of skirmishing power, but the ult translates really well in the team fights. And I think that's why these two need to be taken off the cards. The Fury getting banned away, obviously a pick that has a good amount of value. The Talia going, setting up the Azir priority. Will Gen G buy into it or go in a bit of a different direction?
Okay, so I mentioned these solo queue games. It was actually the third most recent one that Chovy played Diana. In between a Sylas victory and that Diana victory, there was an Azir loss. So maybe Chovy's like, nah, this champion's bad. So they're going to lock in Pantheon. And I actually love this. This is a beautiful pivot that I was kind of hoping D+ would move towards, right? And that is prioritize the next tier of jungler, because it feels like outside of the Vi, Xin Zhao, and Pantheon, there aren't as many good aggressive high damage junglers that you have access to, as BNK are going to take some pretty big ticket picks on the other end, but we'll see what the answer is going to be here from Gen G.
I think you could just go for the Rumble in this situation for Keen. You can be pretty happy with that one. Into the Gwen. Could also go for the Jace. In terms of mid lane, assuming you want to secure that, Ahri definitely an option. We saw this exact matchup played earlier today.
Yep.
And she's still the highest prio mid laner in terms of picks in the LCK. Obviously, Azir getting a decent amount of bans as well.
Yeah, see what the last pick is going to be here. Jace going to be what they opt into. Keen, fantastic Jace player, makes a whole lot of sense and can really bully the Gwen, as we've seen many times before.
So I think options here, either take an AD carry in this situation, and then you can ban away AD carries, and you get that priority in the pick if there's something that really stands out to you, or just secure the trade in junglers. If there's a jungler you really have your eye on that you want to secure now, some of the junglers still available are picks like Wukong, Lilius, Sejuani, but they opt to go for the AD carry angle, so they pick the Ezreal. Ezreal very often banned in the second rotation. I feel like that's most often where we see him taken off the card, so they'll pick that one up. Looking to ban away the Jhin. Now, for the side of Genji, if there's more junglers you want to ban, you absolutely can. If you're not really worried because there's so many open and available, you could look to ban away like that Alistar we often see on 4.
I actually kind of think Wukong, Alistar are kind of the best bans in my brain.
The only one you could potentially add to that, maybe the Braum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see BKFX having a pretty good comp. If you went like Sejuani Braum, if Genji end up picking something that the Braum does well into, it could be a pretty strong draft. But it's going to be MF and the Jhin being banned away in this situation. Those longer range prio picks. There is still the Ashe available for Rula, which he is no stranger to.
Nope. I think Rula's got a few things that he can play at this point in time.
Well, not Ziggs. Not really a mage player, but...
No, that is a very good point. He was not the awesome dude guy.
Yeah.
He was not into that. He was not Viper during that particular run of play. But we don't have that anymore. No more of that funny business. No one's playing Mel. You know, it's not happening.
Definitely conscious about the potential of the counter pick. Now, this is a choice. You can either go Alistar on 4 here, which we've seen very often. Kellen is fantastic at Alistar, but it does mean that you're face up with your bot lane, and you're not really getting much value from this jungle counter pick when you've already seen the jungle anyway. They end up going for the Wukong, which you did talk about, and that does mean they're saving that support counter pick for Kellen.
Yeah.
Now for Genji.
Well, I mean, they're going to pick Alistar something. Because Duro is a phenomenal Alistar player, so you may as well. That's sort of my thinking.
Is it maybe a Zyra Khan?
Yeah, it could be Zyra Khan instead.
I feel like Rakan is a little harder to counter than some of the other melee supports because Braum is not a good matchup into him. And even the range support matchups, he's got so much healing on his Q now that it's actually kind of difficult to really put the pressure on in lane, especially when Karma's already taken off the card. So I think this might just end up being an Alistar for Kellen.
Yeah, it's either Alistar or they pick the Poppy. To really try and make his life worse. But instead it's Leona.
I'm not so much of a fan of this. I think when Alistar and Poppy are available, I think those are options you could lean towards. It is fearless, so maybe the thought process is you want to save those for later, but I think against Genji, they're not really a save it for later team. It's a we need everything we can to win this game.
Yeah. Or wait, no. The other option is like get this game out of the way because we're on red side, then on blue side, that's when we pick all of the cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking, but I don't know. I think
you're right.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think top matchup favored towards Keen with the Jace into that Gwen, but, you know, they have the Azir in the mid lane, which is obviously a high prior pick. I think bot lane, Ezreal Leona is a strong 2v2. I think the draft, I think both teams fairly happy with how they've been able to navigate this one. No massive advantages on either side, which... As much as that sounds like, okay, so it's an even game, when you're against Genji, sometimes you want to go in with a big draft advantage to kind of even the playing field. So still looking favored towards them, but we'll see what BNK can do with what they've brought for themselves. They definitely haven't fumbled yet, is the key thing.
Well, exactly, because we haven't actually loaded onto the Rift just yet. I think you're right. I think it's so hard, right? Because you look at it and you're like, oh, decent draft on both sides. Sorry, BNK, not good enough. Because that's the expectation, is that in an even game state, Genji is just gonna win.
Yep.
And if we have a look at it, I mean, there is a lot of teamfight potential with this composition, right? There is the Gwen for side lane power as well. High tier list champions. See whether they can make them work, though, as we jump onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift, the first game of our final series of the evening. And we'll see who's going to be able to draw first blood. See whether Genji are going to once again drop a game to BNK Furex. This is a team that may actually have that extra layer of confidence because they've done it before. Just one time. They just need to do them, you know, more consistently.
And really, that
win a series.
That period for the team was the period where they sort of had no fear. It didn't matter what team they were facing; they kind of played their game.
They were Fear X.
Correct.
Yeah.
100%. It's spot on.
Yeah.
And so as a result, it kind of felt like even going up against a Titan like Gen G, they were like, let's just play our game, let's do what we can. And they were able to take that game off them. I feel like the BNK FavorX we've seen recently, a little bit more shaken. So hopefully, even though the expectation is Gen G are very favored in this matchup, we can see a bit more light I've seen in some of the recent matches.
Although he's on DNF. We're just hoping more stirred gameplay, not the shaken gameplay. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
If we were to use a Martina reference. As Chovy will get control of this wave. Vikla has been up and down, to say the least. That's looking like a bit of a down type situation there, as, of course, Electrocute on the Ahri makes things a little bit difficult. Otherwise, not too much of an issue. Ruler 3-0 on the Xayah. I remember there was a tournament that he did pretty well in. I think it was 2017, where Xayah was really, really strong.
Yeah.
Do you want to see Duro build an Ardent Sensor just for old time's sake? What do you...
Kind of based.
Yeah, it would be. As Chovy, now level 2. Looking for a bit of an angle here. Oh my goodness. Every time that Electrocutes back up again, Vikla's like, where's the counterplay?
You know, there's definitely a thing, right, where there is fans who watch specifically their favorite team and don't watch every game.
Yep.
Completely fine. But if you're a Gen G fan and you only watch Gen G's game, your understanding of mid lane matchups must be so skewed. Wait, Ahri just stomps?
It'd probably make you worse at solo queue.
Yeah, because, you know, we've seen a lot of Ahri into Azir.
Yeah.
You normally don't get bullied out this much this early.
And I actually, like, I remember there's a few examples of Chovy just doing, like, weird stuff. Like, level 2 Orianna, he just walked down Showmaker's Azir and just killed him.
Yeah.
Like, in lane.
Yeah.
Just 1v1. And he just died.
It's just kind of insane, especially when, you know, Vikla is a really good player. And it's hard to understand that when you see him getting bullied by this. And it's also insane that, like, even at the top level, you can develop this much of a gap this quickly.
Yep.
In a matchup that shouldn't be this favored. So Chovy just kind of doing Chovy things right now in the laning phase.
Yep. We have to remember we redefined what Chovying means. Chovying means just doing anything good ever. It used to be farming all the time, but now it's like if you do like a thing that's good, that's Chovying.
Yeah.
That's sort of what he's become now, which is just a little bit ridiculous. Canyon making his way in, and Vikla is getting out.
The thing is, even though he doesn't die, so much time is wasted for Vikla.
I think he's out of experience range as well.
Yeah, so, you know, the lane was already going in a little bit of a rough state. He will be able to TP back in here, but like that sort of gank is the one where he lives, but it's just frustrating to have to deal with that on top of an already rough lane state.
Yeah. This wave getting stacked up here as well. Roller and Duro dashing around, having a good time. As Chovy will go for his reset now as well. The CS difference about 11 in that mid lane. Already a 230 gold gap between the two at 4.5 minutes. Like you say, doesn't really bode so well, but it's mainly a testament to how well Chovy has been laning. As Drew going to answer the engage from Kellen really nicely here with that grand entrance, and Kellen just trying to escape. Diablo now finds himself alone, but this is the power of the Lovers duo in the early stages of the game.
It's also really well played by Duro because the instinct when the support engages onto AD carry is to stop the enemy AD carry doing damage.
Yep.
If you ever try and W onto Ezreal, he can just shift over it and suddenly you're in a really bad spot. So instead, knocks up Leona, buys some time for Ruler. Ruler starts to build up some damage with the feathers, and that just doesn't really allow any pressure to come through onto his AD carry.
Nicely done. As Duro will discover Kellen here, who is just looking to try and get some vision down, isn't actually able to do so. As everything coming up Gen G in this early game. Of course, it hasn't translated to a big gold advantage, but the problem is what this is going to mean for the future and how things are going. Because right now, Chovy very happy on this top side, in this mid lane, and Keen is pretty far ahead in top as well.
Yeah, he's level 6 already here, so if Vikla takes a bad trade or two, could be in a dangerous spot. He is close to level 6 himself, but...
Well, Chovy looking for that angle here as he throws out the Orb of Deception. I think Vikla in another couple of minions should be able to get there. So when this wave dies, he should be level 6 himself. Void Grub's not up just yet, still 2 minutes away from those. Still getting used to this timing, because as you could see, like obviously this is exactly when they would spawn, had to be the first ones. But now 8 minutes, so it's going to be a little bit different. Dragon is up, going to be a cloud to start us off, but no one's really interested in that, as Duro able to play pretty far up because he's Rakan. And Raptor going to be able to grab a crab, so that's not bad.
Yeah, and honestly, Gen G could have really hard forced this, and they had Prio in the mid lane that could have led to them contesting this, but I just don't think they're that bothered. BFX using the pressure to secure that Scuttle Crab. Just one of those little advantages you're looking to get.
Yep. Oh, Ruler got the Dream back as well. Able to pick up the F-Sword as he goes back home first.
To be fair, Sheen tier is pretty great for Ezreal as well.
That's true, but Sheen tier would be worse for Xayah.
Yes, that wouldn't be a great back for the Xayah.
Yeah. See, there we go. I figured it out. So, Dura and Ruler back in lane together. Kellen going to be moving on over here as well. And so the good news for B&K is that nothing has gone too wrong just yet. You know, outside of mid lane, it's like just general existence. Things are just kind of okay. And for a Wukong team, that feels all right. You know, it's level 5, wanting to get towards that level 6 mark as Diablo at least manages to proc a W, but we didn't really notice it because Dura was right there. So B&K still getting pushed in underneath this turret towards the bottom side. Extra vision, extra control being built up as Ruler puts a control ward down around this dragon. And it looks like now Gen G might be considering heading towards that particular objective. As True Shot Barrage, 6 points. All in my country anyway. And Chovy finally taking some damage here against Vikla, who does hit that level 7.
Yeah, Vikla kind of holding his own a bit better. Now he's got some more points in his W. Still down in farm though from the earlier laning. But gap's not getting bigger.
No, that's the positive. The gap in gold kind of is, but nothing else really to worry about. And now the grubs have spawned. So, can Raptor get in here and steal something away, as Canyon has started this one up immediately? And Chovy going to look to come in. Vikla going to chase him down, though. Spirit Rush now on cooldown, but Vikla may just be dead because he moved in. So he's going to have to flash. And so now there is no way for B&K to really contest these grubs unless Raptor does something very sneaky. Comes in maybe a little early, though, as the stun comes down. That is going to be all 3 of the grubs going on over to Canyon. And Raptor just has to Warrior Trickster his way over the wall. Everything coming up Gen G.
Yeah, both Vikla and Raptor looking for opportunities to punish there, and both of them kind of fail, unfortunately. Chovy used his charm on the wave to finish the last minion, so Vikla's like, okay, go time.
Speaking of go time, oh no, he doesn't make it over. He doesn't make it over, and the Orb of Deception is just going to kill him. Canyon takes a couple of turret shots, but is otherwise A-okay. And the woes for Vikla are not exactly going away.
Yeah, the lack of flash there being a big punish. And also Chovy on that first back, he got bought a Dark Seal. 2 stacks in the pocket means his kill means just a little bit more.
Oh no, well he's going to go back now, and let's see whether it's like full shoes maybe put together. He's 21 CS now in the lead. Teleport back in for Vikla, though, is going to help him at least to try and even things out as best he can. But a 700 gold lead in just the mid lane right now is, yeah, I feel I can, you know how Chovy's on 700 POG points? Sorry, POM points? I feel like he might be, he's making a case for the 800, let's just say that.
He absolutely is. But a good start, and that's the thing, is that it's just small things that don't seem like, you know, like those little trades early with the electrocute. In a lot of situations, you know, these mistakes happen all the time in solo queue, even in competitive games, but it's just like the twisting of the knife that Gen G does so well. You know, Vikla sees a window to punish Chovy, but in reality, Chovy punishes him in return, and then the ult comes down from Canyon to capitalize.
Yeah.
And it just feels like everything's coming together.
The immediate trigger pull as well by Canyon, absolutely fantastic. As Diablo and Ruler going to face off. Ruler really wanted to deny that W damage.
Raptor did get the grub earlier.
Oh, he did? Oh, never mind.
I don't know why it looked like...
It really looked like Canyon got it.
Yeah, but... Okay, Raptor did... Okay, Feb, you know, it's all looking good. For B&K, they got the grub.
Yeah. That does mean that they deny, like, the full grubs, but they don't deny the objective, so that is still there for Gen G. And being able to pick up a kill, also important moving towards the Feats of Strength. We know that they're not exactly going to be end of the world. Feats of Strength don't go over, and Vikla just got a cannon. So there is that. Actually finds some priority here in this mid lane as well. So B&K utilizing that to move down towards this dragon. And they are going to start it. Full vision available here for Gen G with that control ward in the back of the pit. And Canyon right over here. Teleport in.
Chovy just got Malignance. Massive.
Oh my god, that's a huge... 11 minutes? Oh yeah, we getting out of here. As now Chovy looking to see where he can use this cool new item. True Shot Barrage once again. That's actually 1 point. As Solar Flare not going to quite get the stuns. A little bit slower as, oh dear. The Wukong not exactly doing too much. The Drake going on over to Canyon there as well, as Kellen going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. No more stun available, and Kellen with the fadeaway ignite goes in. But Chovy, I think, is going to be able to get a little bit of value from his Malignance. 2-0-1 now on the Ahri. And Gen.G, not yet. You just can't take that dragon away from them.
I mean, the value... Oh,
okay. Clear going for a little bit of a tussle against Keen here. He's underneath his turret, so he's not going to be dying as a response, but now doesn't have the needlework.
We are seeing the Rod of Ages Gwen gaining some popularity.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Zeus up with that one. He did win the game, but it was a little goofy. But yeah, I think the thing is, the item spike is so relevant because you get the magic resist shred for the Malignance, and it's a flat shred. It's 15, right? And so it's most valuable early in the game. When you have it this early, it's doing so much, and the burn as well. There's just no way you can opt into this. As soon as you see Chovy resetting and you think he might have the gold for item, all bets are off.
Yep. And Duro played that so well. But we're going to have a look towards his top side as Clear is underneath this turret. Did have his mist for a little while, but Canyon, he charges up the Q. He takes down the Gwen. And it's now 4-0. And Gen.G, should we really be doing it? It's perfect game pace, ladies and gentlemen. One grub, don't care, okay? I've said this before. I don't care. If BNK FearX are able to take down this turret, that is going to stop any sort of perfect game. But is it too early to be talking about, well, now we just need to deny the perfect game? Because this is looking really, really difficult for BNK.
Well,
a 4,000 gold lead is ridiculous. As Solar Flare comes down, in goes Duro. True Shot Barrage this time will tag Ruler, but they're not really able to do too much with that initial salvo. And Gen.G just happy to stand their ground. Diablo is very healthy, but maybe not for long, because there is a Canyon moving in. Spotted on a control ward, so BNK can now move away. As Charm is going to go wide. Chovy's human.
How many times has he procced Electrocute now? I feel like every time we look at mid, he's proccing Electrocute.
Probably a lot. I imagine Yundo can find that stat for us. Yes. That's exactly what G-Sun just said. Yes. That's how many times he's procced Electrocute.
Yeah, I mean, this was slick, the fadeaway spear with that execute damage.
Oh, is it a Canyon Palm day? That'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it?
They're competing with each other, you know. I mean, that's what, you know, I'm going to say, you're talking about the perfect game thing, right?
Yeah.
Some people would argue the one grub makes it not a perfect game. I would disagree. But some people would argue that. But I feel like more so, sometimes these Gen.G games come down to a battle of who is going to get POM.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, Chovy and Canyon competing, maybe
Roller's just skating perpetually, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I love it when bugs like that happen. Look at him go. Skating.
What was the really funny one that happened one time in like a high-profile game? Oh, it was Draven.
What happened to him?
It was Draven, and I think it was it was Draven, and it was Dig in the LCS. And it was what was the Dig bot lane, the OG one?
I'm a cutie pie.
Yes, it was I'm a cutie pie on Draven, and he was just like sliding with his axe. It was iconic.
That's so rad.
It was so him.
Well, Ruler is able to get out of the way of everything. Okay. That's a little bit unfortunate there for Kellen and Diablo, because he just sidesteps the entirety of Leona's kit.
Yeah, I mean, he had ult as well, so it's one of these things where you have the tools to evade those, but when you don't even force them, it feels bad. Like, I don't think Kellen was expecting the kill, but he was hoping for a bit more. Now, TP coming in.
Yeah, we are trying to get in there. Featherstorm going to get out of the way of Kellen. Remember, there's no Solar Flare, and the pullback on the Feathers should mean that Leona has to at least get out. Teleport comes in from the Arias. Chovy could be in a little bit of trouble. The fadeaway charm is good, but Clear is threatening. Gen.G has pulled back.
Chovy has no ultimate, so it's a big power loss right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to reset this Rift Herald, so BNK has to take that one down themselves. Remember, BNK, they started the initial teleport in, but Gen.G just move away from the Rift Herald and are now looking to try and catch someone in transition or take down this inner turret towards the top side. Even Duro's coming in. Man, if Clear is just going to take the shortest way in, it's going to be a difficult time. There's no vision to spot where the Gwen is until he gets towards the turret, and he takes the safer route, and that is certainly good news. Oh, Yundo just manually counted out that the damage dealt by Electrocute is 609.
And there was... Eight times. I feel like we saw all 8 of those on screen.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive observing here from Kisan and, of course, Jonas Strong to really show the amount of electrocution that's been going on this game.
I think talking about that last setup, I think it's just kind of an indication of the difference between Gen G and some of our weaker teams in the league, because they backed off from the play. And I feel like I've seen teams in our league hundreds of times commit to that fight and lose it.
This is the death of the perfect game. If BNK are able to take this Ocean Drake. No, they don't.
Yeah, and I think this is why it's frustrating. You know, you have a scenario where Kellen was low HP. Gen G, if they dove into it and committed to the kill, probably would have died. They just let it go. They're like, Kellen's low, it's fine.
Yep.
This is enough. Chovy doesn't have ult, so like, okay, let's just back off. No one ends up taking the Herald initially, and then Gen G come back for it later. And it's this discipline and patience, I feel, that really separates them and makes it so frustrating to play against them, because it's like BNK FearX are trying to goad them into a mistake, and they just refuse to make it.
Yep. And they know that it's on BNK to take the risks. It's not on them. They already just naturally have massive leads. BNK are going to start off this Drake once again, though. Grand Starfall is up and available. The Canyon is just right here. Diablo moving in. Ruler on an awkward spot, but Keen, he's looking for some Shock Blast. He finds the middle there. That's 6 points. Is now clear. Looking for Chovy in the back line. And it is going to be Drake secured by BNK. So, no more perfect game. Gen G not going to need to play as reserved anymore. So they throw down the Rift Herald, looking to see whether they can get some meaningful damage towards this outer turret. See whether that does indeed happen. Shock Blast not quite connecting. Duro looking for an angle, perhaps, as in goes Kellen. But he's blowing up. Oh my goodness, the damage is absurd. And there's a knock up on Vikler as well. He finds the Empress Divide, but it hits no one. It does nothing, and Duro's just out of there. The stun comes down, but it's onto the clone. Keen now looking to see what he can get done, and that Shock Blast at point blank is so scary to the skies. But it's so much picking of the gap here between two members. But Gen G not able to get too much more off the back end of that play. Some good defensive moves there by BNK, but still, it's not enough to make it a positive trade.
It's unfortunate because Canyon as a target, you know, survives for a surprisingly long time thanks to the fact he's on Pantheon. Does manage to get that flash out, and Duro buys him space. And then this shuffle doesn't get the value they hope for. Duro gets away on no health, and then Diablo's trying to do what he can, trying to land these mystic shots. But you're being charged at by this intimidating Pantheon and Jace. Limited options in this situation, and I think part of the reason this Pantheon's so strong is, you know, you think of Pantheon as one of these squishier champions, like the old Pantheon used to be.
Yeah.
But between his E giving him so much survivability, the W to buy some space with the CC, but also the Sundered Sky, I think it's another reason why Xin Zhao's been so strong. You get repeated procs in a fight, and it generates so much health while you're pumping out so much damage.
And you also have so much mitigation that you can decide when to use as well. So it just gives you a lot more flexibility in order to utilize that item at the same time. 100% agree with you. I think both of these champs have been very, very strong, as we've had demonstrated all season long by players like Ona. Canyon here also looking great. 1.6k in the lead as well for the Pantheon, as Keen could be in a little bit of trouble. There's a teleport coming in. To the skies goes the Jace, and he's able to actually trade really, really nicely here. Still has a turret, of course, as Vikler just, yeah. The flash is going to be up, so it's not a bad ulti there from Vikler, but unfortunately with that summoner spell, Keen is able to mitigate it. Still, it was perfectly flashed, but now Grand Starfall comes in, stun down onto Clear, will get his flash as well. Gen G, that's a lot of summoner spells on BNK's side down. Gen G might want to go for this Otacon.
They could potentially, after this tower, you know, they did a good amount of damage to BNK FearX. I think that's the difference, right? Flash bid on both sides, but the resources invested by BNK FearX and the health bars lowered a lot more significant.
Yeah, not to mention the coffers are just a little bit fuller on the side of Gen G, as they have a 5,000 gold lead, close to 6 already. Now they're going to augment that with a bunch of stacks and fun stuff there.
You know, it's really cool. Sorry, I should have said this beforehand because you missed it now. But whenever the Otacon is taken, if you look at the overlay, you know the purple bars?
Yeah.
And just see them like fill up with some pedal. It's so satisfying.
Oh my god, I needed to. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have said it before. And
I should have been watching like all season long though.
Yeah, we've missed out. Well, I mean, they only introduced
That's a lot of dopamine.
It's only on the new patch, right? But it's been.
If you guys are on the YouTube stream, just go back and go check it out and let us know how it is.
Yeah, and just it's great. It's great. But it's kind of showing the
really
invisible power that you know, despite the fact it's a 6,000 gold lead, they also have the added power of all those pedals, and they are looking for Chovy.
Oh, yeah. They will just be able to throw everything at him, and I think Chovy is going to die. He almost manages to Spirit Rush his way out, but thankfully doesn't put his flash on cooldown.
And I feel like Canyon's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Here I'm looking a little bit.
You've died infinitely more times than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Canyon's certainly looking like a bit of a front runner here. To be honest, like everyone on Gen G is playing really well. I think Duro's worth a shot as well.
Yeah.
With a lot of his play towards the bottom side. His quickness was so good in the Dragon fight as well.
I mean, Keen kind of set up them getting the Arakan.
Hey, there we go.
I think that's the thing with POM as well. The first game, you kind of like, okay, who's still in the running? And right now, everyone in Gen G is still in the running. You know, no one's made any flubs that make you think, they'll have to have a crazy game 2 or game 3 to bring this back. But now,
outplay this.
I mean, this is a good play from BNK for X. This is sort of play you got to do to catch Gen G off guard, rotating up towards that wave. They get a pick. Is that going to change the state of the game? Not massively, but it's something. And you have to keep finding opportunities like that if you want to keep your chances alive. Right now, we did just see the Manamune come in for Diablo, so a pretty big spike for him, and he has been a force to be reckoned with in their previous matches. Can he do enough in this one?
Yep. Ruler does have his 2-item spike as well, but we talk about Ezreal's for a reason. It is very, very strong. So can Diablo be the difference maker? And will BNK even be able to fight for this next dragon? Has been up for a little while. Infernal Soul, kind of a big deal here as well. Will give a lot of extra damage over to Gen G, because they're the ones that are starting it up, and they should be able to take this one down without too much of a response.
I mean, getting that dragon early for BNK4X definitely bought them some time, so they don't have to fight every dragon from here on out, but it's going to get rough if they keep giving them over.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't see BNK as having a huge scaling advantage or anything like that. You could say that, you know, Gwen and Azir are going to be doing a little bit more later on in the game, but Ruler is just going to be Ruler later on in the game.
That's the thing, it's sometimes you have these scaling comps where you're like, whoa, if it goes to 40 minutes, this team auto wins. Normally that's stuff like a Smolder or a
Fairy or something.
Stuff like that. But in a game like this, it's like, yeah, things will be better later on, but it's not an auto win, it's not. You still have to do a lot of work, and if you're this far behind in gold, even the later stage of the game is going to be problematic until you get like full build.
Yeah.
So, but time is always going to help. When you're this far behind in gold this early, the longer the game goes, the less relevant that gold difference feels. So right now, BNK4X are just kind of in control mode.
Yeah, you can see Chovy is a Cinder's enjoyer as well. When I see a player notice a Cinder on the ground and then walk towards it,
yes,
I just like them that little bit more every time.
You know, it just, I don't get the players who walk past like the flowers or the Cinders and ignore them. It hurts me on a core level. It's not only is it free stats, it's satisfying to pick up. I'm gonna be real, even if the Cinders didn't give me anything, I would pick them up. But they do give you stuff. They give you stats. They give you ability haste.
Yep. They also give you movement speed when you pick them up, so it's probably more efficient if you want to get to where you're going to just, you know, take a little bit of time out of your day to pick them up, because you get to the place faster.
Did that one just spawn, or did Ruler walk past it?
Oh, Ruler played. No, did he go back and get it? He may have just gone back and got it.
Oh,
he's moving a little bit fast. Yeah, he was moving faster on
Wait, they're still there.
Wait, really?
They're on the mini-map.
Oh, no.
I need to see. I need to know. Did he pick them up? This is important.
I don't think he did.
If he walked past that and didn't pick it up, I'm going to crash out.
Well, the Baron has just spawned, and Canyon is clearing out some vision where he can. There are 3 members up here, as Canyon is going a little bit aggressive. Just walls off the Sand Soldiers. I think Kellen might still be there, as we do check out all of Gen G's vision. And Chovy may just be left on his... Never mind. Raptor still looking for a little bit of an angle, as Kellen also hunting. Man, they really want to kill Chovy again.
Chovy's memory is the last time he was here. Didn't go down well.
I think he's aware. I think there's a little bit of awareness here, as Duro is not the target that Raptor was looking for.
Quick reactions from Duro there. As soon as it hits something, he's instantly dipping out. Doesn't know what's in that brush. They will clear it out, though.
Ooh, Chovy finds another electrocute. That does a lot of damage. Still holding the charm, from what we can see, as the flash has to be out. As in goes Duro, finds a knock-up onto Vikla, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Clear's teleported in. Grand Starfall from Canyon, who's looking for Vikla, gets his target, but the follow-up is not going to be available, and Diablo has already dealt with Chovy. A great fight here for B&K FearX around the Baron as well, with no jungler. Is it a Baron angle?
It's risky, but I think they have to go for it. You're in a bad spot. Try and make it happen. They're going to maybe look for some poke in the meantime to make it weird.
Oh, Diablo could be in trouble here as Ruler able to free hit. Clear looking to get on top of him. Raptor taking so much damage as Keen flashing away from Diablo. Can Diablo follow it up though? And the answer is yes, as they take him out. Ruler with the flash is so sexy, but still, he is going to go down. And Diablo just chasing after him. There it is. The kill comes through. It's a triple here for this Ezreal, but it does mean no Baron over to B&K.
But a huge influx of gold for B&K FearX. It went from a 6,000 gold lead all the way down to 2,000. And the play starts off with Chovy missing a charm. Tries to find some more damage, does disengage from the play, but then Canyon flies in, essentially 1 versus 4, and I was praising earlier the discipline and restraint.
Oh, true shot barrage from Diablo that killed Chovy.
Oh, that was clean.
I didn't actually notice it in the team fight. I'm like, oh, I must have missed it, but
yeah,
that was off screen.
Clean from Diablo, and then this play, Ruler trying to find an advantage there, trying to find them out of the brush. Hero there to follow, but Diablo too clean with it, and then using the engage cone to close the distance.
Oh, that's
He got
sick.
so much gold off the back of this play because he was picking up all these shutdowns. Like 700 gold from Keen, a bunch from Chovy.
Oh, and then he was
there.
Maybe that's why he left the Cinders. Because if he had walked all the way to them, maybe he could have got the movement speed to actually get out alive, but instead he still didn't go towards the Cinders.
Diablo's so strong. Clay got an extra level from his Rod of Ages coming in, and is about to hit 17.
Well, Duro is trying to get out of here as well, and he is going to be able to do so. Has to use a lot of buttons, but look at this. Diablo is so big. And now Chovy trying to take matters into his own hands. Shield of Daybreak going to tie him up, though. And Gen G not really able to find too many inroads now, and B&K coming alive. As Clear getting on top of Chovy in that backline. His Ruler's just dead. That Mystic Shot did so much damage, and now Chovy is going to be cut down where he stands. The 2 damage dealers just on the floor, and B&K are looking for a Baron.
And we were talking about B&K FearX, how in their previous matches, sometimes playing as if they have nameplates off. They're playing as if the gold is just not a concept they're aware of. They're playing with such confidence, and actually that gold lead now in favor of them. They've managed to pull back a 6,000 gold lead against Gen G.
That is absurd.
We want the Dragon to force Canyon away. Not going to let them get any closer to the Soul.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to, so it's going to be 2 dragons apiece. We have even footing. B&K, there is still an outer turret in that mid lane that they can siege down for some extra money utilizing this Baron. They grab themselves their second Drake, and we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. B&K FearX looking so good now.
Duro just a bit over-aggressive. Canyon comes to save him, offer the dash for him, but it means both Canyon and Duro super low, and then Chovy goes in, can't connect the charm onto Diablo there. I think at this point you go, okay, we don't have the pressure, we should back away, but Chovy face checks Clear. And we see the shove from Vikla into the wall, the follow-ups there. Just some massive oversteps.
Yeah.
Feels like from multiple members of Gen G.
Bit of a brain fade on the Gen G side, and now we're starting to see some of the cracks in the Gen G composition as well. Like, there's no front line for this team. Kellen is actually going to be a legitimate tank as the game goes on. Of course, can just put up the Eclipse as we can see right here. Actually now taxiing into the backline as well as Keen gets engaged on, and Canyon is just dead in the blink of an eye. Gen G are falling apart, ladies and gentlemen.
Just getting decimated at this point. 2,000 gold lead for B&K FearX, but it just feels like the gold is in all the right places. 2,000 lead just for Diablo needs so much work.
Clear is really eviscerating these turrets. That was like Raptor coming down. He's like, I'll help you. And then he sees what was happening. He's like, I guess I don't need to. And that is going to be exactly right. As now Chovy looking for a charm angle. Doesn't connect it. Still, it's going to be some decent damage onto Diablo there. And Gen G do need to still be respected.
They keep fishing with these ults from Chovy, and every time he just takes so much damage in return. Remember, Diablo has cleanse as well, so even if it hits, doesn't necessarily mean they'll get a kill.
Yep. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Diablo alone, based on all of those shutdowns that he was able to pick up. Yeah, there's 3 items for the Xayah, but it is 4 now completed for this Ezreal. He is so incredibly big. And let's see what happens to Canyon here, because he had health, and then he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I was talking about the pseudo-tankiness of the Pantheon. Very different when you start to fall behind. And this game, it's been like whiplash, how this has gone from a... You know, we were talking about it potentially being a perfect game for Gen G. I think we're a little ways off that right now.
I would say that perfect game is probably not on the cards. And in fact, a game that they actually win is looking further and further away at this point in time, as Gen G not going to lose their inner turret just yet, but it is getting very close.
And this is why we've seen so many Ezreal bans in the second rotation. BNK Fearx prioritizing it early.
Well, Canyon face checking once again, as it is going to be the kill onto Kellen. BNK Fearx still with an opportunity though, as Chovy is incredibly low. Canyon as well, falling lower and lower. The heal going to be invested just to try and keep them alive, as Ruler still in good standing with his health bar. They'll take the pick and they will back away, but Gen G looking worse for wear in this game. Even after that pick, I don't think they're really able to get too much outside of tidying up their side lane.
I will say some massive aspects of this play that are really important, because there's no objectives up right now, but it's the Summoner's Burn. So if you actually see, Chovy goes for Charm on Vikla. Vikla flashes it and it hits Diablo, who cleanses. And I think that flash being down, that cleanse being down, that is relevant, because all these previous plays, you saw Chovy fishing with these charms, wasn't connecting, but the point was, even if it does, so what? Now something they can play off, something they can potentially punish, because I feel like when you start to fall behind in the game, if the enemy team has all summoners, and you commit everything, and they just flash, that is game losing.
Yeah.
So we'll see, things are starting to heat up. We have Dragon in the mid-30, Baron in 2 minutes. I think that probably going to see some action around this Dragon, but both the carries off BNK Fearx, well, their AD carry in the mid, need to be a little bit more conservative around this objective.
I do still think the way they've been playing has been really impressive. The fact that Raptor and Kellen have not been afraid to just go in, put themselves on the line clear as well, being able to catch flanks has been really impressive. As Canyon goes in, Kellen in a little bit of a rough spot, is actually now flashing away, has been separated from the rest of the team. True Shot Barrage not really doing too much outside of softening up Ruler, and now Raptor could be in trouble. The flash out once again as the charm is invested, as Canyon was looking for Diablo. And Gen G, they once again kill Kellen. Man, I've seen Oleona do this relatively recently, and it's not exactly the greatest.
Also, more Summoner's Burn. It's just stacking the odds in favor of Gen G, because the tools burn in return. I mean, especially both the Rakan and the Ahri tend to go Ultimate Hunter, so that ult's going to be back in time. Maybe not on time for the Dragon, but a little bit after. And with Kellen down, you're okay to stall for a little bit, but like, we've lost another 2 flashes to BNK Fearx. This is a point where you start to ask, do we even want to contest this Dragon? Is it too scary? Do you want to set up for Baron instead?
Well, I think there is certainly some merit in just focusing on getting as much vision control around this Baron as possible. It is only Soul Point, remember, because BNK were able to deny that second Infernal Drake for Gen G. So now they will move to Soul Point. Gen G do get their prize, but now 30 seconds until the Baron, and this is where the real dance begins. I'm just so glad that we've actually got a real game of League of Legends. I wasn't expecting a real game of League of Legends in like when we were at the 7-minute mark.
You know what? I wasn't expecting a real game of League of Legends when the first time we had this matchup in the LCK, and we got one, and now we're getting it again. So BNK Fearx rising up to the challenge, and especially considering how bad the state of game this was. 6,000 gold deficit, 2,000 gold up still, despite the fact that Gen G started making a little bit of progress in the recent minutes.
Oh, Diablo just throwing out Mystic Shots all over the place. Solar Flare going to get some slows, but not too much more. Is now clear. Goes golden, but Raptor's the one in so much trouble. Canyon locks down the kill. Duro keeping himself safe as well. And the Gwen is dead. Diablo is going to have to be an absolute hero, but the charm lands. Of course it does. This time around, Chovy in the clutch, able to make it happen. The knock-up onto Kellen will be able to take him down, but Duro is going to die. Diablo having to use everything, and the follow-up charm is just too good. And from being in a winning position to probably just losing the game in the snap of some fingers.
Duro playing so well around clear, ensuring they got that kill.
Vikla's dead. Well, he's golden. But there are a lot of feathers on the ground there. The Sand Soldiers will celebrate, but they're not celebrating for BNK. This inhibitor turret's going to go down, the inhibitor to follow, but I'm seeing this like the Xerxes moment, you know, where he throws the spear and the scratch is left on the cheek of the god. And certainly, Gen G can bleed. This was not clean throughout the mid-game, but they do take the W in the end.
I think both teams, you know, testament to Gen G being able to restabilize a game. Not every team can do that, but BNK FairX, as you said, made them work for that win. Considering the game state, at one point, the 6,000 lead, going to that deficit, definitely not a trajectory Gen G expected.
Yeah.
And showing they really do have to respect their opponents in this one.
The gold graph is going to be a very interesting thing to observe, I think.
It is.
Because it was looking pretty up and to the right for Gen G earlier on. And so I can imagine now, you know, you've got Helper there on the PC going through saying, like, this, by the way, is where you may have perhaps overextended. And that was the problematic part. I think for BNK, even though this is a loss, they're still going to be feeling pretty good about how things are going. Like,
imagine if they win 6K goal down.
Yeah.
Play this game out like that. You know, I think that would be a big testament to it. I do want to give some credit to Duro. I think in the last fight, completely shut down Clear, played around Zhonya's and managed to reduce his impact pretty significantly. But yeah, I think ultimately both teams with things to work on, but both teams showing a good amount of strength in this game one.
Absolutely. I mean, Gen G are just extraordinarily good, so they're never really down and out. But BNK FairX just demonstrating that they can dance with the best of them here in the LCK. Let's see whether they can do a better job in game number 2. We're going to go to a short break. Space going to break that one down. Then we'll have the second game. We'll see you soon.
이거 되는 거야? 50 노플인데? 야, 그냥부터 때릴게. 야, 그냥부터 때릴게. 야, 위에 50 노플이야. 50 우리는. 나왔어. 나 그냥 잡았어. 야, 실패 아지를. 야, 나 상태 안 좋아. 아지를 괜찮아. 야, 레오나. 아지를 세타고. 가자. 궁 불게. 미드 노플. 노플인즈 있다. 노플인즈. 끝내 생각하자. 이게 안 닿네. 아지를 풀고. 아지를 풀떡 되거든. 아니, 노플이야. 이거 내가 그냥 아지한테 박아줄게. 그러니까 내가 풀떡 돼, 내가. 아지한테 호응되는 거 없어. 나 아지를 호응 돼. 나 분장 있다. 나 이거 풀떡 박을. 풀떡 박을. 내가 가보고. 가는데?
이런 매치 어떻게 할래? 거 같은데요? 주요 오브젝트를 먹고 있는 농심 레드포스의 진영만 보입니다. 지금도 마찬가지입니다.
바드 뛰어볼래? 궁 쓰면서? 바드공으로 바로 얼려야 될 듯?
피는 찍고 한번 쳐낸다! 와! 없습니다! 하늘이 버리시라니까!
어떻게 이기냐? 그냥 잘 해보자. 레드 지키자. W 대다. 야, 이거. 여기 뿌릴게. 빨리 먹어. 한 번 더 줄 수 있어, 하면. 낙궁 25초. 말씀 안 돼? 안 되네.
잘 좀! 이거 거라! 좀! 말괄량이 레드!
다시 들어봐. 진짜. 와봐. 먹었다. 생각해.
레이지필이 나옵니다. SK 데뷔.
예, 경계석에도 왕자가 있는데 공기장에도 왕자가 있고.
가보자고요. 레이지 삐루. 레이지 삐. 왕자? 예? 저기 왕자 2 있어 저쪽도. 프린스? 아이 모건이 형. 아 베트남의 아들.
돌아온 베트남 왕자 우리 팀에 있는 거 아니야? 베트남 프린스 미러전이네.
예. 선이 가는 쪽. 나이스. 들리네 우리 팀. 자 어플 궁은 돌 때? 오케이. 자 와지르 노티. 야 영준아 이거는 진짜 그냥 불 끄고 써봤다 버텨. 나한테 뭔 말하는 거야? 누가 양 먹어 어차 버그 나한테 아 화면 멈췄다고? 아 버즈 아 문댕이 하나 했네 뭐하냐 안돼요 왜 또? 왜 버즈 안 해줘? 응? 버즈 왜 안 해줘? 아니 나 못 알아들었어 야 못 알아들었어 나 뭐 버그라는 줄 알았어 나한테 나는 알리스타 그냥 개 버그처럼 못한다 해가지고 그런 거 같아 근데 일로 안 하는 것처럼 야 퍼즈 퍼즈
웃는 거 보니까 굉장히 쑥스러운 이유인가? 레이지필?
그리고 뭔가 좀 해결이 되는 것 같은 분위기?
아 버즈 야 한국어 공부하라 했다 좀 말라 했는데 버즈 해줘 라고 하면 되지 버즈 해줘 오케이
Welcome back to the space. As I love how we got that little piece of content there with Lazy Feel. Learning Korean isn't easy, and you know what else isn't easy? Defeating Genji, even when you come back from a thick 6,000 gold lead and have a Fed 80 carry. Not quite able to do it. We're being Cape Fear X. Genji are up 1-0. Wolf, it was close, but not enough.
I really did enjoy the way that B&K tried to play that game out. They looked for big punishes. They used vision correctly. They were trying to punish some of the Pantheon engages coming through from Canyon. They were able to catch Chovy a few times. They didn't give up. I think a lot of teams roll over in this situation, but B&K were like, all right, we've got our 2 items on our Azir, we've got our 2 items on our Ezreal. We can just hold on a little longer and find the right moments. Maybe the game is winnable.
Yeah, especially with the draft that they had Azir and Gwen on the top side, and also they had Wukong, which means that they are playing for the late game. So I think their early game was kind of rough, but after that, I think we could see a clear plan from Kalin here. He was cutting Chovy on the side lane. I think that was really impactful. But after that, they were kind of rushed and they hesitate a lot. In this case, I mean, it feels like Genji had too much power in the early game. I think we really want to especially talk about the Pantheon, Ahri, as Jay's first phase, because those 3 cannot be in the same team. It shouldn't be it.
Yeah, I think when you end up getting Canyon Pantheon and you have the early game power that this draft has, you have a ton of agency. a lot of teams just grab Azir there because they're like, oh, Azir is so S tier, compare with so many different things. But you're also worried about like, oh, the other guy's going to get Azir if we pick Pantheon first. But Gen G have so much flexibility. They know that Chovy can have these carry performances on the Ahri. They just let the Azir go, end up with an insanely strong top side of the map.
Yeah, they did, and it led to this early fight here at the Drake, and this is where they got a lot of the gold lead.
So yeah, I really want you guys to focus on their bot lane. I think BNK, they had the idea of just hitting the Drake first because Chovy was resetting because he got pushed out by Azir. So they have the advantage of full vision control and bot priority. So they can actually poke them down and zone them out from the Drake. So they started up really well, but here where the point gets really weird because they got splitted by Drake and the players. So I feel like they could play better with this advantage that they have with their bot lane, but I think they were just hesitating too much.
As soon as they saw Canyon over the wall, they saw that little glimpse of vision, like, oh, Chovy's going to be here too. He can get over the wall. And then they backed away, and it got really messy there. Because obviously what we see happen here is a big collapse, an attempted collapse. The ult comes through from the Azir as well, but it's just too split up here, and the bottom side of the fight is lost. So they end up being able to chase. Canyon can go over the wall. But I think in that moment you were talking about, Wadid, when they saw that Pantheon's in the pit, we don't have vision of the pit. If all 4 players go up and hold the dragon moving north in the river, then maybe they can look for a turn where they're all coordinated. Instead, they split into 2 different groups and kind of let the dragon split them in half. And so the subsequent fight, I think, was their best shot, but ultimately not good enough.
I mean, I agree. Or you can just jump into Zyra Khan and force them out even harder.
Gotta go one way or the other, all in.
Exactly. But they didn't do it either way, so.
And it's plays like this that Gen G are able to do that lead to gold differences like we saw in this game. It was at 14, plates down, an almost 4K gold lead here by Gen G. This gold lead eventually ballooned to up to 6K, but doing that in 14 minutes in the game is just crazy, and this is
just
what they've
Gen
done.
G. Like, you know, I was joking with you, Digon. We like made a bet, like, how much gold do we think there's going to be an advantage? And this is before we saw the early game comp of Gen G, right? And I was joking, I think it's going to be 3,500. Ended up being more than that here because they had the early game comp, they had those early advantages. Gen G just generates so much gold, and if you give them that one team fight, they take more of the map, they take the next fight, and it just balloons.
Yeah, but I feel like they played really well about just getting caught on side with Leona. That's why they kind of bounced back with, even though they had like really poor early game, I think they hit the point where they can actually have the power with the late game team comp. So we could see it. I think we can see it from the highlight 2 as well. I think where they get the full vision control on the blue side, and you can pause here and show the vision.
Pause it.
Just show the blue side, blue team vision, not red team vision. Yeah. And you can clearly see that you have no vision control at all, which means that you are literally just gambling to just hope that they're not in that brush, and you're like wish for the best situation. But here, I think they just kind of felt rushed for no reason.
Knew the angle of the Gwen, which I think gives you a lot of power here as Gen G. And as Kellen's trying to get in here, they collapsed onto Raptor, who had a pretty unfortunate game. I want to say overall, I feel like Kellen had found a lot more angles than he did in this one, even though some of the later game engages from Kellen were not as good as the mid game. But it's super easy when you come in again, kind of split. Like, we're seeing BNK set everything up correctly. It's just following through when Gen G make a cohesive, aggressive play where they aren't able to quite figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I mean, it was so clear that the Nashor is spawning soon, so they can actually just play for their Nashor advantage that they have the vision. So I feel like they could just play slower. Maybe you can have chance against Gen G.
Well, BNK FearX were able to fight their way back in game number 1, but fell just short. Can they put on yet another David vs. Goliath performance here in game 2 and force a game 3? Let's find out as Gen G try to stay perfect.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think Gen G certainly not looking perfect here today. That was more a KT thing a couple of days ago. But this is certainly an opportunity for BNK. I think coming off that game, there are times where you suffer a loss where like you narrowly fail to come back, and that is, you know, heartbreaking and difficult. I think with BNK FearX, they almost beat Gen G. They could see that game was winnable. That's only, I think, going to give them more power moving into game number 2.
100%. Like, if a game feels winnable when you were that far behind that early on,
yeah,
not bad.
I reckon there is definitely a shot here as they hold on to blue side at the same time. So let's see what they're going to be able to pick up for themselves.
They swapped to blue side.
Actually, sorry, yeah, they pick up blue side. I actually kind of thought that B&K were going to be coming in on the blue side in this game, but my brain just didn't quite figure that one out. So going to be switching sides now with a theoretical advantage, and we'll see whether they can make that one happen. As Xin Zhao actually banned on blue.
That's interesting. Not sure I agree with that. Does make me wonder what their first pick strategy is going to be, but you'd assume Gen G would have banned it themselves if you give them the space of time.
Yeah, I think they were probably angling, like their favorite first pick would probably be Talia. Vikla has picked that like 7 times so far this season and has certainly been better on that champion than any other so far.
So right now, Varus and Neferi are available, which were banned last time by Gen G.
Kalista also.
Presumably, you want one of them open. So Nidalee banned. So yeah, Kalista, Varus, and the Neferi are the ones open available.
I think Diablo is going to pick Kalista first. Because we saw the Ruler Kalista experiment. And it wasn't great for the opposing team. Gen G read that though, so they're going to be able to... They ban that one away. I'm not entirely sure whether I agree with this. I think Gen G could play into it just fine. And can otherwise pick it away if it's not prioritized.
This means now that Neferi going to get first picked, but then Gen G could take the Varus in return as a trade, and could maybe go Varus Rumble as a rotation.
I still really want to see the Neferi first pick win rate, because Neferi first pick just makes me feel just bad inside, you know? We saw it in our last series, and we may see it here in our second one.
There's the Rumble.
Yeah, so what is it? Like, what's Canyon's choice going to be in this game? That's a
I don't know. I think
question.
There's options, but it's kind of gone down in the priority. So I think you definitely grab the Rumble. I think if you want the Varus, you grab that here too, and then kind of keep third pick a little bit more flexible. They will lock that in. It seems like they're taking the time deciding if the Varus is a higher priority or they're okay with going in different directions. Could look to secure if they have a jungler they want to... I mean, to be honest, you can pick jungle on 3 because they've already picked the jungle themselves. You're not going to get choked out of the pool. I think maybe if there's a mid lane you want to have priority on.
You can also pick jungler here so that you can counter pick mid lane if Vikla is going to pick it up on the next round. We'll see. Zed, obviously. So they do pick jungle here or mid lane here. They pick a champion in the second rotation.
And you know, this has an interesting impact because immediately I would feel uncomfortable if I had to play Varus, and I think it's worth mentioning, often when we see kill AD carry compositions, we see in the second rotation they ban Ezreal and they ban Xayah. Well, it's Fearless, and Ezreal and Xayah are already off the cards.
Oh god.
So maybe this is part of the reason they feel comfortable opting into this so soon, and as a result,
Nami.
B&K FearX grabbed the Lucian, wanted a mobile AD carry. Lucian Nami though? We've seen Lucian, we haven't seen Lucian Nami. I was kind of happier that way.
Yeah, me too. Kellen has been a great Nami player in the past. It's been one of his better champions. But Chovy now doesn't exactly have to do that much damage this game. There is so much already represented in this Zed and the Rumble. So he locks in the Galio, and his Galio actually does do a lot of damage.
Having a mid pick who can roam and set up these high damage jungle and top picks, really valuable here. So they secure that. Don't have a look in towards the Varus, end up leaving that one. And that will probably be banned away by B&K FearX. But when you look at the AD carries available, there's the Varus, there's the MF, there's the Jhin. There's a lot of long-range options on the cards. Would you see the Ornn banned by Gen G? I mean, you definitely wouldn't want to play into Ornn if you're playing MF or Jhin.
Yeah, is it just going to be Ornn Scion bans just to get rid of any more tanky options that can kind of handshake the lane? Maybe that's sort of the line of thinking here on Gen G's side. We'll have to see exactly what does happen.
An Aurora ban? If you're really like, we want to make sure Keen has a good time, an Aurora ban in theory could make sense.
Yep.
They do just go for the Scion though. More concerned about clear playing tanks into it than carries. Varus did get banned to no real surprise. Do they throw another ban to those long-range 80 carries? Or, you know, I feel like an Alistar pick could still be really valuable. Inside of Gen G.
It would be really, really good if Rumble didn't do magic damage, because, like, this is a Malphite angle. It really is. They need engage. Like, they don't have your general tank support towards that bottom side. Kellen not going to be engaging this time around. They're representing 0 engage thus far. So it could be a decent option, as Ruler is going to select a champion with another equalizer.
Yeah, I think one of the few players who are still keen on the core KD carry. We've seen it less and less recently.
Oh, that'll be
this.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So wait, one team has Lucian Nami.
Oh, God.
And the other team has Zeri.
I wonder...
Have we seen this before in the LCK?
Is it Lulu or is it Yumi? That's the question. Either of them will make Valdez mold.
They both got nerfed on this patch, though. It might be neither. It might actually be neither. I remember both.
Oh, Silas.
Silas comes through, does get to steal away the ult from the Galio. But Lulu's been nerfed like 3 patches in a row. Like, they've been trying to kill her. I don't know what she did. I don't know what Pix did, but they've been beefing with Lulu. But I think it was on this patch as well that they nerfed Yumi, or did she get nerfed recently? I'm trying to remember.
Can go through and have a look at the patch notes, as there's the Aurora that you were talking about will be locked in. And so there is the Lulu, wasting absolutely no time. We are just locking it in, as we have Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami.
I was wrong. Yumi was nerfed last patch, and Lulu's been nerfed, I swear, like 18 patches in a row. That's an exaggeration, but it's been a lot.
Yeah.
So to be clear, she got nerfed on 2508, she got nerfed on 2507, she got nerfed on 2504.
My God.
So in the last 5 patches, she's been nerfed 3 times.
Yep, and it was a while before that she stopped getting played in pro play.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've seen this pairing at least a couple of times before, but obviously both in very different power levels to when they dominated the LCK.
Yep. And fun to see Canyon once again on the Zed jungle. This is something that he's looked good on in the past. As we'll see, can B&K FearX manage to do it again? This time on the blue side, theoretically an advantage, but against, I think, a more difficult composition to go into. The fact that Ruler has so much carry potential as well. We have seen great things out of Diablo on this Lucian. But is it going to be enough to get them a victory here against Gen G in game number 2? I am not entirely sure. I just know that they do have it in them. And that's what we have to lean on here.
Gotta see what they can do. It's an explosive comp.
Yep. Chovy's Galio, always extraordinarily scary, though. Let's dive onto the Rift here for game number 2. See if B&K can do it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for what could theoretically be the final game of the series. Man, that's some ebb and flow value. You love to see that coming out from Kellen.
I think we're in a situation where really B&K FearX need to get an early advantage. I don't think that comp holds up in the later stages. And Diablo has gone Electrocute, Ignite, Lucian. He is so locked into pumping out the early damage.
That is actually kind of cool as well, because you're into a Zeri. Doesn't necessarily do all that much until you have all-in angles maybe at level 6. Should certainly be able to get a lot of priority there towards that bottom side. You have a winning matchup on the top side of the map, especially early on with that Aurora. There are opportunities here, as Silas into the Galio has been something that has worked. Just don't know whether the nameplates are going to be helping B&K out that much.
Yeah, hopefully Vikla has a bit of a better laning phase than he did in the last game.
Because we saw Chovy, like, even leaning into ranged matchups, like win in farm as Galio. So, don't know whether this is going to be better or worse, but we'll just have to see how it does go. Of course, with a Lulu here, instead of something like an Alistair Zeri, which would feel absolutely hopeless, you might be able to stand a little bit more toe-to-toe.
I think that's the thing, is that with Lucian Army, you have a lot of burst damage, but if you dash in a little too far, you're playing into barrier heal.
Oh dear.
A longer fight is where it can backfire, especially like Lethal Tempo versus Electrocute. This is such a front-loaded combo, and you see Diablo ends up getting the burst onto Ruler, but doesn't commit further. Just going for the short trades to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, hits level 2. We'll be able to now just zone them away as best he can. Wins war coming down here in this mid lane, as we can see Chovy is winning. But not really too much of a surprise there, as Duro, the Ardent Blaze, hurting the Lulu here a little bit. Shoutouts to Duro for the best possible skin choice. The googly eyes really just do it for me.
It's a great skin.
It's so good. There's Diablo. Ooh, not quite able to get over there.
Good spacing from Genji's bot lane. Any rotation of cooldowns wasted like that is always positive. Represents a lot less damage that you otherwise would be taking.
Mm-hmm. We've certainly been studying this bottom lane a lot. I think our observers understanding this is going to be a pretty important point of contention for both teams for very different reasons.
Is that even though obviously Zeri Lulu's weaker than it was, it still kind of spikes at similar times. There's still like a similar point in the game where it just becomes super obnoxious. The thing with the Lucian Nami is you no longer have that, like it used to be, Lucian would be on like an item and heart. Oh no.
Oh dear. Well, Canyon's just going to move in, and Diablo just going to try and turn that into a kill. Raptor will find Canyon, who flashes away.
Okay.
Great play out of BNK FearX here to really put the pressure onto Genji.
Yeah, Canyon trying to relieve some pressure and just ends up making things worse. And a couple of summoners burn for BNK FearX, but the health... Oh no.
All right, well, there's a taunt onto Vikla as Canyon is moving over. The chains do connect, but down goes the Silas immediately, and Chovy's still alive. Vikla going to be regretting that one, I could imagine. As Raptor now fighting against Canyon here. There's a full minion wave, but this doggo is unleashed! And down goes Canyon. The bleed's still going to land. The teleports are coming in now, but Raptor is out of there.
I mean, that could have been so good for BNK FearX, because there was a chance they actually got Chovy as well. He was so low in HP. But I think overall, they'll still take it. Raptor going to be in a decent position, although Vikla not so hot right now. Oh, now looking for a dive. Clears a little lower mana.
Yeah, Raptor wasting no time. Let's see whether Kane has himself a scrap shield. He does. And he runs towards his jungle. So BNK not going to be able to get the kill, but to get the flash, and that's exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, the untargetability from the Neferi is so useful for just dropping aggro there after you got what you want. Don't have to commit fully to the dive.
Okay, an interesting 2v2 has formed here in this mid lane. As Vikla and Kellen against Chovy and Duro right now.
I mean, Silas Nami, Galio, Lulu does sound more fun.
It does sound more fun. That's far more interesting than a lane we saw 400 times in 1 year. And gold completely even here as the dragon is spawning here at 5 minutes time. Chovy continuing to lane very well into Vikla, as we can see.
Yeah, the thing I was saying earlier, so it used to be back when we had Gale Force.
Oh, there's another Justice Punch. It's Canyon. He didn't actually want to come over here. He thought that, Vikla wasn't going to be killable, but then he was like, hang on a second. If he's going to stick around.
Nearly able to set it up. But yeah, we'll get to see that previous play. Chovy flashing away at pretty much the perfect moment. The bleed from the Neferi.
Yeah, wow.
Doesn't quite connect to the second one.
And then Canyon and Raptor were fighting. Avoiding the Shuriken, actually a huge deal there for Raptor as well. So Canyon certainly far more front-loaded on the damage.
Yeah, Raptor kind of just walks at him and it doesn't do the work.
Doing the old hit him a bunch of times.
Yeah, the point I've been trying to make is that back in the day we had this really strong one-item spike where like Nami had Imperial Mandate and Lucian Gale Force. Gale Force is gone now.
Yep.
And Mandate is weaker, so there's not nearly as a pronounced mid-game. And I feel like as a result you have to get more of an advantage in the laning phase. Before we'd see sometimes Lucian Nami even wouldn't necessarily be ahead in the laning phase, but once that one-item spike hit, that's really where they took over the game.
Yeah.
Able to secure mid-prio and play super aggressively around it.
So much of that came down to having First Strike as well. I feel like First Strike was so valuable as far as like just sitting in the mid lane and just culling everything.
Yeah.
It was.
And it made it so hard to contest anything because anytime you walked up to the wave mid, you were in danger of just being chunked out by the burst combo. I think a lot of Lucians have been going like Essence Reaver. We'll see what Diablo ends up going.
Yeah, there's been a few different build ideas actually. It feels like his build is quite fluid at this point in time. We'll see what Diablo's idea is going to be. It is going to involve a pickaxe. That's all we really know from now. And Vikla moving over back towards this mid lane. Both of our mid laners with their ultis up and available. BNK with a slight gold advantage, about 300. Just means that they have been able to utilize these lane advantages quite nicely at this point in time. Remember, Genji, a whole lot more about investing for the future as the bubble not quite going to connect, and that's a great polymorph onto Diablo. But he now has the culling. Duro is just going to take most of his health in damage.
A level 6 spike coming in big.
Yeah.
Duro, dangerously low. Diablo is low on mana though, so maybe worth staying around as a result of that.
You can see Ruler actually wanting to get that level 6. He's 1 minion away. He's going to pick it up now. But sticking around here, certainly feeling dangerous. Duro is poppable, to say the least, especially with this Electrocute on the Ezreal. So does need to play very carefully.
See the Electrocute and the Ignite. You know, the only defensive summoner they have for Duro is that heal. Ignite's obviously going to reduce that, so if Duro oversteps, can be quite dangerous. We do see Canyon moving down, undetected.
Yeah.
It's going to be very dangerous.
Very ninja-esque, absolutely. As now they go in, there's the lightning crash. And Kellen, he's definitely dead. Canyon just says, okay, we'll take that one. Some seafood, please. And Raptor, he's going to be taking the grubs in response. And so BNK not getting nothing for the play, but getting a kill onto this Zed, another one, is going to mean good things for Gen G's mid-game.
And also, I mean, it's only a bit of a syscall for Ruler, but if you look at the farm difference as well, basically no lead for Lucian in this matchup.
I've seen this one before. As Equalizer going to come down from Keen, he just realizes that perhaps I'm getting dove. And they're still going to go in, as Raptor is taking so much damage. He goes untargetable, but thankfully, Clear picks up the turret aggro. That was scary. But they do manage to play it out well, and BNK, they get exactly what they're looking for.
A lot of confidence in the kid of Neferi, able to drop the aggro just in time and survive that. Good gang coming out from BNK. Ferex, not the easiest to pull off. And yeah, I mean, Kellen's just dead. Stepped up a bit too far. I feel even ignoring the fact that Canyon was there, I think he stepped up a little far, but the fact that Canyon was there was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, he was definitely dead. Speaking of definitely dead, I thought that this was going to be a 1-for-1, but Raptor plays it out very, very well on targetability. OP.
One of the doggos tanks the tower. What a team player.
Clean. So BNK still with a slight gold advantage because it was, of course, a trade. But this game, very, very close. Remember, at this time in the last game, it was about a 3,000 gold lead for Gen G or something absurd like that. But we still have the first item completion here for Canyon. Does have his Eclipse done. This Zed is quite scary. And it's mid-jungle that is the main lead for Gen G. Outside of that, it's Clear with a big advantage over Keen towards this top side of the map. Not to mention the fact that a dragon hasn't even been taken just yet, which is kind of crazy. Big taunt going to come on through onto Vikla, but Canyon moves on over once again.
He's just not winning those trades at all.
No.
Chovy didn't take damage, and you lost.
I feel like Spectre's Cowl is so broken on Galio.
Yeah.
Feels very, very strong.
The thing is, Vikla has Catalyst, so it's not like he has the item you want to build when you want to trade and come out favorably, and he's just not.
No. Barmy Cinder there as well, just doing infinite damage because they're just always in melee range of each other. It's kind of nutty. So that unending despair going to be done very, very soon. As
no, the cannon jump! Oh, I think he did get it. He came back and got it with the Winds of War.
Oh my goodness. That's not something that we often see Chovy missing out on, as Clear takes a lot of damage but does trade it back quite nicely. And now the ulti's actually going to come on through. Equalizer down as Keen takes a big combo. And he's ticking, has the scrap shield, so he's going to be okay. Leandri's diff coming through pretty nicely there for Clear as Gen G. We're going to try and take this first dragon, but Raptor comes on over. It is going to be secured by Canyon. Tidal Wave is good, but heroic entrances coming in on both sides. The knockup comes in. That is going to be a kill going over to the Silas, and Chovy has to flash away. Good blast cone, but Ruler not going to be able to get any kills off the back end of that one. And Gen G, they do get the Drake, but they lose their jungler.
Yeah, Canyon, it was a choice to go back in on that one.
Yeah.
Could have not done that, and I think that might have been a better call. But either way, it does go down. Dragon secured. He's now looking for Clear. Still hasn't completed the Andries. In fact, opted to pick up some other components. I guess didn't have gold to finish it.
Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. Unless he just didn't go back. No, actually he did.
No, he did. He got like boots and Dark Seal. I guess just didn't quite have enough. Yeah, so Canyon does get the Dragon. Hard to smite against a Zed who has the Execute in his passive. And then...
So presses, maybe, I don't know.
He switched with his Shadow, which was already out.
Yeah,
I think he thought he hadn't used his Shadow, and he was trying to place it down.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Could have not done that, and he would have just walked out the Galley ult, and at worst had to flash. But, you know, you live with your choices.
You do. So a little bit of a whoopsie. As we know, he doesn't have as many stage reps on the Zed as he does on a lot of other champions.
That's very true.
I think he's played it 3 or 4 times. If that. See whether he can tidy it up, as right now, still sitting on 2-2 and 0, so definitely a good performance.
I always wonder when you see a niche pick like a Zed, like how recently has he played it, both in solo queue or in like scrims, you know? I always wonder.
Yeah, I often like look it up and then I'm thinking, if he's played like this one random game of this weird champion, how many games does that mean he's played in scrims? As Ruler is going to get culled here, takes a lot of damage as Diablo not going to quite be able to match all of the bullets.
I think
still a trade of ultis.
This is the thing, right? First item's completed for Diablo and Kellen. It just doesn't hit the same. You know, if that was Gale Force, an old mandate, I think Ruler's just dead.
Yeah.
Or bare minimum Barrier and Wild Growth Beard.
Well, Canyon is looking to come in and take down Clear here, who bounces to the wrong side. Oh no! Oh, unforced error number 2. This time Canyon's actually able to capitalize on it instead of being at the rough end of it.
That is some regret right there from Clear.
Yeah.
Bit of a goof.
We're going to say that's an unforced error. And it was something that I feel Clear did a fair few times. Has more recently been a lot more clean. That not an example of the more recent Clear. That was a whoopsie.
Yeah, not much more to say on it, but
I was waiting. I was like, well, I'm sure there's going to be a...
I think Canyon appreciates that one. I think thought the ult had dropped a little sooner than it had is the only way you can sort of look at it.
The problem is that was such a pain point for Gen G. This top side, getting a kill onto Keen is actually so important. You can see that gold lead that was 700 earlier on is now only 2,500. Like, nothing.
And Keen got 2 stacks on the Dark Seal and has his Leandris finished. Oh, we don't need to see it again.
Oh, no.
We're going to see it.
So put it in slow motion.
He's just trying to walk down and then does... Oh, no, he bounced himself back.
Bounced himself into the wall. Oh. It happens to the best of us.
이건 개꿀인데, 이거?
Scheme was like, oh, thank you for that, I guess. Yeah, he actually did just say thank you.
Stone cold in the manner he said it, though.
Yeah. It is kind of the Keen way. He's not very emotional with his responses.
Also, I feel like I would say the same way if I had to play Rumble into Aurora.
Yeah. He's like, thanks, I deserve this.
Yes. Also, I hate you for putting me through this matchup.
Exactly. 2v2 continuing here. Make it a 3v3. Make it a 4v3. As you've got Chovy moving in, finds just the edge of the taunt. Diablo not looking too worried about it, though. Even finding the piercing light damage onto Ruler as Raptor with some daggers coming on down. Clear gonna get harpooned.
You gotta remember, no cleanse on Diablo, so if the taunt hits or maybe a polymorph, you just have to sit through that.
Yeah, and there's Imperial Mandate as well, so it's not Mikhail's from Kellen as item number 1, so he's very susceptible to CC. Diablo all in on the aggression as Equalizer is odd, to say the least. Canyon not really with too much of an option here as the tidal wave is great. Canyon now looking for something there, but he just goes down. Vikla, the death mark, not doing anything to this Silas. And Canyon's having a happy game here today. What it feels like as Diablo goes in, the ulti from Ruler has to flash away though, and B&K really flexing their muscles. Rift Herald now going to be taken under the noses of Gen G. They have a ward. There's just nothing they can do.
Look, I don't want to be too critical, but I'm going to be.
Okay.
As a Zed, how are you getting caught out so repeatedly?
Well,
how have you died 3 times?
Let's have a look.
You know you can just not...
He walked into the bad guys.
Yes. He could have just not done that.
Well, he tried to do some damage on his way out. He did not.
I thought maybe it was because he used his W for poke, but no, he just face checked them. So Canyon, you know, we said in the last game that maybe he was a little smug when Chovy went down. He's like, oh well, I might be getting POM now. No, you're not. You're absolutely not getting POM now.
He is he's sort of out of the running at this point in time. Diablo dashing forward, finding some Ardent Blaze damage, but nothing too much else going to come of that one. And we have a very close game. 300 in it. Looks like the Drake is going to be evened out. I don't think Canyon's going to be able to secure this. And that is indeed the fact. And it's a Chemtech Soul. Ox, you're right here. Well, we'll see what they can make of it as good polymorph there onto Diablo. Another spell that is not going to be mitigated very easily. And we're looking for a charge. We'll actually get one this time around as Diablo goes in with the culling, and the turret almost kills him there.
He wants to so bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could
do it, Canyon. It'd be funny.
Yeah, and look, you've been doing it throughout the rest of the game. You may as well.
At least you'd get a kill probably there.
Yeah. I mean, Duro's there as well. I mean, the Zed is kind of engage if he goes in on the Shadow and then gets Wild Growthed, you know?
Yeah.
That's engage. I'm saying. All right, probably not. Chovy doesn't find the Justice Punch, but does find the Pedal. That's real nice. 2 minutes on the Otacon. Bit of a check-in there. And what is it? 400 gold? Yep. Still the case. It is BNK with the Feats of Strength. So that is great.
Yep. A little bit of an advantage from that.
Chovy just flash Justice Punches and does get Diablo's Flash, just like that. But in goes Raptor and Heroic Exit there from Chovy. Canyon now going to bear the brunt of all of the enemies in the area.
The joys of fighting against two champions no CC. SR and you're out, so Chovy does end up trading flashes, but it's a big cooldown for Diablo not to have, considering he doesn't have any extra safety tools. It's not a cleanse, not a McHale's. Without that flash, liable to potentially be targeted in the next fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if Diablo built like Merc Treads or something like that just to try and mitigate it. He feels extremely susceptible to CC.
The problem is Lucian's so spike reliant. If you commit that gold towards the Merc Treads, it feels bad, and also...
But now he needs like a QSS eventually.
If you get CC'd, you probably just cooked.
Yeah, probably.
I think QSS can come after. You need 3 items. I think he needs IE.
Yeah.
And then you probably need Pen.
And then if you can afford it, then you're probably winning anyway.
Yeah, maybe you could get QSS before Pen. There's not that many tanks on the enemy team, apart from Chovy, most of them are. Like, you do want Pen eventually, because everyone has natural armor, but I think you could live without it. But either way, you definitely can't buy anytime soon.
Well, Raptor's coming in. Looking to see whether he can do anything to Chovy. Vikla is going to report that he can indeed do nothing to Chovy. So let's see who picks up this blue buff. Looks like it's going to be Chovy that walks over and collects it. And now, having a look at the timers, Otacon going to be up in 25 seconds. Chovy just Justice punching into the brush here. As Vikla was looking to try and put on some pressure. Some trading of waves here as far as our top lane is concerned, but not too much else. Canyon will be able to secure his Raptor camp. Raptor not going to be able to steal his namesake. And yeah, I don't think anyone's dying in this particular lane.
No. Got to the point where Vikla doesn't really take damage either from Chovy, so it's just...
Yeah, Chovy just standing here getting hit by this caster minion, holding onto the wave. 20 minutes ticks over, and we have the Otacon now on the map. He is towards the bottom side, so maybe a fight around the next Drake and Otacon could be a little bit of a spicy one, but the gold is even closer at this point in time. Genji yet to take a turret. That mid-outer did fall in favor of BNK.
BNK not really in position to set up the Otacon, but Canyon on the top side of the map, this is risky.
Risky for whom?
Yes.
Huh. Well, Vikla he's going to be able to get that minion. Puts one ability on cooldown. Spins around a bit, and there is the equalizer. It does absolutely nothing. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough here to keep him alive. That Harpoon did most of his health bar as Vikla presses the R button again because he can, and he is just going to waste their time before burning. It's another kill going over to Canyon as BNK are looking to take an Otacon in response.
I mean, this is why it's risky, you know? You spend that much time on the top side of the map, Vikla survived for a hot minute, and it gives BNK the opportunity to take this Otacon.
Yeah, Chovy sees it and sees that he can do nothing about it.
Oh, now watch next speed bars.
Oh yeah, here we go. And oh, that was nice.
There we go.
I do like
even more.
The animation value is also pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't got
feels fluid.
Level up there.
Well, speaking of level up, does mean that Diablo now has a level advantage over Ruler. Not quite the same as far as top lane is concerned. Things still pretty even. And Genji, based off that play, actually move up as far as gold because they were able to take a turret. But the Otacon certainly going to be a good one here for BNK because they're stats that you'll just always have.
Yes, they are. 17 flowers total. Genji already had a lot of them. They had 14 going into that. So.
So I guess
you get the boosted impact off them. BNK got 10 off picking up the Otacon. So I think Genji had done a good job scouring the map, which, you know,
nice gardening. To make this loss feel a little bit better.
Maybe that's the play. If you know Otacon's going down and you can't fight it, you just pick up as many of the flowers as possible around the map.
Makes sense. Well, Duro is going to spot Raptor here as he moves over, but the Chemtech Drake is going to be taken. B&K not even putting up too much of a fight because Vikler was looking to kill this turret. He does do so. Now going to continue the fight forward, but doesn't hit the chain, and Trophy is going to be absolutely fine. So another turret goes down. Equalizer now onto Diablo as in goes Canyon. Heroic entrance is going to come on through as Diablo flashes to get himself away. Taunt is going to connect onto Vikler as now Ruler dives in, but doesn't hit the ulti onto too much of anything. Clear is burning, but no one's there to follow up, and no one's dead on the side of Gen G, but they used a lot of buttons for no joy. Their health bars are looking a little worse for wear, but same can be said for B&K.
A lot of summoners burned from B&K FearX, Flash and down from Vikler and Diablo there. Diablo having to sit through a full polymorph did not feel fun. I presume that Callan is going to be finishing and Mikhail's second. So
yeah, I think maybe forego a couple of control wards to try and get that one as soon as possible.
The probe comes through, the double ults, and then that flash polymorph from Duro, but the bubble, the CC from Callan to keep Zed off his AD carry went a long way to keeping Diablo alive, and they are able to just disengage from the situation.
Yep. Sort of perfect as well as the death mark comes in, bubble him up, not able to beef up that damage at all. And so not really doing too much of anything. Speaking of which, Raptor comes down towards his bottom side as Keen does go golden. Gets the barbecue in the right position as well, which looks pretty cool. But look at this. The playability into the doggo is looking a little bit low.
That's something you can do, and I think one thing as well is it didn't have the flame spitter up when he hit the Zhonya's. That's obviously ideal.
Yeah, I actually thought he did because they were still burning to the Leandri, so it looked like he did, but he didn't.
And in the end, Raptor is able just to reset the aggro with his W, so it's super close still. But
it is.
The edge is in favor of B&K FearX. The gold edge is basically nothing. It's not really relevant, but the Atacam buff in play, the extra experience, and that impact when you get the kills, and the feature strength, just these little things that kind of push you towards B&K FearX. But my big concern is when I look at the fact there's a Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami, the later this game gets at, there's one side I'm definitely favoring.
Yeah. This mid lane matchup is hilarious. Just a trading of buttons all the time, and neither of them really getting too much permanent headway. Strovie clears out a control ward. Looking at Bubble connecting here onto Ruler, who will just ride the wave. And Equalizer. Diablo actually walking all the way down it and just explodes. Nothing he can do. Canyon looking to try and get on in there, but does get out instead. And the doggo goes down this time. Heroic entrance. And Clear is just going to explode. Where did everyone go? B&K are just all on the floor. Now Gen G are going to get a Baron, and I guess the game's over. What?
Yep, you're only going to make one big mistake against Gen G, and that was it. Diablo too far forwards, didn't have the flash available. Remember, Kellen used his ult a moment before.
Oh,
so no peel tools meant a quick fight win for the side of Gen G.
Well, Kellen just looking to try and defend as Vikler is fighting against Chovy, but there goes the Baron. And they should be able to turn this Baron into yet another Drake. Grab this outer turret in mid lane. I mean, they've only taken one turret on the map. This gold lead is going to explode off the back end of this one.
They go for this trade, but the ult, I don't know what the thought process behind it was, but then they stay up. And remember, Kellen has no cooldowns. Diablo has no flash. The bubble comes back up, but he just has to flash away regardless, and then they opt into this ensuing fight.
Oh, Ruler surviving for so, like, through everything.
Yeah.
I think he got Wild Growth, he got shielded, the Heroic Entrance, everything. Just thrown at Ruler to make sure that he stayed alive, and they weren't able to take him down. And look at this, the gold lead just falls off a cliff as it was so extraordinarily close for 20 minutes. And now Gen G with a Baron are looking to really extend it, twist the knife. As B&K, what is it with this team? Like, the last series went to 3 games. They were playing very close against Gen G, and it's happened once again, even though this is probably going to be a 2-0 for Gen G. This is a much better look from B&K than we've seen against a lot of other teams.
Yep. I just hope they maintain this level, because it will pick them up a bunch of wins if they keep playing on this level. Obviously, struggling right now against Gen G, and I think that comp is sort of getting to the point where it's going to be outscaled, especially as Gen G do have that advantage. And as you said, it's now 4,000 lead, looking to get even more gold on the back of these structures.
Yep. Trophy fighting against Clear, and it's a matchup that he's also pretty happy with. Double AP side lane, solo lanes is a little bit of worry when you're facing off against the Galio. As Keen moves on down towards his bottom side, we'll be able to take this outer turret, at least eventually, as he does go golden. Raptor going to be moving in. Canyon comes down as well as Keen is just gonna die.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Raptor in the right place at the right time, Orcs. That's what I'm gonna say.
And Canyon trying to force Raptor away. It's level 16 now, max rank on that Z ultimate.
Yep.
But it looks like Raptor's somewhat unfazed.
Yeah, Vikla on a wraparound as well. The rest of Gen G getting into the banana brush as Vikla does come in. BNK, they're all here. And in a choke point with that tidal wave is absolutely huge. They do manage to take down Diablo though, so the Dragon, it will go over to BNK, but can they stay alive in the fight? 3-man taunt from Chovy's gigantic as Raptor goes in. I'm not sure about that one, and the knock-up is going to connect. Down goes the Aurora. And once again, 4 of them are dead in trade for 2, but Keen was dead in the bottom lane for no reason at all. He's teleporting into the top lane.
There's a 4v5 and they still end up winning it very convincingly there. And I think it's hit critical mass at this point. Gen G going to start taking some more severe structures. The first inhibitor tower of the game is going to go down. And the mid lane, tier 2 is sure to follow.
Yep, the inner turret's certainly going to fall. We'll see whether they can get yet another inhibitor off the back end of that one, but I think they're just pretty happy with it as Rula cycling through his most recent teams. JDG comes up and then Gen G is going to follow, and let's see this one as the Deathmark actually mitigates so much of the culling value.
Yeah, and then here, the polymorph value from Duro absolutely massive. Every time someone's approaching Rula, feels like he's using that cooldown just to mitigate here as well and clear at the end.
Oh, the Protect the President out of this team is kind of ridiculous.
You know, considering Lulu got nerfed 3 times in the past 5 patches,
I'm starting to see why.
Duro's making a case for a 4th nerf, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh, we've had some great Lulu players in the LCK. Lehen certainly coming to mind as far as mastery on the champion is concerned. Duro looking pretty good himself. So I think I'd hazard a guess that it's just maybe the fact that we've got some players that are pretty good at the video game. Rula very, very close to completing 4th item Infinity Edge, which I don't think I really need to tell anyone is a bit of a worry if you're a BNK fan.
Yeah, I mean, especially the fact he picked up the shield bow early, which, you know, it's got decent AD and crit, but it's obviously a lot less damage than IE, but it gives so much safety, and you saw it work there.
Yep.
Now the fact he's won that fight and he's on his way to IEs.
Well, there's an equalizer. We are just using it as Rula
speed up.
Just not really too deterred. And so there's another equalizer as Kellen almost just dies to that alone. And Chovy's on a flank. Vikla will find him. The taunt is going to come through. Keeps 2 of them busy here as Diablo. Oh my god, Canyon gets in there. Double kills. The bottom lane is eviscerated. And look at that. The bouncy castle is not where Vikla wanted to be. He was playing League of Legends. He didn't want to go to a kid's birthday party. And now Raptor is just a doggo underneath the turret with nowhere to go. And Clear diving over that wall. He's on a control ward though. And Canyon may actually lose out on this one. Another round of spells and that's a dead Zed. But yeah, no, not going to bed here.
I think the kid's birthday party might have been more fun at this point.
Yeah, especially like bouncy castles are really fun actually. That was not a fun version of one.
And now they're pushing up down the game. It's only Raptor alive. There are spawns coming in soon. Can he do anything? That's the question.
Well, it's looking like the answer is going to be no. He's going to get taunted up. Does go untargetable, but these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. And Gen G, it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0 here. Yet another win for Canyon. Zed as well, even though things looked a little bit dicey. Finishes the game with 7 kills. And Gen G still looking unstoppable here in the LCK. Move up to 12 wins.
Yeah, and there were definitely moments in both of these games. I think BNK FearX put up a good fight, all things considered. A lot of teams have put up less of a fight against Gen G, but Gen G kind of feel overwhelming at this point. Even when the game seems to go in your favor, they'll just pull something out of the bag. I'm excited to see right now, it's looking like HLE at T1 are going to be the teams who have to try and take Gen G down.
Yep.
But it's a tall task. Still undefeated.
I think in the regular season, I don't know whether anyone's going to touch this team. I think once we get to the playoffs, HLE are going to be the best team in the LCK. And that's just how it's going to go. But it does feel like we have 2 teams that are so far ahead of the rest. And like you say, I think waiting for the T1 matches in round 2 is going to be a really important one.
That's the question. Is it a top 2 or is it a top 3? Can T1 bridge the gap? Because right now, that's what it's looking like. It looks like T1 is the only team that potentially could be close to these top 2. But for now, Gen G are that sole #1. And adding another 2-0 to the record just further solidifies their position.
I would agree. It's going to make Busan very, very interesting if we have 3 teams that are vying for that position on a similar level. I think you're exactly right, because there's only 2 spots at MSI, and right now it looks like HLE and Gen G have sort of stamped themselves on those tickets. As Diablo, I think I understood why he went for the hyper-aggressive, not a lot of safety Lucian build, but it didn't quite work out. You can see, like, the way he plays is correct. That just says wah, by the way. So, yep, Gen G definitely bringing out quite a few wahs from the fans here as we're going to have a look at what sort of happened in this early game. Some comical things happening here. This one, not as comical if you're a B&K fan. He kind of robbed, as Chovy probably could have gone down there. Thankfully, Canyon throws his life away to make it a little bit more even.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm wondering about POM, because Canyon had a good game 1. Game 2, he kind of ran it, but then he had a good late game. I feel like there's going to be some Canyon votes. I'm not a Canyon voter.
I think there's going to be some Canyon votes.
There's going to be some Canyon votes.
I think Chovy, when he picks the Galio, like if he doesn't land like the 7-man ulti, then it's harder to justify it because you are largely just frontline.
I think Canyon had some plays in this early game that were not...
I'm really interested in where the votes are going to go.
I am as well.
Kind of have no idea.
Chovy's lots of people just go Chovy.
Yeah, when in doubt.
Which is never a bad vote, if I'll be honest. It wasn't a bad vote today.
Nope.
But yeah, I'm interested in the spread if I'm being honest.
Look at that. Protect the President. Ruler doesn't go down, even gets healed up by the Redemption to make sure that they can take Baron afterwards. And then Vikla goes in looking for the double knock-up with the Wild Growth. And the Wild Growth in answer was just better.
And Polymorph is just so OP.
Yeah.
Remember they started to remove point-and-click silences out of the game because they're like, these are really toxic. Polymorph is a point-and-click silence and disarm and slow. Keep nerfing Lulu, you're in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I think so. Not quite nerfed her enough, as we can see here. You know what's the best part? That button even has like secondary effects as well, like if you use it on a teammate.
Exactly.
It's just too good.
Honestly, that...
Nerf Zed as well, by the way, while you're at it.
Galio looking a little bit strong. Larry too could take a hit. Rumble.
Yep.
Chovy, I think, too, probably needs a nerf.
Yeah, I think Chovy could get a nerf. Galio, fine.
I just think it's ridiculous. Chovy's been so unbalanced for such a long time. Like, what is the balance team doing?
Yeah, what is Riot even like? We should call David Turley and just say, like, what do we do about this Chovy guy? As Canyon going to be able to outplay Clear in the end there, as they do finish things off. It's once again the hand of Gen G. As everyone just doing so much damage. The fact that Keen does the least out of everyone else outside of Duro.
It actually matches my hand. The fingers are the perfect length.
Yeah, right?
They're actually cool. It's not even just because obviously the 4 long fingers and the thumb, but it's like the fact that Chovy's slightly longer.
Yeah. Although my little finger and ring finger are far different sizes. Keen did too much damage.
He did too much damage. He messed up.
Yeah, he just... See, there we go.
You know, so if it was like
the little Duro down the bottom.
Yeah, if it was a little less, it would have been... Yeah, of course.
Very cute. And it's going to be Chovy that picks it up. I think that his... Ari did suffer a little bit throughout the mid-game of the last game, but he was a large component as to why they won. His Galio was fantastic, but it always is. I don't know, it feels boring or something. I don't know.
I don't think there's ever... Like, this is not a bad time to give Chovy a POM vote.
No.
But I think this was a time where I think other votes were very valid too. I'm interested to see the spread, because I didn't vote for Chovy, and I think there were other people deserving of votes that I hope got some votes.
There might have been a couple of ruler votes in there as well. I think that he had a decent series today as well.
It's also not who I voted for.
No, I think it's probably Canyon, right? He also played Zed, and Zed is fun.
I also didn't vote for Canyon.
As Dagon also has hands. Congratulations to Dagon. Woodid also with hands. Wolf has what? 2 hands.
Nice.
There we go.
I wasn't sure, you know. I tend to keep my eye level. I make eye contact with Wolf. I've never looked at his hands.
No, I check the hands first.
Oh, okay.
You gotta check the hands first, but maybe that's
I assume
from old
Woodid had
times.
hands.
Like, what if he had a sword?
I assume Woodid had hands because he was a pro player, but he has stopped being a pro player, so maybe he could have not had hands since then. Yeah.
Maybe not so many hands.
Yeah. He also was a support, and a lot of people say supports don't have hands. I mean, Jurog obviously does, but
that's true. You were also a support, but you played Ziggs, so obviously you got hands. That's how that one works.
Oh, where'd they go?
Oh no, he doesn't have hands. Wait, was that just one finger?
Oh no, there they are.
That was almost a rude
There they are.
Not actually the case. Now we get to hear from Chovy again. Is Chovy just getting bored of doing interviews now? Like 800 points, 8 interviews that he's done.
He's just going to keep having them. This is the case.
Maybe that's just like what everyone wants. We just want to chat to Chovy after every Gen G game.
I wouldn't mind chatting to other members, but a chat with Chovy's never bad.
I think it's fine. I think the Polar Bear deserves a look in. I want to like check in on like what else he's been cooking outside of just the Zed jungle. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe the Zed jungle can cook a little bit more.
Yeah, perhaps. And it's now time to hear from Chovy, so let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! Thank you. Chovy, you're undefeated in all 12 matches so far and with 800 POM points. How impressive, how do you feel? I never expected to get this much POM, but just the fact that our team is on a 12 winning streak makes me very happy. Just like how BNK FearX back in round 1, they took up a game from you guys and almost sweeped you. And today's match was just as intense. So was there anything that they gave you trouble? With? Yeah, I think we were able to. I think thinking about round 1, we did give them the advantage as well, and in game 1 as well today, I think we noticed that the enemy was constantly trying to find an angle to flip the game around, and I think we were just having to really grip onto the advantages that we had so that it doesn't affect us to fall back or anything. So in game 1, you had a solid game with Ari, and in the last team fight, you landed that charm on the Wukong over the wall, and that was so impressive. So walk us through your decision making. I think the first charm that I landed was when he actually cloned, and he was trying to engage into us, and I was like, what the audacity, and I had to just hit my charm on him when he tried to engage on us. And is there any secret to landing your charms? I think you just have to be super focused. Your concentration is everything. And with the recent patch, despite many believing that the game's tempo is a lot slower, both teams took a fast tempo today. So was there a call that fast tempo would benefit you today? Yeah, I think with the patch, it had affected the tempo of the game. I think it really comes down to how much advantage you can take from the laning phase and how much you can do around the map with your jungler. And in game 2, we got Canyon Zed against the enemy Nafiri. And with Zed consistently taking kills, it felt like Zed's scaling was Gen G's priority. So was Zed the key point of your comp today? I think Zed against Nafiri is a very viable matchup. And based on each other's, first pick, I think it just felt like both sides of the draft and the comp was kind of unstable. So I think I was just trying to play Galio so that I can definitely sort of stabilize our comp in general, not necessarily to set our setup. And you ended up dealing the most damage in game 2. Yeah, I think it's just because I kept participating and engaging in team fights. That's probably why. And Chovy, apparently a lot of people say that you are a lookalike with caster Prince. How do you think? Yeah, honestly, Prince is a very good-looking, handsome guy, so it makes me happy to hear something like that. And so far, you are keeping the streak in round 2 without even dropping a game. So would you like to say anything to your fans? I think we're keeping up a good showing, and we're going to keep trying and keep putting in effort to continue our win streak and provide with a good performance. Let's give it up for Chovy, and that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya. The 8th POM for Chovy. I'm just a little disappointed that Yeji didn't also take the microphone away from Chovy and make him do the Eggyo face. I'm just kidding, Yeji. Thank you so much for the interview. All right, let's take a look at the POM votes. Wolf was close.
Whoa.
Actually, no. Wolf was not close to what he predicted.
I thought every single vote on the bottom row would have been a Zed vote.
Media Soup,
which would have made me angry. But you know what? I'm proud of you, Soup. And I think the ruler vote is also super legit. Good job, Media. The Duro vote, it was predictable from Ox, but I think also solid.
But I'm curious about the vote for Jungle a little bit, because of Zed.
Yeah, the Zed didn't really hit for us.
But the Pantheon.
Pantheon was fine.
Pantheon was good.
Yeah.
Pantheon was good.
So he deserves one game of Zed because he played Pantheon, right?
Cast. All right. Sorry, Cast. I tried to defend you, but also I don't think you can do that after the Zed game. Let's take a look at the comments here from our esteemed individuals in the space.
How can you lose when you have Chovy in your mid lane? It's really hard. He gets the Priya, he gets the pressure on the side lane, he gets everything for you.
I don't know. You know what, Udid? You're right. I do have to ask you though. What was Chovy on Genji last year? The year before that.
I mean, yeah. Let's
all right. Different team. Wolf didn't like that one. Oh,
Chovy.
Not.
All right. Enough said. Let's see what Ox put. You're making a good case for another Lulu nerf after the Zeri Lulu
He had some really good wild growth. He had the polymorph in the final fight where Vikla stole the wild growth and went in for the engage. It was actually a really great engage by Vikla, but Dura just outplayed, set the polymorph up. I think it's a warranted vote, frankly.
Yeah, that's why I consider Dura as one of the great support in LCK, because he has no limit on his champion pool right now.
I know. It has been exciting to see Dura's growth as a player, a leader on that team, and see how he slots on in. Let's take a look at the Korean side as we celebrate 800 POM points for Chovy. GG, well played, Jungle. Keep up the good work. He's just cosplaying as Chovy now.
He's saying that, I think he's saying that basically Canyon was playing solo queue.
Yeah, he's casually,
Yeah. It's casual. The Zed pick probably wasn't it.
This one's good, Go-Go. One 9-tailed fox to conquer the fox army. Again, the fearless foxes of BNK Fear X. So Go-Go getting a little Pulitzer on us. And Chovy not in top form today, just a 98. Let's step it up. Cloud Templar with the very specific adjudication of Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy's dying a lot nowadays. He didn't die at all back in the day, but now he's trying to
Yeah, he keeps having these stray single death games.
That's the limits.
I think maybe he's fallen off a little bit.
We're just kidding, everyone. Please, it was just a joke. Let's take a look at the standings here as Genji stay perfect in the LCK regular season. 12-0, 21 points above 500, and 12-game winning streak. BNK Fear X, they were in the Legend standings, and now they're back down to Rise. They dropped 2 spots with that loss.
Yeah, but you know what? Even though it was 2-0 to Genji, I think BNK already showed a really great performance today against Genji. I think they had a solid performance in general. I mean, we can't say it ended up very well, but I really like the way how they play the early game especially.
I think they definitely have a lot of improvements that can be made, but it's the confidence that we're seeing from them where a lot of other teams just fall over completely with game states like what we saw today. BNK know how to find those windows. They have great resilience. I do think they know exactly what angles they can fish for. If you see signs of that this early in the year, makes you wonder, maybe this team could get to a level that we can't really imagine right now, we can't really see right now, if they keep making those right choices and clean up some of those smaller things like Clear's ulting in the top lane and stuff like that.
I think the big takeaway from today is Diablo is the truth, man. He is the rookie of the year in Canada.
I think we already figured out that Chovy was the truth, man.
He's the church man.
I thought we all decided
Chovy's the church man. and he wants you to make sure that you watch tomorrow Nongshim versus the DN Automotive Freaks as they continue to look for their first victory in the season. And then DRX are upset-minded against Hanwha Life Esports, who are always down for an entertaining series. So it'll be a great watch to close out week number 6. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching the Saturday Showdown. We'll see you tomorrow to close out week 6.